Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the grand finals for the Battle of Legends Volume 2 Release Rumble. We're going to have a great match in store today between two incredibly skilled players, being Joshua Tan, or Wandering Caretaker, and Chadicular, both of which we saw play in the semifinals stream yesterday. So, hope you guys are ready. But before we get into it, I want to say a quick few words. First, thanks to Restoration Games for sponsoring the tournament. You know, they do an awesome job with all of their game production here, and we really appreciate everything they do, and they're just such an awesome company to work with. And they're just always active in the Discord and interacting with their fans, so we really appreciate all that. And then thanks to Vorpal Board as well for all the support that they give us to the tournament scene here and allowing us to use their platform, which works really well for these awesome streams put on by 645 Development. So thanks to Alan as well for running the streams. We couldn't do it without him. And thank you to all the viewers who are checking it out, making this what it is, as well as the players who are participating, and all the wonderful commentators we have here with me today. So let's go ahead and introduce them. So we have Sojourne all the way from Singapore. So Sojourne, how you doing?
Good. Happy to see another Singaporean in the finals.
That's right. The Singapore Strike Squad, we call them. They're very, very skilled players over there in Singapore. So it's about 11 p.m. for you right now, is that right?
Yep. But needs to go late nights. Oh,
anything
Joshua
for
gets
anything for
at night.
Unmatched, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then we have Gary. Gary, how you doing? Oh, you might be muted, Gary.
I was.
There you go.
Doing good. Better
Awesome.
now that you can hear me. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for finally joining us for commentary. For those of you who don't know, Joshua, who is playing currently in the grand finals, and Gary are two of the guys who helped me out a lot with organizing the tournaments. So, you know, without them, none of this would be possible. So big thanks to you, Gary, and I'm glad you're finally showing up for commentary. And then we have Ethan. I talked you into it. That's right. And then we got Ethan here. How you doing, Ethan?
Good. Glad to be back for day 2 for the finals. So yeah, excited to see how the change in format plays out for both these guys.
Definitely. It's going to be very interesting with that. And that's a perfect segue into the format. Let's go ahead and talk about that briefly here. So with the Release Rumble, 2 weeks ago we had the pools play. And that was over the course of Saturday and Sunday, 3-hour segments each day. And 6 games were played over the course of a weekend. So we started with 32 players, got split up into 8 pools of 4. And each player in the pool would play a variety of matchups in the new set from Battle of Legends Volume 2, and then they would get 1 point per game win, and the top 2-point earners from each pool would move on to an elimination bracket. So over the last 2 weeks, the elimination bracket ran, and there was 2 rounds of that where players would self-schedule their matches, playing the Conquest format using these new fighters. And then we are led here to the grand finals after seeing the semis yesterday between... Today we're going to have Joshua and Chad. So it's going to be a great match. And if you guys don't know, also Battle of Legends Volume 2 is available right now on the Restoration Games website for sale. So go pick up your copy if you don't have it already, or pick it up as a late Christmas gift. You know, I'm sure somebody would enjoy it. It's an awesome new set featuring really cool new fighters like Achilles and Bloody Mary, and then Sun Wukong and Yananga as well. So all very cool fighters with a lot of unique new mechanics added to the game. So it's really exciting stuff, and I'm really happy to showcase it in this tournament here. And we're going to see some top-level play with these new fighters between these two players. So I'm really looking forward to that. But before we get into, you know, the matches, let's start with some predictions. Sojourn, who do you think is going to take the whole thing here?
Well, Joshua.
Easy pick, huh?
Yep.
He is your fellow Singapore Strike Squad. So... do you think Joshua has any more experience than Chad playing these matches, or do you think both players might have equal exposure to these after playing through pools and the elimination bracket?
I think in terms of experience-wise with volunteer characters, both probably about the same. In terms of game sense and performing in a competitive environment, it's got to give it to Joshua, especially with his very good performance in the last tournament and him being your final opponent.
That's right. For anybody who didn't catch the Summer of Legends tournament a couple of months ago, back in August, it was me versus Joshua in the finals. So he is no stranger to, high pressure situations like this in the finals of a big tournament. So I do definitely think he has, the experience under his belt, because Chad is a new player to the scene, but he's done incredibly well for himself to make it all the way up to this finals. So, Gary, do you have any prediction on who's going to take it?
I don't know. I mean, I've played Joshua before. I don't know if I've played Chad before, but Josh is a significantly strong player.
Definitely. It's really hard to say, but Ethan, what about you? Who you taking here?
Yeah, so as far as overall experience competitive-wise, obviously Josh has the slight edge, so he's just, played up against more, I guess, top players or competitive players over the last couple of months, but Chad really impressed me with his play yesterday, especially that Soho game versus, he was Achilles into Wukong, and I thought he played it extremely well, so clearly knows what he's doing with these new fighters. I'd give a slight edge to Josh, but I wouldn't count out Chad at all.
Yeah, I would definitely echo that same statement. And it is interesting to note that yesterday, I believe we saw both of these players with the same exact lineups and matchups. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
Yeah, so they both ended up getting their wins with Achilles and Bloody Mary both into Wukong and Yanenga. So that definitely shows their comfortability with those two fighters at least. But in this new format, we're going to have to see a mastery of the whole set. And the way this is going to work is it is a best of 5. And so both players are going to blind pick one of the 4 fighters. And if they end up choosing the same fighter, those fighters will be set aside, and they will then do a new blind pick with the remaining fighters. So if they blind pick the same all 4 times in a row, then you'll reset and go again until you get a viable matchup, because we don't play mirror matches here with Unmatched. So once you have your game 1, that is preset to the new map, Hanging Gardens. Figured why not be thematic with the set. And then they're going to just roll a die randomly to determine who is player 1 and player 2. Player 1 will ban a map just like normal in Conquest. Player 2 will also ban a map, and they'll play out game 1. So after game 1, the winner cannot reselect a fighter or map that they've won with, just as in Conquest. So that fighter will be set aside, and then they will need to pick out of the remaining fighters on who they're going to play in the following game. But they cannot choose the player, or the fighter, I should say, that the opponent currently has, in play, because there's no mirror matches. And then after the loser of the previous game sees who the winner will be playing, they have the option to either keep their fighter out that they played last game or swap into one of the new ones, again, avoiding mirror matches. So they're also going to get map and starting position choice. So it's a lot of advantages. You basically get full counter pick on your opponent. But, then if you win that game, it's right back at you for your opponent doing the same thing. So it's going to be kind of a back and forth is what I would assume. But, Gary, I know you worked with me a lot in we created this format together for the Best of 5 Grand Finals. So you want to say some words about this? How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to be interesting. I'm hoping we see a lot of back and forth with this rather than a straight sweep. I'm hoping we get to see some interesting map and position setups for these fighters that we might not have gotten to see up until this point, because you weren't guaranteed to get the positional success that you were looking for. So my fingers are crossed on that one. I do think it's a very interesting format as a whole, even taken outside of finals. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it performs.
Yeah, I know we had talked about taking any old set, grouping of 4 random fighters, whatever, and trying this out, and it seemed like it would work out okay. The only thing is it's a best of 5, right? So it's not really viable to do throughout like a bracket, because there's just too much time involved in a best of 5. But, of course, for the grand finals here, we need to make it a spectacle for the viewers. So, yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. And players are getting set up right now with their picks. So any predictions, Sojourn, on how the picks are going to go for the game 1?
I think they'll probably go with a safe pick, a character that is kind of like in the middle of the road in Volume 2. So probably expecting Achilles or maybe Yanenga. Yeah. Because they both do kind of okay into the rest of the characters. So yeah, I would expect either one of those two.
I would agree with that, and I also think that because Yananga's counter, so to speak, seems to be Bloody Mary, I
Yep.
don't think, Bloody Mary is likely to be picked game one. So I do agree Achilles and Yananga would be good safe picks to start off.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think you'll probably see Mary come out in the later rounds once the second player, or the player who gets to react their pick to the matchup, sees something that they feel comfortable playing Mary into. I think, like you said, since Achilles and Inega are much more middle of the road, more versatile, they don't mind most of the matchups that they have. Those ones are fine getting picked blind, but Mary, you're going to want to see something concrete that you know what you're picking into.
Definitely agree with that. And with that said, I mean, if we're assuming that they're gonna pick Yananga or Achilles first, if they had the same thinking that we do, maybe they will blind Mary game one and hope for that Yananga game right off the
It's
bat.
the mind game, right? Yeah, who knows?
Right. It's just
Yeah.
adding layers to the mind games.
I think there's an interesting scenario that you and I had discussed, John. If somebody does go Bloody Mary round one, there's a very specific set of events that can happen starting with round two. And I'll be curious to see if that does play out the way we thought that it could.
Yeah, and it's really hard to say. We're going to see, but I do think, like we discussed, if somebody can pull out an early win with Mary, it kind of throws off the whole rest of the match and really gives that player an advantage if they were able to sneak out that win. So it's almost like a high-risk, high-reward play, it seems, and we'll see if that comes to fruition. But also, if we're assuming that the players are going to save Mary for the counter pick into probably Yananga, I wonder if Yananga almost is going to be left for the end as well. Because if you know that potential counter pick is available to your opponent, you might not want to throw Yananga out there. So it's going to be tricky to navigate this format, and it's untested. So, who knows what's going to happen? I'm really excited to find out.
Yeah, I hope someone does a Raptors and just pick Bloody Mary first and just grabs the game.
Yeah, that would be incredible. We'll see. So before we get the picks, I know they're working on that right now. It's probably a little tough. They might be hitting the mirror matches, and having to reset a couple of times. But let's go check out a quick how to play video for Unmatched for anybody unfamiliar with the game, just so we can show you a little bit how it works and what this is all about. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. So there you go. That's Unmatched for you. It's really an incredible game. It's very easy to pick up and play and learn, but very difficult to master. There's a lot of nuance and very minute decisions that these players have to make that have a huge impact in the outcome of the game. So it's just fantastic for everyone involved at all skill levels. So anybody watching who might be curious about the tournament scene here, just jump in and give it a shot. I'm sure you'll have a blast. There's players of all skill levels playing in these events, not just the elite players. And you never know. Sometimes you might surprise yourself because we see Chad here. He's a first-timer in the tournaments, and he made it all the way to the finals. So you never know what can happen. If you love Unmatched, you'll probably love the tournaments, and it's just a fun time for everyone involved. So definitely give it a shot if you're on the fence. But while we were gone there, we did get a little bit of information on how the picks have gone. So they started off, they both blind picked Achilles. So I think you called it out, Sojo. That wasn't a huge surprise, right? Because Achilles is probably, I would say, the safest one in the set. I think he's good against all of the fighters. Yananga, a close second, I would say. So then after they blind picked Achilles, they could no longer choose him. So then we see the matchup for game one is going to end up being Yananga versus Wukong. Now, we see Joshua with Yananga, Chad with Wukong. So I would have to say this is Joshua favored here. I think Yananga is the best fighter in the set into Wukong. What do you guys think?
Definitely,
Yeah.
and I think it was a smart play also because you won't be expecting a Bloody Mary second pick from Chad. So yeah, that was well played. And you just get a win with Yananga, get it out of the way, and don't have to go up against Bloody Mary.
That's a great point. Now, as we talked about how it's going to work out with Bloody Mary, Ethan, what do you think about if Joshua gets the win with Yananga and that's no longer on the table? How is Bloody Mary going to work out for Chad?
Yeah, that's going to kind of set the table for the whole set, right? So determining the victor here is going to be on the, the loser is going to be on the back foot. They do get follow-up pick, but like you said, if Josh wins here and he doesn't have to worry about getting a win with Mary, then he's immediately guaranteed that his later matchups are going to be better. So I think it's a solid pick, and like you said, yeah, not expecting the Mary second pick, so he's fine pulling Wukong out after he sees Achilles get banned through. He's comfortable with either of those matchups, so yeah. It was a solid draft by Josh there.
Definitely. And Gary, how we spent some time just doing mock drafts. Now, I'm sure you don't remember how they turned out. I don't exactly either. But I wonder if this means, do you think that if Josh gets the win with Yananga and then Chad almost just doesn't want to choose Mary ever throughout the whole set, right? But I think he might end up being forced to at some point, just the way the picks work out.
Yes, he could get railroaded into a Mary pick because if Josh wins this one, he'll be a fighter lower than Chad. Once Josh loses his first game, he's going to be in a position to potentially deny Chad a counter pick down the road, just by virtue of the fact of how the order picking works out between winner and loser. So yeah, if he takes this one, it could be really dangerous for Chad getting stuck with Mary as opposed to being able to play the three smoother fighters in the set.
Yep, that's right. I think it might could be an issue, but even this matchup, I would say none of the matchups in the box are completely one-sided. They're all relatively even. I would think maybe 60 to 65% in favor of one fighter at most. And even if that's the case, 65% seems like a lot in a fighting game, but it's 2/3. And, sometimes you just hit that 1/3 chance and you'll get the win. The cards will work out in your favor, or the opponent will make a misplay. And high pressure situations like this, people are not, immune to misplays. And it can definitely cost you the game. So.
Or the map favors you. Yeah, that could be one huge factor too.
That's right. That's right. So
yeah, this draft format I think is particularly dynamic too. Having to consider, there's an extra layer of blind picking and then adapting your draft to what got picked. So whereas before, where you're just preemptively drafting your fighters and then running them into matchups, this is going to add another element of mind games and psyche that's going to be going on with these guys.
Definitely. And I don't know if either of them have put much thought into the way this format works out. I have to assume that they did a little bit of prep work, right? But it's, again, a totally new format, so who knows? It's going to be experimental and going to be exciting to watch. So after they got their blind pick of the fighters, then they each get a map ban. Well, first they roll the die. They find out who's going to be first and who's going to be second, and then they'll go ahead with their map bans. So it actually looks like Joshua won the die roll. That's another huge factor here because Yananga going first against Wukong on Hanging Gardens, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
So then that means Josh got the first map ban. He ended up banning Sherwood, and Chad banned Yukon. So no Robin Hood versus Bigfoot maps in this match here. any thoughts, Sojourn, on why those maps in particular would be banned?
I think Yukon it's particularly annoying, especially if you have Wukong, because the way he just floods the boards with his clones, and the specialty of Yukon being the loop of death, you are just gonna keep putting clones in between you and opponent, and it's just gonna be pretty hard to get through. And I guess it's true to some extent for Sherwood too, because there are many corridors. Yes, there are many ways to get around it, but still, many corridors, and Wukong is definitely one of the characters that you probably got to prepare against when you are, especially in this format, because it's definitely one of the stronger characters here.
Sure. So you thinking that Wukong gets the biggest advantage out of the map choice rather than out of any of the fighters?
I think so. Yep.
Yeah.
It doesn't. He's not particularly weak at any maps, but the thing is that he can be particularly strong in some maps.
That's right.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, and so it looks like maybe both players had the same train of thought. You know, they were both, since the bans for the map are not blind, they're not done simultaneously, you know, Chad got to see, oh, Joshua banned Sherwood, so I'm also going to ban the other good Wukong map, being Yukon. So maybe they both had the same train of thought and just wanted to make sure that if they, or when they come up against Wukong, their opponent isn't going to have such a huge advantage on them. So that's really
And are
interesting.
these map bans just for this matchup? So they're going to redo map bans once they get to their next selection of fighters, or is this going to be the set of map bans for the whole best of 5?
For the whole best of 5 here.
Okay,
Yep,
gotcha.
so no Sherwood, no Yukon this match. So with the decks chosen and the map figured out here, preset to the Hanging Gardens, let's go ahead and check out the decks and see what we're working with. So to start things off here with Yananga, we're going to see, first of all, I'll go over her ability. It's that if she is in the same zone as her archers, which are her sidekicks, and she has 2 of those archers, and both of them have 2 health instead of 1, which is really unique in terms of token sidekicks. They're a little more beefy than normal, like the Outlaws from Robin Hood or the Sisters from Dracula, because they don't die off to a single ping damage. And what that does is makes a big impact in their defense, because often you don't want to defend 1 health sidekicks because they'll just die easily. But a difference of 2 in card value versus 1 is actually a big difference, so they can actually survive much better. And now she can, if the archers are in her same zone, she can distribute the damage that she is taking among those archers however she pleases, which is incredibly powerful and makes them essentially an extension of her overall health pool. So looking at some of her key cards, we see first of all the Rain of Arrows. And now this card looks a little different because it's a new mechanic released in Battle of Legends Volume 2 called the bonus attack cards. And what this means is you're going to have your first attack, and then you see the effect after combat. That red symbol means bonus attack goes into volley. So after the opponent defends or doesn't defend against this attack, then the second attack will trigger as long as that effect of the first was not canceled by something like a feint. So then the volley will go off as just a blank 3-value attack. But what this does is gives you essentially a 2-for-1 trade in card advantage. You're using this 1 card to do 2 separate attacks that the opponent has to either defend both or take some damage right to the face. So it's a pretty brutal card and very good for big combo turns that Yananga can do with her next card, the Surprise Volley, which says immediately you may return a defeated archer in a space in the opposing fighter's zone. And if you do, that archer is now the attacker. And if you don't, you gain an action. So this is a great utility card. Can be used to gain the action for big attack combo turns similar to Bruce Lee and Raptors. Or you can use it to resurrect the archers and essentially grow your overall health pool and make it much more annoying for the opponent. And then leading into Master of the Hunt, that scheme for Yananga simply gains 2 actions, and this card's incredibly versatile. Can fit any situation by drawing you more cards with more maneuvers and giving you more distance between you and the opponent. Or it can be used very aggressively to give you more attacks for those big combo burst turns, as I mentioned. And then one with the land is a huge payoff of distributing the damage for the archers, because you move each of your fighters up to 2, you recover 1 health on each of your fighters, and you draw a card. So essentially this is a maneuver plus heal. And you might not think 1 health is much healing, but when you consider that The archers can get the heal as well, and they are essentially Yanenga's health. Up to 3 max healing is huge. So a very powerful card there. And then Stallion Charge is going to be especially good in this matchup because it's a 3-value versatile that reads after combat, move Yanenga up to 5 spaces. She can move through opposing fighters and then deal 1 damage to each opposing fighter she moved through. So this is a AoE effect that we call it. So area of effect damage is a term used in, games, fighting games, or computer games, I should say. And what it does is lets Yanenga destroy multiple clones in 1 card. So what this does in this matchup against Wukong is makes him play differently by spreading out the clones rather than trying to wall up and sandwich himself between them, because the fear of Stallion Charge is too great and it's too punishing if the Wukong player does not respect this card. And so making him play differently is an inherent advantage in the matchup already, because it's going to let Yanenga get into Wukong when otherwise it's very difficult for him to do so, or for her to do so, I should say. And Yanenga is just an awesome bursty combo character. She is got a lot of versatility as well in her gameplay. She can play aggressively or defensively, and so she's a very well-rounded fighter. And with all of that, let's go ahead and move on to Sun Wukong's deck. And here we see Wukong, and Gary, you want to give us the rundown on Wukong?
Sure. So, for those who aren't familiar, Wukong has a fairly powerful ability. He is a 17 health fighter, and while he does not start the game with any of his sidekicks in play, at the start of each of his turns he can deal 1 damage to himself to spawn a 1 health sidekick in an open space that's adjacent to him. So this does mean that if you can get him bogged down with his clones around him or pin him in with your fighters, he won't be able to leverage that ability to make more sidekicks at the start of his turn. But if you do allow him to have that flexibility, then he can quickly ramp up a small army of sidekicks to more or less do the fighting for him. The entirety of his deck is any cards, which means that any card that Sun Wukong can play, his clone can play as well. And the vast majority of those cards are just as effective coming from a clone as they are from him. Now he has some very powerful attack options. He has some significant mix-up games. You can see on his key cards here, Ox Form is a printed 7-value attack, but during combat, if the opponent played a card to defend, they're allowed to boost it, which means they can discard another card from their hand and add the value in the small black circle onto their defense value. So in that regard, Sun Wukong's presenting a very powerful offensive option there, but if the opponent chooses not to take that damage, he's essentially forcing them into a 2-for-1 on defense, which is further diminishing their hand advantage against him. Ryu Jingobang is the other side of that coin. Whereas you always want to be defending Ox Form, you never want to be defending Ryu Jingobang. It is a 0-value attack, and it does use the new bonus attack mechanic. However, it only follows up with that 4-value bonus attack if you defend it against the 0. So you often have to take risks defending against Sun Wukong during the match, because many characters will not have the defensive flexibility to defend against all of his attacks successfully throughout the game, because he's either going to 2-for-1 you on Ox Form, or he's going to 2-for-1 you on Ryu Jingobang. Looking at his scheme game, probably the most significant scheme that he has is Phoenix Form. There's only 1 copy of it in the deck, so there's the potential that we could go the majority of a match without seeing it, or we could see it very early. But if you don't deal with his clones in an effective manner, it allows him to recover 1 health for each of them that's on the board, which means he could play that as a 3 healing pass. When we say pass, we mean that he does not gain an action or draw a card, and in that sense, he doesn't affect his deck, so his turn timer doesn't progress. Not as big of a deal against Yanenga. Against somebody like Achilles, should we see that matchup later, that could be fairly significant. Now, adding to that problem is one of his versatile cards, 72 Transformations. Fairly simple bread and butter card, but the fact of the matter is that he can play it with a clone, which means it could be coming out at any time, attack or defense. And if you haven't thrown a feint into it, you're presented with the issue that he, after combat, can take back Ox Form, Phoenix Form, or his defensive form, which is called Tortoise Form. he could take back one copy of one of those cards and put it right back into his hand and have that availability the next time he can play cards. Which means a perfectly played Wukong game could see 12 healing off of Phoenix form, or it could see Ox form played out 5 times for 42 potential damage. Rounding out his kit, he has some extremely powerful defenses. Showcased here, we have Bewilderment, which first showed up as a Merlin card in King Arthur's deck in Battle Legends Volume 1. Bewilderment is just a carte blanche, you're not taking combat damage. It doesn't matter what value the opponent threw or what it got modified to, because during combat, you prevent all combat damage. And then after combat, you can place your fighter in any space. Now, what could be really significant with that against Yanenga is that her after combat damage is positionally dependent. So if Wukong has the fortune or misfortune of throwing a Bewilderment against something like Point Blank, Point Blank will do 2 after combat damage, which will go through Bewilderment's damage protection because it only stops combat damage. However, the fact that Sun Wukong would be the defender means his abilities will activate first and he'll be able to teleport away. And Point Blank is adjacency dependent. Similarly, Stallion Charge allows Yanenga to move after combat and gain that damage, but again, Wukong can carefully teleport out of the maximum range of that damage. So there really are some dangerous mix-ups that he's going to be playing both on attack and defense in this game.
Excellent rundown there, Gary. So with that said, now that we've seen both the decks, let's go ahead and take a look at the map, which is the Hanging Gardens. Now this is the new map that debuted in this set, Battle of Legends Volume 2, so the perfect one to kick off the grand finals here. So Ethan, you want to run us by this new map and new mechanic?
Yeah, so the new mechanic on this map getting released with this set is the high ground mechanic. So as you can see, there's some spaces with directional arrows pointing towards them. So an attacker that is attacking a defender that follows the direction of that arrow will add +1 value to their attack cards. So positioning is crucial on this map, especially with the consideration of zones that Yanenga gains advantage for off some of her cards. So a lot to think about positioning wise. You have to move your archers around as Yanenga, move all the monkeys around as Sun Wukong. Plus the high ground mechanic in addition to that, dealing out extra damage. It's makes it a lot more thinky and a little bit more interesting. I'm a big fan of this map.
Yep, well said. And now, given this matchup, do you think that one of these fighters benefits more from the high ground than the other?
I think both players can exploit it. It's, I guess, easier for the Sun Wukong player to get some bonus damage out because he can just send his clones all over the board to kind of encompass the entire thing. However, as we discussed, Yanenga's core card, she has the ability to gain extra actions off of her scheme, as well as the 3-value attack card that either gives her the option to resurrect an archer or take an additional action. So if she's able to position herself adjacent to Sun Wukong at any point, as well as getting additional attacks off from the high ground, it can be a very large burst of damage.
Definitely. So it really just depends who is attacking more. You know, the more often you can get that high ground bonus, the more beneficial it's going to be for you.
The one thing Yanenga needs to keep in mind on this map, though, is if she's going to be optimizing for the high ground, she is often not going to be able to optimize for Jaws of the Beast as well. There's really only 3 or 4 spaces on the map where you can get both high ground and a decent Jaws of the Beast. So the central tri-zone into blue-yellow, either of those spaces will let her get +2 on Jaws and +1 from the high ground, and then the blue into blue-white allows the same thing. The only other positions are purple and purple-brown into the tri-space. Wukong cannot let himself land in that triple space because he will give her a +4 Jaws of the Beast, making that a 7 on attack.
That's a great point, as well as neither of these fighters have any cancels. So if Yanenga is getting that attack off, it's guaranteed to be a 7-value attack. Now, Wukong, of course, has the Bewilderment, like we saw, to fully negate that damage. He's got ways around it, but he does have to look out for that, because that's some huge potential. When otherwise, Yanenga does not hit very hard, but she hits often. So we'll see how this plays out. But the players, it looks like they are ready. So let's jump into Vorpal, and we will kick it off for the grand finals.
Looks like Josh opting for first position, so he does have the option to place an archer in the gray tri-zone underneath Yanenga and maneuver it into the brown zone of Wukong for a first turn attack if he wants to. So we'll see if he decides to mulligan or not and what he wants to do with his opener.
Definitely gonna Mao.
I think that's an interesting aggressive open as well. I know a lot of people at this play level tend to play a little bit safer, but in particular against Wukong, I feel like it might not be a bad opener when his hand size is still limited and he doesn't have those clones out.
Yeah, definitely. The whole point of going first against Wukong is that Wukong tends to be doing... He will do pretty well if he goes first because he can just spit out clones and clog up the board. But if you take the initiative, you take the fight right up to his face, you might put Wukong on his back foot and he might not be able to generate clones as fast as you kill them and pressure him.
Yeah, I think Wukong starting second here is a big deal and makes this already difficult matchup even more difficult.
Oh, interesting. Wukong went for the mulligan.
Yeah, he probably is looking for good defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely want to make sure you have some defenses stocked up, especially as the second player in this matchup.
Yeah.
It's interesting too, because depending on how aggressive Joshua gets on this first attack, if he does go that route, Wukong might actually want to try for an early Sly Monkey to try to basically make up that turn against Joshua by effectively starting turn 1 with 2 clones instead of 1.
Right.
I would agree.
We got
with that.
some predictions in the Twitch chat, so make sure you get your predictions up. Win some channel points to flex those unmatched emotes or the tank top, my personal favorite. All right, let's get into it. Looks like they got their hands ready, and Josh is starting out with the maneuver.
Taking that high ground, turn 1.
Yeah. The fact that Wukong mulligan is also incentive for Joshua to put on the pressure early.
Right. Yeah, so he knows that Chad wasn't super comfortable with his initial opening hand, and he just has to deal with the mulligan that he was given, so opts to just send that archer in and attack turn 1.
Hope it's a pin to prey. They were pretty cool. Yes!
We
nice!
do see the Sly Monkey,
so
though.
the Sly Monkey, like Gary had mentioned, so he is going to be able to put a clone in Wukong's place. But it is a pretty costly opening attack to take Pin the Prey turn 1. He's going to be forced to a low hand count before he even has his first turn.
Yep, and Pin the Prey also moves Wukong, so... Yep, that's nice.
That's a great position.
So you can see the flavor of Yanenga. If you like playing a kind of character that hunts down the opponent, throws a net around it, yep, Yanenga's your hero to play.
So we see Chad discarding the infinite strikes off of the Pin the Prey's effect. So that, I mean, he probably has better cards, you got to think, in hand. But I think Infinite Strikes is actually quite a good card in the matchup because it gives you an easy kill on the archers if they go undefended. And then you also gain that action so you can still maneuver yourself into a more optimal position after you send your fighter out to kill the archer.
Right. Could be a little telling of what he's got in his hand if he's considering that the least valuable card that he's able to get rid of. So be interesting to see what else he's holding on to.
Yeah, and
Watch
also
it be Infinite Strikes.
yeah, it might be all the Infinite Strikes, that's right. But Infinite Strikes also is essentially the only card draw effect in Wukong's deck because it gains the action, and that is essentially leading into a maneuver if you'd like it, which is a card draw plus movement, so it's draw but better.
True.
And with neither of these fighters having any pure card draw effects in their deck, those action gains are going to be pretty valuable to regain the hand advantage.
That's my turn, you're up.
It is always possible too that Chad's looking at it from a purely aggressive standpoint, and he's misconsidering the fact that he could be using that to pick off archers. He might be thinking that he doesn't want to play that into Yanenga because he's going to play it into a stallion charge and get all of his clones deleted.
Right. Or a point blank and you go
Mhm.
negative on the health trade.
But if you're looking at Stallion Charge, note how Chad positions his clones and Wukong all over the board, because Stallion Charge is always a card that you have to prepare against, and you always have to counter position. So you can see that in play right now with what Chad is doing already.
Definitely
Yeah, the only
shows
thing
his knowledge
Wukong
of the
can really
matchup.
do with the Stallion charge is, other than positioning, Bewilderment is your only card that's going to be able to allow you to kind of correct that after combat positioning to kind of negate some of it. But yeah, you need to be very careful about how you're spreading your clones over the map.
And then the problem with Bewilderment, right, is it only moves the one fighter. So
Right.
if you made a mistake and you clumped up some of your other fighters together, well, too bad, so sad, you can't do anything about that. So only the one fighter that played the Bewilderment gets to get away. So Chad is going to have to play around that specific card this whole game, which makes it incredibly mentally taxing, trying to double check your position on every turn to make sure you're not going to get a huge punish by that card.
I think we should be seeing a big attack with bonus attacks next round from Joshua, because the fact that he chose to draw 2 instead of piling on the pressure when he had a bit of the slight card advantage.
Yeah, both players taking a double maneuver action after that first initial exchange. So Josh has loaded up to 7 cards in hand, max hand size, and controlling the middle of the board. So yeah, probably looking to open up soon.
I think if I were Wukong, I will run to the green color spaces on the right side of the board.
Yep, I would agree with that. You gotta expect Yanenga's looking to unleash a pretty good burst turn with that full
Yeah.
hand.
Especially since she's in an effective position where if you move in on her, she can pin the prey. Or sorry, not pin the prey, Jaws of the Beast.
And also, she just has the high ground, so
Mm-hmm.
it's pretty risky to go in and attack. The counter attack is probably, if it's a clone, it's going to get that clone killed most likely. And of course, you don't want to go in with Wukong unnecessarily.
Look at the anti-stallion charge puzzle.
It really
Yeah,
is
Chad's
a puzzle.
trying to feel out his best positioning option here, but Yanenga set up very well, center of the board. Archer's positioned perfectly, both in Yanenga's zone, and just very difficult to breach that spot as a melee character.
Ooh, this is quite dangerous, because if Yanenga hits the clone on the left side of the board with a stallion charge, you can potentially take out quite a number of clones in one go.
She could take out all 3, actually, if the
Yeah.
clone goes undefended.
Mm-hmm.
Or she can even hit one of the clones if it goes undefended with Stallion. Hit the one in the blue and white space to the right there, down the high ground path, and then hit Wukong himself, and then even go for a second action attack on Wukong.
Yeah, something like momentous shift or something.
Okay,
So the clone does throw out a taunting laughter into the archer. She took it undefended.
Yep, that was a good call, because
Mhm.
number one, he did the correct call, because you can take at least one undefended taunting laughter, and number two, more likely than not, Joshua wants to keep up the hand advantage for the big attack coming up. And I gotta say, this gotta be the stallion. If he has it, it's
if he
perfect
has it,
time to-
yep, it's gotta
Yeah.
be.
I think this could be a critical mistake by Chad if it really is a stallion.
Yeah, don't want to lose that many clones this early into the game. Without seeing the Phoenix form come out, you're losing a lot of potential value.
Yeah, you lose a lot of momentum also.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Does still have
gotta.
some other Sly Monkeys, so we can pop out a couple additional clones, but...
Ooh,
Yep,
And
There
there
it
it
is.
is.
we see the
I
Stallion
think.
here.
Yeah, this is definitely a critical mistake by Chad.
That was huge. So Yanenga killed the clone over here going undefended on the Stallion, and then moved forward 2 spaces into this clone in the white-blue, and then back to the blue, up to the tri-zone space, and then up to the high ground tri-zone there for 5 movement exactly. So huge
And now he can do
punish.
bonus attacks or momentous shifts or whatever.
Yeah, now he's in this pesky tricolor zone up at the top as well, so he's going to force Wukong out of this safe little bottom corner that he's been hiding out in.
I think it's the bonus attack one, the one that brings back the archer. Yes.
You're right.
No.
See the Sly Monkey, so Wukong is going to get to generate another clone here, and then starting his turn, he'll go back up to 2 clones, essentially, which is a pretty good bounce back on the clone count.
Yeah, very fortunate that he took only 1 damage there, gets an additional clone out, so he'll be able to start with 2 next turn if he opts to use his hero power.
So the question is, do you think Joshua would take back the archer or go for the bonus attack?
It looks like he's going for the bonus attack because that's an immediate effect off the surprise volley, so he would have to, he'd have to dictate what he's doing before Wukong.
Yeah, he definitely has a
Response
hand of good attack cards. That's why he wants to keep out the pressure, and he kept the card from earlier, so not discarding
Yeah,
for the taunting.
I think if he opens with a rain of arrows here, this could be really problematic for Wukong.
Ooh.
Another surprise volley.
So now I gotta expect Joshua to, get the archer back, because with Wukong getting to teleport anywhere, it effectively cuts off that attack chain on the Monkey King himself. So I'm not surprised to get the archer back, and Joshua will just be happy to end his turn there. That was quite a big turn.
Yeah, forcing a lot of defensive options out from Sun Wukong early is a great start.
Yep.
Yeah, and really forcing that bewilderment trade into a 3 value is pretty significant in the long term.
Yep. Wukong's definitely on the back foot here already. Probably gonna take a double maneuver.
That'd probably be in his best interest. It seems like Joshua's playing a very strong hand advantage game here, which is going to give him a lot more flexibility into the mid and further into the late game, because he's going to be better prepared to handle those Tortoise and Ox forms when Wukong does play them.
That's right, Joshua does need to be careful with this hand count and make sure he has good options for discarding. You don't want to get stuck in a situation where you defend with, let's say, a point blank, right? A 2-value defense into an Ox, and you're looking at taking 5 damage or discarding a card, and you don't want the only other cards in your hand to be something like Stallion Charge and the Surprise Volley that we just saw, because those are such valuable cards in the matchup. You want to be able to toss something a little less impactful.
Yeah, I think ideally there you probably want to pitch shield formation to it. Maximizes your boost and minimizes your loss.
Yep. Although I think in this matchup particularly, shield formation is just a little bit better and more likely for the opponent to let you get an archer back, because a lot of Wukong's cards are so valuable, and he doesn't have any draw power like we mentioned, so losing that card at the wrong time can be very costly.
Yeah, notice how Yanenga is slowly creeping closer, threatening another Stallion Charge.
Always that risk of it with 3 copies in the deck, so yeah, if he can get them at the right times, it just becomes difficult for Wukong to produce any clones.
Yeah, he is holding up the clones pretty well so far, even after that first Stallion taking out 3 of them. But you really do need the Phoenix form in order to make those clones really give you the payoff. Otherwise, they're almost liabilities throughout the game, right? Because instead of generating them and letting them all get hit by Stallion Charge, you could just simply not be generating the clones and save yourself the health.
We're going to see the first Fiery Eyes that See scheme coming out from Wukong, so he's going to choose a card out of Yanenga's hand and bury it at the bottom of her deck, and then both players will draw a card.
Gotta be the Stallion.
Right.
Yeah, he can put it down to only one more stallion threat until the very end of the game, which is pretty good. But it is a little unfortunate for Chad that, that's not the last stallion, so he can't completely check it off the list of considerations.
Right. And I guess
That
got a
is-
handful of versatiles as well, so it's not like he was doing any massive damage, just ensuring that other stallion won't come out immediately, unless Josh just drew into his third copy.
Yep, and I got to say, Joshua got a very good hand here. He got a point blank that can deal with any clone that wants to go up right up to Yananga's face, and with a Master of the Hunt and quite a number of other attacks, pretty good attacks, so like momentous shifts. Yeah, Chad's probably got to be a bit more defensive here, or at least counter pressure the archers or something.
Yeah, needs to get something going, or at least stall in the meantime until he can get that Phoenix form out.
So I think this is a good chance to actually go for the archers because number one, both the surprise volleys have been used already. Number two, you don't see any of those archer specific cards in Joshua's hand at this point. So if he gets the archers out of the way, yeah, they don't have good defenses, and it could probably mean that Joshua's hand might get clogged up by useless archer cards later.
Right. We saw Unmatched versus Chad yesterday there, Yanenga Achilles game 3. He ran into a similar issue where he used the surprise volleys early on, and then the shield formation, your 3-value block card that allows you to get archers back, that's dependent on your opponent's decision. So if they discard a card, you will not be getting that archer back. So need to be careful about letting these archers die off. It could be problematic in the back half of the game.
Yeah, and leading in or adding on to what Sojo said about going for the archers now, if Chad wants to go for them, Joshua has to choose whether or not he wants to spend one of those valuable momentous shifts or skirmish to defend them, or just let them die off.
Wow.
Wow, he did draw the
He
other
drew
stallion
into the
already.
second stallion. Wow.
The last Chad stallion. But I got to say, Chad actually made another critical mistake here because he put a clone into a place where Yananga can attack on her first turn. So typically, when you're going up against Yananga, you don't want to present such a good target for her, especially with standing charge into momentous shifts and all her bonus attacks. So you want to make sure all your heroes and sidekicks, well, you got to at least make Yananga maneuver first. Because right now, this is going to be very painful for Wukong.
Yep, so Joshua opting for the Master of the Hunt here, resetting his turn effectively, being adjacent to Wukong. You got to expect a point blank coming out.
Yep.
Yep. And then
That's
72
painful.
transformations.
Yeah.
Ooh, not getting any forms back. That has got to signify
That's
Chad has a
significant.
terrible defensive hand, and Joshua really needs to capitalize this turn while he can. Really just kind of put the nail in the coffin for this game. But
Yep.
he is going to maneuver away. Maybe he doesn't have anything else.
Yeah, so I mean, in that scenario, he did have the momentous shift prepared, but it's possible that he's saving that for later.
I'm surprised.
He was not in a good position for Jaws of the Beast, and Skirmish would have been kind of a
Yeah, I think
so-so
he was
play,
just looking
other
to
than
safely get the
1%.
value out of the point blank while he could. So he had those
I
two
agree.
actions from the scheme. So yeah, just point blank, and then he had the option to maneuver away. So just thought it was a good time to throw it out there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we probably would have seen a different outcome if he had drawn a rain of arrows.
For sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen any double attacks come out yet from either player.
I'm still a bit surprised, though, because I think that 72 being thrown out as a blank 2 really just indicates Chad's weak defensive hand. So I think if I were Joshua, I would have liked to see him capitalize with that momentous shift.
Joshua, every time I've played him, he's always been a very paced player.
Yeah, and it shows right here. So he knows he's, got the advantage. He's got the lead. He's just going to play safe, not throw the game, and he'll drag it out and get the win, in the long run. He's in no rush. And it definitely shows his preference, his play style here.
Yeah. Like for me personally, I think I would have attacked instead of using the momentous shift earlier. I would have attacked with skirmish instead. Because more likely than not, he would have won, and you would be able to run away.
That's right. It almost fulfills both purposes, right? Getting out of range as well as dealing some extra damage.
Okay, that was another clean taunting laughter.
Which is really the optimal outcome for Joshua. I think.
Yeah.
He wants to just take those undefended.
Yeah, I think so far has he been 2 for 1 on any of Wukong's cards yet? I don't
Nope.
think he has.
He hasn't. Not even 72.
Yeah.
He's playing a
Worth
flawless
noting-
game right now.
Worth noting as well, if Wukong's sitting on an aggressive hand, that skirmish defense against the action gain on infinite strikes was really significant because it puts Wukong in a position where he can't keep up that attack pressure and make any headway.
That's right.
Yeah, Josh just really not giving any openings from the get-go here, so that first turn where he maneuvered and pinned the prey right off the get-go, just forcing him to start at an immediate card disadvantage. He hasn't really been able to fully recover or get any momentum going.
Yeah, I would say also Chad made a couple of critical mistakes, and Joshua is good enough to exploit them very effectively.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Infinite
So there's a
strike,
possibility here that Chad is setting up for a high ground infinite strikes.
Yeah, it would be what a 4 value right now, which is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, undefended high ground
Oh,
ox form
8
coming
that
in.
is significant.
Ah,
And
Joshua.
just like that, the playing field is a little more level.
All right. That is definitely what Chad needed to claw his way back into this game. It's just a little unfortunate he wasn't able to play that before he used the 72 transformations.
I think Joshua was trying to be cheeky again, hoping there was a Rui Jingle Bang.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
honestly,
respect the no block there.
but he had the defenses again. Oh my goodness, Joshua! I know you don't like playing your defenses like evade against this, but I think at this stage might as well.
So I think me and Joshua have talked a lot about how to play against Wukong, and he's kind of taken on my same philosophy here of, you know, if you're above 7 health, if you're not going to die to an Ox form, I think you just take it. Now, I don't know about every case. Obviously, there's exceptions. If you have enough defenses and you have a huge lead, you might as well just try to keep it. But in general, as long as you're not going to die to an Ox, often you can just afford to take hits undefended, and it's a big payoff when it's the Rui Jingobang and you take no damage. You know, it's a completely different game. But of course, if your opponent knows how you tend to play against Wukong, they can just switch it up, and there's where the mind games come in.
It's an interesting odds game as well, John, because you're looking at, in the deck, you've got 6 cards between Taunting Laughter and Rui Jingobang that are going to punish you for defending, and only 2 cards out of 30 that are going to punish you for not defending.
Exactly. And you can even add on Infinite Strikes to that list.
True.
So there's a lot of cards you don't mind taking to the face, but, you know, the few times that it happens to be the Ox form, it can be really punishing. But sometimes that's just the risk you got to take when facing Wukong.
It looks
Yeah,
like we see why Josh is comfortable taking the hit there. He does have a 1 with the land in hand, so going to recover 1 health to Yanenga as well as 1 health to his archer there to start his turn.
Right, so that's effectively mitigating that Ox form from an 8 back down to a 6 after the fact.
Right.
Which, let's be honest, a 6 undefended is still incredibly powerful, but
Yeah, very
it does
large
help
chunk.
having the one with the land for sure.
It's definitely going to make Josh kind of second guess his next couple moves and really decide if he wants to fill his hand back up or keep pushing. He does have hand advantage, but the health differential is only at 2 now.
I think it's actually time to start shooting down the clones. Number 1, Chad doesn't really have that many cards in hand, so more likely no defenses. Number 2, Chad also is at 7 hit points, so if you want to keep spitting out clones also can be quite difficult.
Spoke
here
too
we see the
soon,
Phoenix
Sojourne.
form.
Spoke a little too soon with the 7
Yep.
health. Now back up to 10.
Yeah, so that's the other reason why, because it's like
Yeah. I mean, no matter what, we were at the midpoint, so we had to be getting relatively close to it.
Right, at exactly 15 cards left in his deck, Wukong finds the Phoenix form, so about, you know, So it's a coin flip there coming out in the top half of his deck.
I think it's okay. Something you can plan for. Right. Yeah, you gotta start shooting down the clones already because both your standard charges have been used. So just gotta kill all these clones manually.
So we
Which
see
is
a
exactly
divide
what
and
he's doing
conquer
now.
here. Divide and conquer
Yeah.
used as simply a 2-value attack, killing off the clone. Joshua figured that it would go undefended, so the 2 was enough to kill it off.
I swear that card is a ghost card. Some games you just never see that card come out, but he gets pretty good value out of it there, so still utilizing the full potential of Yanenga's kit.
Definitely. It is one of the more forgettable cards in her deck, but it does have some good uses against certain matchups and certain cards.
It's the card that once you draw it, you should think about playing it as soon as possible because your archers might not stick around long enough for it to
Right.
Yep.
use.
And a little bit of a precarious spot here because we know that Josh has used both of his Stallion charges on Yanenga. The other one is buried at the very bottom of his deck. So with Phoenix form being in play now, we're just waiting on the 72 transformations to come back up, and then Chad will be able to just continue cycling clones and healing, and Yanenga's got to be a little concerned about getting the damage through.
That's right. Although there's only 2 of the 72s left, so it's a maximum of 6 more health throughout this game. But that's still quite a bit, and you know, considering that they're even on life at the moment, I wouldn't even be surprised to see Chad simply recycling Ox forms in this game to try to deal more damage than Yen can deal back at him.
Right. Yanenga not known for having the strongest defenses either, so yeah, being able to reload that big 7 attack with potential high ground bonus is also a route he could take.
Yeah, I think at this point as well, if he can leverage that with the fact that there's 2 Rui Jingo Bongs left in
Ooh,
his kit,
nice.
he might actually start baiting out some of those defenses from Joshua.
Right.
That's a very good defense because it prevents the offensive Wily from triggering on Yanenga.
That's right, because Defender resolves first, so the Pin the Prey will move the clone, and then the Wily Fighting will trigger with no fighters adjacent. So it saves Yanenga 1 damage there. So very good use of Pin the Prey. Even though the Archer died off, still some good value. And we see a Sly Monkey being tossed out from Chad.
So yeah, only 1 Sly Monkey left in his deck, and then 2 of those 72 transformation cards.
Definitely going to see a maneuver and an attack on Wukong here, considering that Chad only has 2 cards left.
I think we're about due for a double attack here.
Definitely. Ooh.
Perfect.
And you really like to see
Ooh,
that
that is
attack
rough.
into the plate mill there, because you don't really care what value goes into the first attack. It's going to be negated or reflected essentially, and then he's forced to respond to the second 3 value
Ooh.
volley attack to
Ooh,
follow up.
interesting.
Good one, though. He did have the defense to save himself some damage there, only taking 1
Yeah.
from the volley and getting to recycle a card here. Now he's got this is a really crucial decision, I think. Choosing either the Ox or the Phoenix is going to give away his long-term strategy for the rest of this game.
I'll take the Phoenix. So next turn, just maneuver, clog up, make sure Yanenga can't attack you in any way. Just heal back up.
He does take the Phoenix form. So looking to play the long game, not a race.
I think that's an interesting thing worth looking at with the double attack cards on all these characters as well. When you have that follow-up coming out, you're guaranteed to resolve whatever effect you're playing on your second defense card. So saving something like 72 transformations for that is really ideal.
That's a great point. Sometimes the bonus attacks, as powerful as they are, they can backfire.
That's what I think is really interesting about the varying types of double attacks in this box, is that, you know, you have ones like Achilles and Yanenga that are just straightforward attack values. You can kind of see what's coming, and then you have the flip side of that, where the double attack is more reactive to what the defender is doing with Mary and Wukong's cards. So just very dynamic double attacks in the box.
Yeah, definitely interested to see where Restoration decides to take that mechanic in the future.
Chad took a double maneuver instead of the maneuver and the Phoenix as I expected.
Yeah, I do
Because it's
like this because it gets him out of range of Yanenga's zone, like you had mentioned earlier, Sojourn.
but I mean, could have done this with just a normal maneuver and the Phoenix. Because right now, Yanenga's probably going to shoot the um, clone that's in range immediately. And yeah.
Yeah, Chad doesn't really want to give an opening to attack here. Needs to squeeze the max value out of those Phoenix forms, considering he lost some value on his 72 transformations earlier in the game.
At the same time, if Josh doesn't have the last surprise volley in hand right now, there probably aren't any attacks he really wants to throw into that clone.
So Chad really just carefully considering his positioning here. He knows the Stallion is at the bottom, but it's still very important. And a very small thing, but could have somewhat of an impact. I'm surprised he went to this bottom corner space green instead of the one right above it, because with no fighters above in the upper section of the green to threaten him, you know, if he were one space above, he has a quicker escape route if he decides to go up and to the left. So even minute positioning decisions like that can play a role.
Yeah, that's true, because now he's in a position where if he needs to make it out over the overpass or under the bridge, he's one further space away from it. And that could make or break him later with boost values.
Right.
Or he could just have bewilderment in hand.
He could. If he was one space above, though, if he had ended there last turn, he could take a double maneuver turn and claim this high ground space up towards the top right with the tri-zone.
It probably doesn't want to do that because of Jaws.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And we haven't seen any of the Jaws out yet, so...
No, and we know one is in Joshua's hand still. He has not played that Jaws of the Beast or the Momentous Shift we saw when his hand was revealed.
Yeah, still has some high value versatiles as well as 2 more double attacks sitting in the stack, so just waiting for the right opportunity to use those.
I think Wukong, from here on out, he really just needs to make sure that he's not getting attacked himself and that it's only the clones, because Yanenga still does have, I believe, 3 momentous shifts and some skirmish. Is it 1 or 2? 1 skirmish left, and those Jaws of the Beast, which can become 4 values or more. So Yanenga still has some heavy hits, and any bit of damage is going to be crucial on Wukong. So Chad's going to have to wall up really well with these clones.
No, he shouldn't move that clone, because if he moves that clone, this opens up for skirmish in.
Yep.
It looks like he heard you. He's second guessing his positioning a little bit here. Very good, yeah. Setting up a double wall there.
Yep.
Because Yanenga's going to attack into this clone anyway, or maneuver attack regardless, right? So this way you ensure that he has to attack first and maneuver second.
There's the last surprise volley.
Right.
Another thing.
So now, yep, go ahead.
Even without the skirmish, that surprise volley, if he had moved that clone, could have brought the archer back behind the clone wall.
True.
Yep.
Yeah, no additional archers coming back for Josh unless unless Chad decides that he doesn't want to discard a card if a shield formation comes out in the future.
The effect on surprise volley is returning an archer to a space in the opposing fighter's zone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he return it into one of the beige spaces?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like he went yellow.
That makes sense.
Because he attacked the clone that was beneath the clone to Wukong's left. It was in the yellow and white zone. Yep. So he was able to bring it.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So he must have returned it to beige brown,
Yep.
and then moved it left.
In
Okay,
Yanenga's current space, I believe. Yeah, that card can be a little bit tricky on the wording there because it changes the attacker priority as well as the positioning of the returned archer is a little bit strange.
Oh, look at the art on Phoenix form. So good.
It is. Look at that. I would be kind of surprised if that is... Oh, you know what? We actually already
We
did
know,
get
yeah.
the foil revealed for Wukong. It's not the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's fiery eyes that see.
I see.
I can show it on stream later.
I think the Fiery Eyes is a good one as well, though. Look at all the gold on there.
It is. It's beautiful on the foil. After seeing the foil, the normal card it pales in comparison.
Yeah.
And here we see the first tortoise form coming out, blocking the boosted 5-value momentous.
Wow.
He's boosting
Oh,
it with
wow.
a second momentous shift just to get it out.
That was a fantastic tortoise form use there.
Yeah,
That was
that
great.
significant.
Perfect. 2 shifts down just to kill a clone. That was very beneficial for Chad.
Yeah, kind of surprised actually. Why not
At this
just...
point, I think he might be starting to get a little concerned for Yanenga being able to deal enough damage. If he opts to take his last 72 transformations to get a Phoenix form back and heals up to 12, it's going to be a little scary for Yanenga here.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that he used the momentous shift as a boost over the tortoise form, because if he keeps the momentous shift, he could use it to attack again the next turn, which is in a way a pass in a sense, because you got to keep in mind that the deck counts are running low already, about 10 death. So keeping an attack to use as an attack could be pretty beneficial.
I agree. The shift is very good, but we know he still has that Jaws of the Beast, so maybe it was just a consideration of shift or Jaws, and Jaws is a little bit better on defense and has a little bit higher boost value, so maybe he values that more.
Yeah, still another Ox form somewhere in Monkey's deck. So wants to hold it as a good defensive option, maybe.
As well as, how many Taunting Laughters and Jingu Bongs do we have left?
There's one laughter and 2 Jingus.
Yep,
Okay.
I have the same
Well,
count.
there's a Jingu. Chad really not... He really doesn't like to use that card, it looks like. He's
No.
used it to boost multiple times now.
I think he did something similar in his game yesterday too.
But
No,
I
wait, that
actually
was Matt.
I actually think he needs those cards, because other than the Ox form, he doesn't really have that much offensive potential right now already.
I would agree.
It could be that
Yeah.
he's not valuing them because he's not bringing the Oxes back.
No, like in this case, I would have definitely preferred to use a Rui Jingu Bang rather than Infinite Strikes.
Ooh, the Taunting Laughter
Oh,
is
well
big
played
here.
by Chad there.
That's okay.
I do agree, though, Sojourn. I think the Rui Jingobong would have been huge, but maybe because of the way Joshua's been playing in the past, and he's seen that Joshua likes to take attacks undefended when he's above the Ox form lethal threshold, maybe he just assumed that Josh would just take it, and he didn't want to, waste a card there.
It is
So
an
there
interesting point, but
Go ahead,
Go ahead.
Gary.
all I was gonna say is, with Rui being a 0, it's functionally, if the opponent doesn't defend, it's just functionally a pass.
True. Which isn't the worst thing, but, getting an additional attack there with the Taunting Laughter did work out pretty well for him.
Yeah, I think Chad played that exchange very well. So he went in with the Infinite Strikes to bait his first high defense value because Josh is going to throw something solid. He doesn't know what's coming at him, so baits out the first Jaws with the Infinite Strikes, and then the Taunting Laughter went through the second Jaws. He just opted to take the damage and not discard a card, so well played from Chad there.
Yeah, likely he took the damage because we see the one with the land being played right here to immediately heal back up 2 of that 3 damage, since the 1 damage was pushed off onto the archer.
That is the last of Yanenga's healing now. So all of her remaining health pool advantage is going to be dependent on whether or not Chad wants to discard cards to shield formation.
Yeah, Josh is doing a good job holding those till we near fatigue, so it's going to be most likely Wukong will not want to discard his cards at that point. When you're sub 10 cards left in your deck, they become even more valuable, so really not going to want to toss cards away later, essentially allowing Josh to get 2 health back if he can bring that archer in.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Go ahead, Sojourn.
I think it's entered an interesting stage now because I think, as mentioned, it's definitely entering exhaustion. So what Joshua can do as his play now is to just hide in one corner, shoot down any clones that come his way, because there's no reason for him to go close and walk into a 72 transformations, and force Wukong to come to Yananga instead, because the clock's running out for Wukong too.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And if it goes to exhaustion, all the clones will die off, and Phoenix Form is no longer a viable card to use for any healing.
Yep.
It would simply be a blank pass at that point.
Be very interested to see what form he decides to bring back with his last 72 transformations.
That's right. And circling back to the shield formation discussion here, at this point in the game, with so few resources left available in both players' decks, every single card, you need to try to maximize the output of that card, right? So it's going to be a tough choice to even discard a card for the shield, and Chad might actually opt to let Yananga bring back an archer because, again, if it gets to exhaustion, the archer will also die off in a single maneuver.
Yeah, there's this weird threshold between, you know, the bottom 5 cards and getting those shield formations off, because like you just said, as soon as they hit exhaustion and he goes to maneuver, both of those archers will die to fatigue damage, so he needs to try and utilize them relatively soon.
Yeah, Chad definitely has. If I were in shoes, I would actually start going closer with Wukong, because right now Joshua's just going to shoot that clone that's right there.
Yeah, I do think it was a bit of a mistake leaving the clone there in range. I think if he wants to play a defensive style like this, maybe he should fully commit and make it hard for Joshua to attack and use that attack as a pass.
It's
Well,
possible what he's doing though is holding on to a tortoise form and trying to bait Joshua into attacking the clone in a 2-for-1.
I think that's fine.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Either the 2-for-1 or the clone lives, right? And then he can make an attack himself on the following turn.
Right.
But we see a double maneuver from Joshua. Going in range of the clone, I feel is a little bit risky here.
Probably has a good defense against the coming Ox.
He's probably trying to bait out, or not bait out, but rather entice the monkey to come attack. That way he can get a shield formation out here, would be my guess.
Yeah.
Intentionally putting himself in range so he can use that block.
It also could just indicate Joshua's mindset in his win condition here, and he may not think that he wins this game playing defensively and passively. He might think he needs to put himself in more of a centralized position on the map in order to pull off one last combo turn to get the damage on Wukong.
That's possible. He does have 2 Rain of Arrows and a Master of the Hunt left in his pool. So there's the potential for him to unleash 4 3-value attacks in one turn.
And that's huge. And Wukong does have some great defenses left. Those ultimate defense, the Bewilderment and the Chainmails, he's got one of each left.
Yes.
So, but again, that's only 2 attacks, right? It doesn't save you from all of it.
It's a divine.
True. If the Bewilderment's well played, though, against the
first one.
automatically, yeah, the bonus attack on the first volley, it'll save him.
Yep. So here we saw, was it the clone attacking the archer with high ground with the 72?
Yep,
I believe so.
And the last momentous shift used on defense is,
Oh wow.
I think, well done on Joshua's end. It was a little bit risky, but you got to think, you know, the clone is not going to hit the archer with the last Ox form. And there's only one Jingabong left threatening the archer defense there. So I think it was a good defensive shift. Chad really considering what he gets back here.
Yeah, they're really tough call.
I think an Ox would be good.
Yeah, Phoenix, again, I mean, it is a pass, though, and that matters a lot when we're getting down towards fatigue here.
Right.
Yeah, with 3 clones out on that heal, it's what? It's 2.5 passes actually, because it skips the current one. It restores 1 ping of exhaustion damage, and then it restores another half ping.
Right.
Unmatched terminology. We love it. Do you think this matchup is always this tight slash interesting, or do you think it's just this map? I think just it makes you think so much.
I think the map does play into it. I will say that a lot of the interactions in this set in general are very tight.
Right.
But the map is really well crafted for balancing these characters against each other.
I mean, the main thing is that both characters don't have any feints, so that's why you can see basically the maximum potential of each deck, which you don't usually get in other sets.
Also, I'm going to bring this back to that turn that Joshua could have used a momentous shift on offense for 5 value against Yanenga, or against Wukong after he defended with a blank 72. This game could look incredibly different if he had taken that opportunity to get some damage.
Oh, wow. Blocking a skirmish here with that other tortoise form.
Yeah, tough choice here for Joshua. Either 2 for 1 himself and kill off that clone, or just let it live. And with the Phoenix form we know in Chad's hand, that's tough.
That also means that the only remaining post-combat movement that Joshua has access to is 5 cards away at the bottom of his deck.
Oh, did
That's
he
right.
not move the archer along? Did he forget to move the archer?
Was that his last action with the attack of the skirmish? Or
Yes, he maneuvered first. He maneuvered Yanengo away from the archer across into that gray-white zone and left the archer there, surprisingly.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with that. Maybe he just forgot. But that just opens up the archer to another +1 attack, which is unnecessary, I think.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably planning to not defend the archer, right? Does he have any Divide and Conquers left? Actually, he does.
He
Yeah,
has one
one.
left, I think.
But there's no shifts, there's no skirmishes, and there's no Pin the Prey. So it's 1 copy of Divide and Conquer. If he doesn't have it, then maybe he just doesn't care because he's not going to defend the archer anyways.
Right.
True, he is out of any cards in his deck now. It's all down to Yanenga cards and 1 archer card.
Yeah, the archers are essentially just going to be either body blockers or damage mitigators here. No more attack or defense options left, really.
This might be the Divide and Conquer right here.
Gotta be right.
I think if I'm Chad at this point, I probably let this clone die off, and you might not even need to spawn anymore. Because the difference between 11 health and 10 health in fatigue is a big difference, because that's a whole maneuver of difference, since you take 2 damage to each. So I don't know that Chad wants to spawn any more clones, seeing as also all of the Phoenix forms have been used.
It's also whether or not Chad realizes that this is Divide and Conquer. Because if he's not
I
deck
mean,
tracking,
Well, it could be
then...
Yanenga, right? Do we know that it's Archer?
He said it was the archer attacking, I think.
Okay.
Yep, there it is.
But they are in the same zone. So it's only the 2 value Divide and Conquer, but
So it's blocked
that was
and
bad.
it pings.
That was bad.
at least the Archer's still alive as a body blocker right there, although this other clone to the right of Wukong can sneak behind and hit Yanenga.
Josh is going to need to do something here to bait out some of these ultimate defense cards. So he still has that, he still has his 2 action scheme, the Master of the Hunt left, as well as some double attacks. So I guess his idea here is he's saving up for a big combo turn when he nears fatigue, but he needs to make sure that those large defense cards, the Bewilderment and the other Chainmail, are out of play, or at least do something to get through them.
There's no way to ensure that because at this point, the clones are just getting in the way already. So maybe the best play right now is to wait for exhaustion to clear the clones, and then just power onto Wukong then.
He's leaving Wukong open here. That might be a big mistake. Leaving Wukong with the low ground. Okay, I like him discarding this Fiery Eyes.
Nice.
Because
Very
Fiery
good
Eyes
choice
is
from
not,
Chad.
it's not a pass since it draws each player a card. And it doesn't change the deck count for your opponent since you put one on the bottom and then they draw, but it does change the deck count for you by drawing yourself a card. So I do like discarding that to prevent the Archer coming back. Now Joshua has to choose whether or not he wants to take the 4 or defend it.
That's
he has
really
to defend.
significant because that's putting him 2 turns down on exhaustion if he takes this.
Yeah, I think he has to be. He has to defend.
Are his only defenses the point blanks, though, that he might not want to use on a clone here?
Well, if he has the other, I think if he had the other shield formation in hand, he probably would have played it
Yeah,
here.
I think it'd be a snap pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so his only other versatiles or block cards rather, yeah, just the 1 point blank and then the other jaws.
1 point
Yeah,
blank,
really.
1 jaws, and 1 shield. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah, Castalian Charge is 3 cards
That's
away
right.
still. And Wukong is sitting on
There's another ox in there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
he has 1 Ox left, 2 Sly Monkeys, a Wily Fighting, and then a Bewilderment and a Golden Chainmail.
Yeah, that's tough to deal with. Monkey has a really good set of options going
He
into the
must
last
only
couple
have
cards here.
1 Sly Monkey, because there's
1
3
Sly?
here. Yeah.
Okay,
I think he discarded 1 for
that's what it was. I was wondering where
something, I
that one
can't
had gone.
remember. All the transformations, all the Jingabongs, all the laughters, all the infinite strikes. There's a Wily Fighting, which could be crucial, actually. The Ox form. Bewilderment, Chainmail. Yeah, and the 1 Sly Monkey. That's all of his cards left remaining for the game. No recursion. Both players just taking a minute to check out the discard piles, make sure they're double checking their card counts, because this is a very, very tense game.
And I think he defends with the last jaws.
Yeah, looks like he just discarded it.
I think that's a good defense. I think that's the next best option to the second shield formation, which he obviously didn't have.
That's interesting too, because that takes the advantage of Golden Chainmail off the board. It just makes Golden Chainmail a blank 4 at this point.
Right.
The painful thing also is that jaws is boost 3, which would actually help in the defense against the Ox form or putting it over what do you call it, Tortoise. But I mean, if I were in that situation, I would definitely play the jaws also.
We see Josh maneuvering into melee range of Wukong here to get the high ground advantage, so probably wants to throw out a double attack to bait a strong defense here so he can get a combo off in his last couple turns.
Didn't Yananga start in this white-blue space?
I think the space to the left of that may be, not sure. Or
No,
maybe high ground.
No, I think John is right.
Or did he take a double maneuver turn?
I think it was a double maneuver turn.
Yeah.
It must have
Wait,
been.
isn't this setting up for Wily fighting?
Yeah, the Wily would hurt right here.
Interesting decision by Josh. I guess we'll have to see how it unfolds.
So it's quite interesting that the Rui Jingu Bang had such effect here. Rui Jingu Bang actually means a golden rod that can do whatever you want, and I think in this case it really did whatever Chad wanted.
Whatever it wanted.
It really put Wandering into quite a bind. Because it literally means Rui means whatever you want it to do, and Jingu Bang means a stick that's banded with gold.
That's interesting backstory. Yeah, he's using it to boost. He's using it to attack, knock cards out, doing everything Chad wants right now. So we see him taking a maneuver and setting up a great wall right here, making it looks like impossible for Yananga to hit Wukong himself. And he knows the Stallion is still 2 cards down, so I think now is the opportunity to go either a Wily Fighting to get that extra damage guaranteed since there's no movement effects, or even the Ox form, because if the last 2 cards in Joshua's deck are the Shield Formation and the Stallion, that means he has no defense, or 1 point blank actually, which is going to hurt.
Mm.
But you got to expect Joshua at this point is saving his other copy of Master of the Hunt to discard in order to boost his defense against the Ox.
Yep.
He doesn't want the actions because more actions means more cards drawn, more cards
Right.
used. He can't afford that at this point. So using that to save himself 3 damage is going to be really important.
Very tense right now. Card ordering and what offenses and defenses get thrown here are going to be crucial.
I really think it can still go either way now.
Yeah, it really could. Both players running out of resources, running out of damage potential, but that Stallion charge at the end could be huge. As well as we have one more Rain of Arrows for Joshua, is that right?
Yep.
Rain of Arrows undefended, that's 6 burst damage.
Rain of Arrows, isn't it? He's got 4 in hand and 2 in deck. My count says 2 Rain of Arrows, a point blank, a Stallion charge, a hunt, and a shield formation.
Yeah, you're right. So he guaranteed he has one of the Rain of Arrows. Wow, that's a big burst potential for Joshua left. So Chad really has to be considering that and play very, very carefully. Again, just do not let Wukong get hit himself. But what he's going to have to do is try to deal the damage to Yanenga before fatigue comes in, because Yanenga can deal with a couple of maneuvers in fatigue and burst Chad down with that combo turn.
At the same time, when Yanenga goes for that volley, she has to make sure that she's already burned that bewilderment. Otherwise, it's a free escape for him.
That's right.
But I mean, at this point, the bewilderment, it's definitely be played either way, so you just have to work through it.
So Chad takes a double maneuver instead of choosing to attack, it looks like.
Huh, that's strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. I would definitely try to attack with one of them just to avoid drawing cards.
That's right. You got to get those passes in while you can.
I wonder if he maybe didn't have the other Wily fighting or skipped playing it because he didn't want to pull out the shield and lose another card.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. He just doesn't feel like risking that at the moment.
I mean, when you think about Chad's position, he's got 1 pure attack card left that is hard to block, and then he's got 4 cards that could potentially be used for defense. He could just be turning to do a run-out defense here. Try to burn as much game time as possible and hold off Joshua, using the clones as body blockers and the defenses. He does still have 1 Sly Monkey left in there, so that's going to give him one opportunity to get a teleport away, and then Bewilderment gives him another full map teleport.
I think the Sly Monkey would probably be a good discard for the shield formation at this point if he wanted to go in for an attack, because once he hits exhaustion next turn, the Sly Monkey is not really going to give him anything. It'll give the clone, but the clone dies immediately upon maneuver. And with Yanenga being ranged, she's not going to end adjacent to Wukong in order for that clone to actually make an attack before it dies off.
You can see they're taking their time on these last couple turns, have to run through all the possible scenarios of if this, if that.
Yeah, there's a million different considerations running through these players' minds right now. I've been in the situation myself. It's very tense, and you don't want to mess up and throw the game at this point when you've played so well the whole time. So we see point blank attacking the clone. Was that right?
Yes, and
So
the
the
Wily
Wily
will
goes
trigger
first.
first there.
Yep, and then kills off the clone with the point blank effect. That wasn't too bad for Joshua. Yanenga herself only took 1 damage, going from 8 to 7, which again doesn't change the turn count with fatigue damage. And the archer dying off was probably inevitable. It was likely to die off anyways in fatigue. And killing off one of the clones is not super impactful, but getting that pass in for the attack definitely was.
So now, does he maneuver closer or away?
That's a great question, honestly. I think What if he even attacked the other clone in range? I know it would have to be with one of his Rain of Arrows, but it would be another pass, and I wonder if
Possible.
that's
Yeah.
worth it. But I gotta think he moves away, actually, because Chad has one card left in deck, so the clones are all gonna die off after his next maneuver. So he gets one maneuver, and if Josh moves away, the clones have to boost in order to be able to hit him. And Chad can't
Okay,
afford to boost, I don't think, at this point.
Yeah, he only has what, 4 cards left? 1 Sly, 1 Ox, 1 Bewilderment, and 1 Tortoise?
Yep.
One
chain
golden
mail.
chainmail.
Yep.
Oh, 1 Chain. Okay.
So I think he might be able to afford boosting with the Sly Monkey and hitting with the Ox.
Yeah, he has to hit with the Ox right now already.
But you got to think if he boosts with Sly Monkey and he hits with the Ox, it's going to end up being shield formation. So he either gives the Archer back, which honestly I think at this point might have to be the move, or you discard one of your ultimate defenses and you're left with only one against a
Yeah,
potential 2 Rain of Arrows still.
I actually think, I think this is Joshua's game to lose at this point. Because the double rain of arrows.
I would have to agree. I think he has the firepower to finish off Wukong.
Yeah, he could even do something cheeky like just stand and charge in, and Wukong will probably teleport right board, but then stand and charge will just bring you closer a little bit.
Though let's consider what happens if Chad double maneuvers here and it brings him down to 9. And now it's Joshua's turn to take the initiative, or else go into fatigue himself and go down to 5, in which case Chad double maneuvers down to 5. Joshua can double maneuver down to 1, and then Chad could go in for the kill. Or Joshua is forced to go from 5 to 5 health, go in on Wukong, who he knows has the bewilderment, and then face the Ox form.
Yeah.
It's true, if he forces Joshua in, the highest he can defend for is a total 6 against the Ox form.
Which is going to
So
matter
it would-
because it'll
yeah.
bring that turn count down by 1.
Yeah, that's why I would actually favor. But then again, double maneuver, would that be a safer play? Because
It's hard to say.
Bewilderment would be
Could even
Really
see a
depends on-
maneuver boost in to throw the Ox form. He knows he doesn't have the Stallion charge till next turn, so really tough end game here.
Yeah, I could not tell you the proper play here. This is so close.
Had some really great games yesterday and today. This is only game 1 of this whole series, so if the rest of them are this high quality, you're in for a great match.
Definitely.
You know, if Chad on his turn maneuver boosts in with Sly Monkey,
That's what
attacks
I was
with the
looking
Ox
at.
form, and then plays Keep Away and uses the Bewilderment to cross-map teleport him, he might have this.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Sly is going to be a throwaway card here, right? Probably for shield formation. Or, yeah, use it to boost, because you're throwing it away either way, right? So, I mean, if the Archer comes back, it's going to die in 2 maneuvers to fatigue. So, I think that's a viable option to boost in
What's
there and throw
important,
the
though,
Ox.
is he has to hold the Golden Chainmail in hand to discard to the shield formation. Otherwise, the Archer comes back immediately, and Unanga distributes 2 damage onto it. And then you don't have the lethal with Ox form and fatigue anymore.
Right, it is an immediate effect, huh?
So, I mean, it's going to leave Wukong with just the Bewilderment in hand if he does that.
That's what you're suggesting him to do right now this turn, right? He took the maneuver. You want to see the boost with Sly Monkey, hit with the Ox, discard the Chainmail, putting Unanga down to 6, and you just go from there, huh?
Yep, you just use the clones to cut off Unanga's shortest path until he hits until Wukong has to draw on the next turn. And then all he does is he sits back and takes exhaustion damage until Joshua has to come up and attack him, and he plays Bewilderment and teleports away.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. I really don't know who's going to take this one.
The tough thing for Wukong here is that regardless of what defense he plays, the second attack is going to come through, so he's most likely going to have to take that second attack undefended. He's not going to spend 2 cards to deal with the rain of arrows, but he has 2 copies left, so therein lies the predicament.
Yeah, and that 3 damage, definitely, it takes away 2 turns of fatigue damage, essentially.
Now, what's going to be really bad for Chad is if Joshua predicts that. If Chad goes that route and Joshua predicts it, Joshua could play the Stallion charge into what he thinks is the Bewilderment and get almost a free double maneuver off of that after combat and chase Chad down.
Right.
I mean, it's definitely going to, if he does attack Wukong next, it's definitely going to be with the Stallion.
There is a potential that attacking with Stallion, if he decides to hold on to the Master of the Hunt and attack, like move up into position, play the Master of the Hunt, attack with the Stallion as essentially first action, it can be used for the movement to chase Wukong no matter where he goes with Bewilderment and get that second and last rain of arrows attack in.
Well, the problem is if Wukong stays where he is and he does that, Chad's going to have to go into that white space or green space to attack Wukong, and if Wukong teleports back to top left purple, there's no way to catch him off the Stallion. You can't go far enough.
Yeah, but you can go pretty close, because the thing about this map, for me, it's not so much the +1 bonuses. It is actually a map that's very hard to hide yourself away from, because if you really count, you don't really need that many spaces, especially if you're using a ranged character to hit someone from the...
He took the second maneuver.
Wow.
To kill all his clones?
He does. He does take that maneuver.
Huh.
I wonder what his game plan is there.
I think he just wants to force Yananga in so that he can... I don't know. I think he wants to kite Yananga, and like right in this situation, if Yananga doesn't attack with the Stallion, Wukong gets to generate a clone adjacent to Yananga, get that Ox form attack, and then maneuver away.
I think moving Wukong up was a misplay there, though, because now Yananga came in, and no matter where Wukong teleports, I'm pretty sure he's in range of Stallion charge.
Yeah.
Though the Joshua discarded the Master of the Hunt to boost with, so it's not his first action performing this attack. So the Stallion being able to chase isn't as impactful.
True.
Joshua reconsidering his positioning here, which is definitely a big catch there, because he didn't want to start essentially adjacent to Wukong if he wants to spawn a clone. Or can he not make it that far? He can go 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he can't make it that far, actually. So Chad still has the Sly Monkey, even.
But I think, I suspect this, most likely this is going to be the Stallion.
I feel like it has to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you don't want the slide to trigger.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Both trying to outwit each other. But I think Joshua got a better end of this.
Definitely.
No, wait. Because now you can slide.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage as well.
Ooh. Actually, you know what? What about saving Sly Monkey for an attack here so that you're able to essentially get an extra pass? Well, then you'd have no defenses left.
Double attack from the high ground. Let's see it. Come on.
Will that close out the game? Joshua has what available for defense? He still has the
He has a Stallion
so it can't
charge.
be a double
Stallion and
attack.
shield.
No, I think he's just thinking what to use as the defense against the second the rain of arrows.
He could actually take the hit. If he's trying to close out the game with attacks, he can take the 3.
Yeah. In fact, Ox hit for what? Ouch, it's going to be very painful.
I think this is Joshua's game, but it's still so hard to tell.
Yeah.
If he defends with chainmail into the volley, then he has essentially 5 maneuvers in fatigue. If he doesn't defend at all, he then takes 3 damage. He only has 3 maneuvers in fatigue. So that's a big difference. That's a whole turn of difference.
Why would he put Wukong there instead of?
I think he's thinking he wants to use the Sly Monkey to teleport away into the furthest gray-green.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to win him the game, though.
Yeah, I think Josh is just gonna stallion charge here regardless, right? And then get in position to let off his other attack.
Yeah.
I think I would like to see Chad use the chainmail and then just take a double maneuver, put Joshua down to 5. And then he would be at, what, 5 as well. But Joshua's going to have to make an attack from 5 health with a boost.
See, I want to see him drop into the solid blue for the high ground. Probably defend. Or actually, I would probably say take it. Because at this point, he only needs to end the game with 1 health. Take the hit. Attack with the Ox form for 8. Because that puts Joshua in the position where, what, he's going to defend with Stallion Charge or Shield Formation and dump the other one. Wukong would go down to 6 health. Joshua has to attack him with Rain of Arrows. He pings him for 1 off the Stallion Charge. Puts him down to 5. Attacks with Rain of Arrows. Block with Golden Chainmail to stop half of it. Take 3, end the game with 2 health, and Wukong wins.
Still needs to figure out what he's doing to the second attack here, the volley coming through now. So he repositioned himself there with from the bewilderment initially.
Yep.
Deciding what he wants to do with that second attack. Sly
Probably
monkey
eat it.
time, or eat it.
Could Sly Monkey here. You're right. If he Sly Monkeys and drops down to the beige blue, it puts Joshua in a position where that clone is going to attack him. Well, then the clone's going to die afterwards, though.
Right.
Because if he attacks with the Ox form, he doesn't have a second attack for the Sly Monkey.
Right.
So the clone just dies and Joshua can move back in. I think he needs to attack with the Ox form with the high ground here to force the defense.
Yeah, I think I
Because
agree.
you can't let Joshua get 2 separate attack cards off.
So yeah, it's eating the second portion of the double attack there, so takes 3 from the follow-up volley.
I think it's the best call.
And here we go, uses the Sly Monkey.
What?
Oh,
Ooh, I think
into
that was a
shield
mistake.
formation.
I think he needed the Ox there.
What?
Well, Joshua doesn't move out of position though, but he didn't take the discard, so now he's going to be able to mitigate a lot more of that damage.
Well, that is true.
Huh?
Now the Ox is going to be hitting for 8. And Joshua either discards his last card, which he can't afford to do, or he's just going to take 5.
Right.
Which means he maneuvers in fatigue and dies. I think Chad has to hit right here with the Ox form, and I
Yeah.
think he wins the game.
So you defend
If
with.
he, ooh, I don't
Whoa,
like that play. I
what?
don't like that.
Huh?
Why would he do that?
He maneuver?
Don't know.
Oh, because of the stallion? Counter stallion? But I mean, at this point, you might as well use Ox already.
Because he dies to Stallion, plus the double attack, because he's only got 1 block, so the plate mail's only going to block the first portion of the attack there, so he feels like he has no other option but to maneuver away.
But now he's guaranteed to lose because the chainmail will die off to the bonus attack.
Right.
Yeah, if he had stayed put there and attacked with the Ox form, he would have forced Joshua to take a significant amount of damage because he can't afford to boost his defense. He would lose the clone, which was going to happen anyway, and Joshua would charge through him, dealing 1 damage, putting him down to 5. But then Joshua can only do 6 with Rain of Arrows, and he's going to block 3 of it, so he would win the game.
Right, because then Joshua would have to take a maneuver from 2 and die off.
Ooh,
Exactly.
Yep, that was the game.
I think Chad missed this.
Yep, just going to go through... Oh, wow. Does this change anything?
I don't think so.
Actually, it might. Because now Chad can play the
Wukong
chainmail.
still has to maneuver. Wukong still has to
Oh, that's
maneuver
right,
and die.
that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll die to maneuvering next turn. He'll take the 3 here.
Yep.
Plate mail's the second one. Starts his turn on
Yep,
1.
that's it.
No option but to move.
Wow. That Ox and the Stallion charge left in Joshua's hand. Such an incredibly close game. I cannot believe Joshua took it there. Let's go ahead and listen into the players for a minute.
This is the sort of thing where, with perfect information, you could actually do analysis and just play out every single outcome.
Yeah.
It is really hard because you were up on health, but I had more cards, I think. And with this and Ox form, it was kind of a toss-up. Do you lose cards? Do I lose cards?
Yeah. And Oxform, Oxform is such a good. I mean, it is such a good attack, but also like, and I've like it 7 is really good, especially if taken undefended. But
yeah, which I did.
Yeah, but I
Right.
mean, it is also like in this matchup, it also gives you the opportunity to boost. So as long as you
Yes.
have some other card, it's not hitting you for a lot. So, and that's kind
Yeah.
of how
I think
most of
you knew this card was at the bottom, which really helped because you could set up your clone wall
Yeah.
after that. I burned my 2-1s early, and then I really wasn't sure. I just had to keep poking. I had to make sure I didn't take another Ox form to the face. I
Yeah.
tried to set up a Master of the Hunt into 2 of these, but your Bewilderment and Slime Monkey just made it impossible. I had to boost with it in the end.
Yeah, I don't think I had a path there. I was really trying to figure it out, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you went for a really tricky one. I mean, if I played it wrong, would it have been any different?
Yeah, I don't know, because otherwise I boost and, I boost with one of my many clones, and I get them in here, and I've got the other one like here. And then I attack you. I boost with probably a Slime Monkey, and then I attack you, and I'm assuming you shield formation.
Yeah, I would have done that. I think you would have burned an extra card.
So, I would have.
That'll
I
definitely be
would've
one to go
that's
back
tough
and take a
because
look at for
then
both
I
of
would've
those guys, considering
attacking
all
you
the different
undefended.
routes. You could sit and look
Well,
at
I
that
did-
endgame
I
for,
would've still had my-
10, 15, 20
Yeah.
minutes like we were.
Yeah.
It's
I would've
still,
just had a
we
bewilderment,
didn't know
and
what was
you-
going to
I think
happen
you
until it
would've
did.
boosted
Very,
this
very
to
tight
just take the
finish.
one from
Yeah,
here,
because
right?
Joshua was sitting at 7 there.
I had Master of the Hunt at the time.
Yeah,
I would have
so I
boosted
think
with that.
You would have boosted with that, so you take 1 damage, you're down to 6. So
And
then
I
you
think
Wow.
you were out
What a
of-
finish there. That game literally was anybody's game up until the very end. And I think we did identify a win condition for Chad that he didn't see, unfortunately. But, Joshua played it really well the whole time, and he made sure not to make any mistakes in that end game, and he did close it out. So very well done by both players. It was really, really a tense game 1. And I would have thought that was the determining game, based on how tense that one was. So if that sets the tone for the rest of this match, it's going to be crazy. Now, we know that Wandering Caretaker, he got his win with Yananga, so he can no longer play Yananga, and so he is going to choose a new fighter for Game 2. And now, he cannot choose Wukong, so he's forced to choose either Achilles or Mary. So, Gary, who do you think Joshua is going to go with next?
Well, Joshua got the win just now. I could see him holding Mary until he has to come off of a loss. So I could see him trying to stay strong and go Achilles, maybe break Chad a little bit, get him a little bit more shaken.
Yep. I think that's really the only viable option, right? I think you don't want to just go Mary into Wukong, unless he wants to waste essentially the Wukong win against Mary instead of somebody stronger like maybe Achilles.
Right. I think that's definitely something to take into consideration. Yeah, just kind of essentially forcing the loss or forcing the hard matchup just to dispose of a more even matchup down the road. Just get that out of the way, and then you can kind of dictate what you want to do with Mary.
Josh won't
Definitely.
have control of it though, because if he picks Mary, Chad can just switch over to Achilles or Yanenga
Right.
if he wants to.
That's true.
Right.
He's not locked into Wukong. Yeah, it's a very interesting format. So Joshua has to pick first, then Chad gets the opportunity to either stay or swap. And I'm thinking then Joshua really he has to go Achilles, and I think Chad might actually keep Wukong for the next game into Achilles. That's probably his best shot. I know Yanenga can go pretty even, but it's really a toss-up on when Patroclus dies off, and it's hard to say. But
What map do you think Chad will go next?
Yeah, that's a great question.
yeah, it really depends on what his goal is for the matchups, right? If we're going to assume that it's going to be Wukong run back into Joshua's Achilles, then with both Sherwood and Yukon banned, he's looking for something else that's pretty corridor-like.
I would
Something
probably
like
say Sarpedon.
Sarpedon. He could wall
Yeah.
off the bridges with Sarpedon.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he plays to green-blue and walls off the bridges, the hard zone breaks in Sarpedon are going to make it really rough for Achilles to leverage his spear throw as much as he wants to.
Yeah, that was the final matchup that I played in my elimination games. I was Achilles into Wukong on that map, and it felt very, very difficult. Especially, I'm assuming that Chad is going to get position pick as well. So if
He
he
will.
opts to go first on that map, it's going to be very difficult right off the get-go for Achilles if that's the matchup we end up with.
Definitely. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see Soho again, like we saw yesterday. We saw Wukong have some success with Unmatched versus Chadicular on Soho. And even though Chad played that one very well from the Achilles end, it still ended up Wukong favored in the end. So I think that would be another pretty good map for that matchup in particular.
I'm
And
personally hoping we get to see Bloody Mary on Baskerville later today.
I think
Yeah, that's very fun matchup
Yeah.
or map character interaction. Yeah, very, very fun.
yeah, she has a lot of ways to sneak through the passages there on that map and reach opponents and trigger the jump scares. So definitely would be an interesting one to see. So I'm really eager to find out what our matchup is going to be. So before we get into that, players are taking just a quick bathroom break, I'm sure. That was a long one. So let's check out the how to play video for Unmatched for anybody new tuning into the stream and wants to find out a little bit about how we play this game. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. So there you have it, everybody. If you're unfamiliar with the game, that's Unmatched, and it's really a wonderful game. Very easy to jump in, very difficult to master. As we saw, the many, many different possibilities and outcomes that could have occurred in that last game. It was incredibly close, coming down to the wire, and it really could have been anyone's game up until the very last 2 turns. So we had talked a little bit about the new foils that are going to be given out as prizes. The top 8 players from this Release Rumble event all earned themselves their choice of foil card among the 4 new fighters. Now, 3 of them have not been revealed yet, but the Sun Wukong one actually was revealed at PAX U, the convention that was recently held last weekend, I believe. And some of those were given out, I believe, as bonuses to the first X amount of people who purchased the new set that they had for sale there. And Gary, I believe you got a copy of that for yourself, did you?
So I do.
Go ahead and show that off to the camera if we can get a good view of that here.
Shiny.
Oh, very cool.
Oh,
There we
very
go.
nice.
Let me fetch one of the normal ones out of the deck real quick. We'll show
Yeah,
'em.
good comparison.
Make the rest of
Oh
us
yeah,
feel
that's an excellent option for the foil. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it really is. That's night and day. That's a completely different look. It looks wonderful. Really excited to see what they choose for the other foils. We'll find out pretty soon. And, you know, congrats to all the top 8 players earning themselves a copy of that. And the winner of today is going to receive one of each of the new foils, along with their top 8 pick. So they'll end up getting a duplicate of one of them of their choice, as well as a free copy of the Battle of Legends Volume 2 set. So pretty great prizes here, thanks to Restoration. And really looking forward to find out what those other foils are. So that was cool. Thanks for showing that off, Gary. And it looks like we do have the matchup for the next game. So it's going to be Achilles Wukong, as we predicted.
Okay.
Now, what I know we've already talked about map predictions a little bit, and we had mentioned Soho, we had mentioned Sarpedon, and it did end up being Sarpedon. So, good call there, Gary. And as you said, Ethan, you personally had some experience in this matchup, felt pretty difficult for Achilles. So
Yep.
that should give Chad a pretty good shot at taking this game, too. You definitely don't want to be down 0-2 in a format like this. It really puts the pressure on you because you cannot lose any more games. And with the counterpick opportunity for the loser of the previous game, getting the map and the position pick as well as the fighter, it's really going to put Chad in a tough spot if he loses this one. So definitely looking to scoop up a win here. And let's go ahead and check out the deck. We can start off with Achilles since we have not seen him yet today. So Sojourne, you want to run us through Achilles?
Alright. Okay, so we'll just start off with Achilles' ability. So his ability is actually his sidekick, Patroclus. So the fun thing is that once Patroclus dies, all of Achilles' attacks gain +2. And every time he wins a combat, he draws a card. So that ties in with the whole legend of when Patroclus dies in combat, Achilles found out and he got very angry and just went on a rampage, killing everybody. So in a way, the fun part of Achilles is that it totally upends the typical playstyle of using a sidekick in Unmatched. So previously, your sidekicks were kind of, you want to keep them away sometimes, but if you're playing Achilles, you want to position Patroclus right up in the opponent's face, be aggressive with it, be aggressive with him as much as possible, and well, you'll be happy when he kind of dies. So in support of that, helping Patroclus die earlier, it's under Achilles' helm. So I think there are three. This is a 3 times card, and this is actually a very key card in Achilles' deck. Before, what happens is that if Patroclus is not dead yet, and if you hit Achilles, and if Achilles plays this card, it immediately swaps the positions of Patroclus and Achilles. And any damage that would have previously gone into Achilles will now go into Patroclus, which will most likely kill him, considering that Patroclus only has close to a third of the health of Achilles. So if you have a very big attack, and if you attack Achilles early, you are kind of wasting it. So playing around this under Achilles' helm is going to be a key component of whenever you're going up against him. So another good thing about this is that this card is that it is a 4 boost value, which just makes it even more versatile. because once Patroclus dies, you don't mind using this card as a boost for Achilles to get into range to hit the opponent in the face. So, why is Patroclus so scary by himself? It's because he has a lot of this, what we call auto damage cards, where it says deal 2 damage directly to both fighters in the combat. Doesn't matter if you win or lose the combat, it will just deal 2 damage to you. So if Patroclus goes up to you, if you don't have a card cancelling effect, yeah, even if you defended it well, you're just going to get 2 damage. So yeah, Patroclus is going to be very annoying with 2 of these cards. So another popular card in Patroclus arsenal is Brothers in Arms. So this is the famous Arnold Schwarzenegger and, well, the arm slap. So what this card does is that if Patroclus is not defeated and after the combat, gain 1 action. So Patroclus can just keep piling on the pressure on you. And the interesting thing is that this is an any card. So what this means is that once Patroclus is dead, this becomes a 6 attack that Achilles can just swing right in your face. Well, and you can't say no to 3 Excaliburs in your deck, so, well. And to round it all off, Achilles also have more direct damage in terms of two of these spear throws. So spear throws, as long as you share a zone with the opposing fighter, it deals 2 direct damage. No way to avoid it. And this has a very interesting interaction with another card in the deck, which is called Battle Hardened, which is the next one you see. So this is a versatile tool. You can use it as attack or as defense, but it has a very key ability in that choose a card in your discard pile and return it to your hand. So this could mean that it could recycle itself, leading you to more resilient. But it could also bring back spear throws, and yeah, you just keep throwing spears at opponent's faces. And this is very key in this matchup against Wukong because Wukong doesn't have any king. So all these battle hardens are guaranteed to go to bring back more spear throws or more Excalibur. And yeah, that's in a nutshell.
Very well said. And also, can we get the Wily Fighting card pulled up? I think this is an especially good card in this matchup because, as we can see here, Wily Fighting is a 3-value versatile. This says after combat, deal 1 damage to each opposing fighter adjacent to your fighter. And there's only 2 copies of this in the deck, but with that Battle Hardened that you just mentioned, you can recycle Wily Fighting in a pinch if needed. And Wily Fighting can be incredibly dangerous for Sun Wukong. He's going to have to be careful of that with his clone placement, similar to the Stallion Charge, although not quite as difficult to play around as the Stallion for Wukong, because they'd have to be grouped up adjacent, but still quite an important card in this particular matchup. So
Yep.
let's go ahead and take a quick look again at Sun Wukong for anybody who hadn't seen it before during the last game. I'll run through it pretty quickly. Wukong basically gets to, at the beginning of every turn, spawn a clone by taking 1 damage to himself, and the clones are his sidekicks that are essentially 1 health tokens. Now, all cards in his deck are any's, so the clones and Wukong himself can play any of the cards. His deck revolves around the form cards, like the Phoenix form here is probably the most important, being a single copy scheme that recovers 1 health for each clone on the board. So it provides a maximum of 3 healing every time you play Phoenix form, depending on the number of clones. And then you have Ox form for your big damage. A printed 7 is bigger than anything we've seen so far in the game. But it does allow the opponent to boost their defense value if they play a defense. Now, the trick here is the next card, Ruyu Jingubang, is a 0-value attack, but if the opponent did play a defense, then it triggers the bonus attack of Tricked You. So it's essentially 1 card that performs 2 separate combats if the opponent defends the first Ruyu Jingubang. And the Tricked You would be a 4-value attack hitting as that second combat. So the opponent often wants to not defend, because if it's Ruyu Jingubang, they take no damage and don't waste any cards. But if they don't defend and it's an Ox form, they're not able to boost it since they did not play a card, and they're taking 7 damage to the face like we saw happen in the previous game. So it's an incredibly tricky toss-up and makes Wukong very difficult to play against. And then we see 72 transformations being the 2-value versatile that will grab back the Ox form, the Phoenix form, or the Tortoise form as well. And What that does is give him a lot of versatility to pick a card back from the discard pile that fits the current situation, and with 3 copies of 72 transformations in the deck, provides a total of potentially 12 healing from Phoenix forms, or 5 7-value attacks throughout the course of a game, so it's incredibly powerful. And then Bewilderment, one of Wukong's ultimate defense cards. You've got 2 copies of this, which essentially prevents all combat damage, and then lets Wukong teleport to any space on the whole map after combat. Now, this effect can be cancelled, so in this matchup, it's important to note that Achilles can attack with feints, and if a feint is attacked with into a Bewilderment, it will cancel the damage prevention of Bewilderment and deal the 2 damage over the top. And if Patroclus has died off, the feint becomes a 4-value attack, so very threatening for Wukong, and a little bit worse in this matchup than the previous one into Yanenga, as we saw. Just because Achilles does have feints, so he can cancel effects, whereas Yanenga could not. So, very powerful deck with Wukong here, very tricky. And let's go ahead and take a look at Sarpedon, the map they will be playing. All right, so Ethan, since you've played this matchup personally, you want to give us the rundown on the implications here?
Right. So, for people who aren't familiar with this map, it's the one of the original maps that came out in Battle of Legends Volume 1. So, very classic map. You see it a lot in competitive play. So, the big key points on this map is going to be the bridges. So, the top one in the tan zones and the bottom one in the purple zones. You're going to see a lot of rotating play around these areas, if I had to guess. So, Wukong trying to wall off those zones, make it difficult for Achilles to get in and land any attacks on Sun Wukong himself, making him have to constantly knock these clones down to try and get in here. Pretty well-rounded map, but it's gonna boil down to how the players play around those choke points and the bridges.
Gary, you have anything to add about the map here? I know you had predicted this one would be played. I think you nailed it there.
Yeah, I just think that if Achilles, or rather if Wukong can keep the game towards the northwest side of the map and deny Achilles the really plentiful positioning for spear throw out in the middle, Wukong can make this a very problematic late game for Achilles, especially if he can deny Achilles the timing that he wants to kill Pat on his terms. It's going to be a lot more troublesome for Achilles than it might be on a little bit more of a balanced map.
I would definitely agree. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But I believe the players are set up, so let's go ahead and jump into Vorpal and see what happens.
Make it a fun grand finals.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, some will be a little bit more lopsided if you get that Marion home matchup, but yeah, just give it your best shot, and you never know.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, alright, where do we go?
Now Wukong definitely starting first.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because it gives Wukong the positional advantage here, and also the advantage that he's going to be able to have a sidekick at the ready before Achilles can make that charge in.
An army of clones.
It really does make a huge difference if Wukong starts first or second in terms of essentially his starting count with clones, because if he starts first and he double maneuvers with 1 clone up to 7 cards, often the opponent doesn't want to go in for an attack, and so he essentially gets to start off the game with both players at full 7-card hands, but having 2 clones on the board versus only 1 or 0.
Imagine if there were no limit to the number of clones on the board.
That would be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah.
Phoenix form would get so out of hand.
I am planning on maneuvering twice, so I guess I just
So So Chad just taking a double maneuver. It looks like, Gary, he might have your idea in mind. Just block off the bridges and hang back in that blue and green zone.
Yeah, I think he's going to have an innate advantage on the map here just by virtue of the fact that he's going to have 2 more bodies than Achilles can muster during the game. So there's even potential that he could put Pat in positions where he pins Pat just to slow him down.
Yep.
So we see Joshua taking an aggressive start, just moving up, not caring about the hand disparity, going for a Brothers in Arms kill, easy kill on the clone, which is very good because he does get that action gain and allows him to take another maneuver, put himself even closer up towards Wukong, and eliminate one of the clones.
I will start with the clone.
And it's interesting to note that in this matchup, oftentimes you want to avoid killing Patroclus, but I think from Wukong's perspective, you actually do want to kill Pat off as soon as you possibly can, because if you can do that, due to Achilles' ability of drawing cards every time he wins the combat, he's just going to have to fight his way through an endless clone wall and burn through his deck incredibly quickly along the way. So Wukong, the defensive style of game that we saw last game against Yanenga is amplified against Achilles. He's on a much shorter fuse than Yanenga is with all that card draw.
Yep, and especially because it's melee too, so yeah, no choice.
Yeah, he becomes a very linear fighter after Patroclus dies off. He simply has to maneuver and boost often every turn and just make attacks and fight his way through with his overpowered damage.
If this were Orc Storm, I would definitely play it because, quite interestingly, the Rui Jingu Bang kind of gets through the under Achilles' helm.
I'll attack.
Taunting Laughter going undefended. So Joshua keeping up that philosophy of, you know, if you're not going to die to the attack, you might as well take it.
Yep. I think it's okay.
And Achilles can afford better than other fighters to just take undefended hits because he has such a high starting health of 18, which is the highest starting health currently in the game. So Joshua immediately retaliating with an attack on the clone, trying to keep these clones in check and not let them get out of hand for Phoenix form, which is a very smart play. Although attacking with a Blessed by Hermes, it does let him get into Wukong to make another attack, which I really like.
Test for weakness?
Ooh, great
Oh, no.
bewilderment. Because even though Joshua's going to gain the action, Bewilderment is going to let Wukong get away, prevent all that damage from the 4, which is pretty good in and of itself, and allows him to teleport to the other side so that Achilles cannot make another attack with that action gained.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Josh, trying to take that opportunity to get in there with the Hermes and land those 2 attacks, but fortunately for Chad, he had the Bewilderment to reposition.
Yep.
But it's okay, I mean, yeah, you just have to work through all these Wukong defenses.
Yep. Kind of checking them off the list as you go through until you know you can get in there and deal some damage to him.
Right. I really do like Chad's positioning here, though, because he knows, it shows that he knows the matchup, right? He wanted to make an attack on Patroclus. He put Wukong just out of range of melee attack from Pat with that action gain, but now the clone essentially is an extension of Wukong, so it almost makes him like 3 movement range instead of 2, since he's able to spawn the clone in the adjacent space, take a maneuver, and still be in range when Pat started 3 spaces away from Wukong. Fantastic Jingu Bang here. Hermes not necessarily the card Joshua wants to be wasting because that's very important in the matchup, being able to move through opposing fighters with both of your fighters. But,
yeah, and he's already used both copies in the first couple turns here.
Ooh, and a skirmish as well. A lot of movement effects that are very valuable being thrown out early, but then again, it does get Patroclus up adjacent to Wukong.
Kind of pins Wukong.
Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, okay. So it was Patroclus who got attacked with the Jingu Bang.
think he's trying to just get in there early, use his movement effects before Wukong can kind of build up the sort of inevitable wall of clones, so he just wants to get in there and get some damage.
I like it. Great Battle Frenzy. You definitely need to pull these off. There's 2 of them, and it's guaranteed 2 damage since Wukong can't have any cancels. And it doesn't require adjacency, so... Joshua being very aggressive, but it might pay off in the long run. We're going to see how soon Chad can kill off Pat. It looked like Chad tried to click to take the damage for the clone. It doesn't look like it went through. Did anybody catch that?
Yeah, it looks to me like he's still sitting at 12, which is, I think, where he was before he spawned the clone.
He hasn't taken any damage in combat, right? He's taken the 2 auto, 17 down to 15. He's spawned 3 clones this game, I believe.
Yeah, Tristan in chat says it should be 1 less also.
Yeah, I do think it should be 1 less.
Yeah, that's what we're asking. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, so I take a damage.
All right, we're good. They took the damage.
And I drew my card from maneuvering.
Yeah.
So I'd expect to see another attack here on Patroclus, and Chadicular probably moving Wukong, away from Achilles' single maneuver range. And although Pat has used a lot of the good movement effects early, it did pay off getting that Battle Frenzy. And Patroclus doesn't really have that many good cards to defend with, so it might have been Joshua's only options.
Undefended taunting?
Taunting Laughter yet again undefended. Oh, he's boosting. He really doesn't want Achilles to reach him. Maybe he's going for an Ox form kill right here. Wow.
Wow.
A big whiffed turn here from Chad. I mean, he spent the card to boost into position only to get the Jingubong to go undefended. I think that was a risky attack option used because Pat being only at 4 health and not having a lot of good defense options to begin with. Ooh, that hurt. And then a good maneuver spear throw from Joshua.
Yeah, now we kind of see he's using Achilles to body block for Pat a little bit, so was able to maneuver him in there with the Hermes, get off some good auto damage with the Battle Frenzy, and then kind of keeping him safe for a while. Doesn't want him to get killed off quite yet.
Yep.
Clone War fully online. All 3 is up.
Yep. Monkey King Sandwich is ready to go.
This game changes completely once we see the Phoenix form come down.
He is sitting pretty low on health right now for Wukong, so if you don't see it come out in a couple more cards, he might have an opportunity to actually just kind of force the issue and get in there.
Yeah, because he suffered 2 direct damage from the Battle Frenzy, another 2 from the Spear. Was that a Spear through?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. That was 4 already, plus 3 more from the clones.
Great feint right there into the Infinite
Great
Strikes,
feint.
denying that action gain.
I think Joshua has to load out on cards a bit. Yep, saw the double maneuver to load up Achilles' hand.
And now with the full amount of clones on the board, you'll probably see Chad put them in position on the bridge and have one sort of run out in front to go be the damage dealer, is what I would assume.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Looks like he's loading up his hand too, wants some better options before he goes in to make a play.
I think Joshua also kind of hoping to draw into his Patroclus only cards. Oh, which he does. And he does use it to boost. And it's interesting because that card just it's a good card to boost because it deals 2 self damage to Patroclus but makes it a 5. But in this case, you don't want Patroclus to die that early, so might as well just use it to boost.
See a Battle Harden coming out here. Maybe Josh hoping to recycle that Spear Throw early on and put Wukong low before that Phoenix form comes out.
Possibly.
Battle Harden is already in play. That would be a great opener for Josh.
Yeah. A Wily into a Wily. So the
So the
good thing
clone
about
will
Battle...
deal its counterattack damage and then die to the secondary Wily from Achilles.
One good thing about Battle Harden in this matchup also is that can cycle into itself, which means that you can just keep using it to attack clones. Because the thing about clones is that it sucks up your cards to go and attack them. But
Right.
if you just hitting it with Battle Hardens and Battle Hardens, and well, at least you don't really waste your stronger cards.
And it's looking like Chad's a little concerned about his health pool right now, opting not to spawn a clone at the start of this turn.
Hmm. Oh.
Just taking a laugh at his dog. I believe his name is Ty, bouncing around in the background on his bed. So clone attacking into Achilles here. Just throwing all these Patroclus away. Does not care about discarding the card to negate the damage. And the Wily counterattack will kill off the clone there. So running low on clones and health early into the game for Chad here.
Yeah.
Definitely could pose some problems for the late game, but again, we haven't seen the Phoenix form come out, and that could definitely change the game once that does.
Yeah, but I think it's fair. You can't play Wukong with the expectation of drawing Phoenix form that early as well, because it's end of the day it's just a one-off.
Right. He did hit the halfway point through both players' decks, so they're at 15 cards remaining in their deck. So we did see it come out around that point last game for Chad. So yeah, just waiting to see when it pops up now.
I'm surprised to see Chad backing off so much because with both of the Hermes used, he doesn't have to worry about, you know, Achilles sneaking behind the clone wall defenses. So I'm surprised he didn't put them further up, just blocking the bridges, so he could at least threaten Joshua with that 7-card hand that he has.
Yeah, I liked his positioning a little bit better in the prior turn when he was on the brown, tan, and purple tri-zone, and then can kind of send clones both directions from that spot to occupy the bridges, but he's feeling a little unsafe, I guess, so he's going to sit back.
I know Chad's a fantastic player, you know, to make it to the finals shows a lot, and we've seen fantastic play from him so far, but he might be a little bit shaken after that loss in the last game. And also knowing that Joshua is a very experienced player that he might not have played against much, if at all, and Joshua's been in this situation before, so I wonder if that mental state has a little bit to do with the almost more scared style of play that we're seeing from Chad here.
Interestingly, he could Fury Eyes away the under Achilles helm and make Achilles utterly defenseless.
Yeah, that is a good option, although the problem with that is Fiery Eyes forces him to draw a new card immediately, so you can't totally count out, you know, the fact that he might not have defense.
Oh, he used it to throw away the
Battle Frenzy.
2 direct damage.
I like that choice. It's likely that Patroclus will die off before the end of the deck hits. So,
Right.
and even if he does make it, it's got to be his very last, essentially his last maneuver before fatigue in order to pull off that Battle Frenzy. So I do like that choice.
Yeah, the under the helm is his largest boost value, so he can move for 6 if he maneuver boosts with that, and then if he gets Patroclus in there to do another 2 auto damage off of that card, it would definitely not put Wukong in a good position. So I agree with that decision as well.
And I was going to say, we haven't seen any Sly Monkeys, unfortunately. You kind of want those more towards the early game when your health isn't so low because you're not as threatened and you feel okay playing a 2-value defense and generating some free clones. But now he either has to defend with a low-value defense to get those free clones with the Sly Monkey, or he has to put Wukong himself in danger to attack with it. And with Achilles having feints, being able to potentially cancel that, it's very, very risky. So the Sly Monkeys are going to be much less effective in this game, it looks like.
Josh did find his second copy of the Spear Throw, so another 2 scheme damage being dealt to Wukong.
That means as soon as the Battle Hardened is found, he can immediately take back a Spear Throw, and then the second Battle Hardened can loop for as long as it needs to, and then take back the last Spear for a total of 4 more auto damage, which is very, very threatening for Chad. He's got to be a bit concerned of his health total here. Although as long
I'd
as
like to
he's
see
careful with
him-
his clone wall, I mean, he can't just get unexpectedly attacked.
Right, and he knows that Achilles only has the 1 helm in his hand, potentially another versatile that he would have drawn into, and it looks like a feint coming out. But yeah, I'd like to see him just get aggressive with the clones.
Definitely. He's going to need to make some plays.
And another feint into the infinite strikes there. Really unfortunate for Chad.
Ouch. But feints used on infinite strikes are not feints used on 72s later in the game if he can
That's true.
stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, but they're also not feints used on Ox forms.
That's true. That's what Chad wants to see, but can't always get what you want.
Alright, with Chad's Wukong's life so low, time to clear out some clones too.
I think it's time for Chad to start defending the clones, honestly. Both Wily fightings
Yeah.
have been used, and so there's
Yeah,
no
he
auto
really
damage.
can't. He really can't afford to keep losing them here. If
Oh,
he's
he
not
can.
getting any regenerative value out of them at this point, he's just shredding HP away off of these clones.
I would have liked to see Achilles even go in for a boosted attack he could have on Wukong there, since he gained the action from the battle, or from the Brothers in Arms. Although we know his hand is pretty low on defenses, most likely. So just taking the safe route. No need to rush. He's already got the advantage. Just keep it, hold it. He'll win in the long run.
What is Wukong's discard pile looking like right now?
3 Taunting Laughters use, Bewilderment, couple of Rui, Jingle Bangs. Oh, 1 Tortoise form was used. I missed that.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Fiery
only form
now.
card, 1 Fiery is Slime Monkey Wily. Yep.
With all 3 Laughters, 2 of the Jingle Bongs, and 2 Infinite Strikes used, I think Joshua feels pretty comfortable defending from now on, so that Ox form is not likely to do much damage, especially considering that the Helm can be used to boost the defense of 4 points to
Yep.
most likely fully negate the Ox form.
Not looking good for Wukong.
Yeah, Josh just had such a stellar opener with both of those Hermes in, being able to get off one of the Battle Frenzies, all while keeping Patroclus alive. He couldn't have had a much better opener.
So this positioning from Chad does leave him open to a boosted maneuver from Achilles to reach him.
Ooh.
No, there's no way it's going to win, right?
Yeah.
He's going to boost it up, yep.
Okay, yeah.
We could have seen the Achilles heel backfire, but of course, starting at a 4 base value and Joshua having high boost values in hand fully negates that Ox form.
But why did he boost it with the test for winners and not the under Achilles helm?
Maybe
I
he.
think
just
you want
wanted
to save the 4 value for extra maneuver spaces, and what you're concerned about is if you enter rage mode, that's essentially going to be 2 card draw down the line when Achilles is powered up. So maybe that's why.
I don't mind going to rage mode now already.
Yeah, you think he'd be okay with that? He has a
Yeah.
pretty substantial lead. I think he would be alright too, and he's about 10 cards left in deck.
I think Chad this turn really wants to defend this clone and then get some attacks on Achilles with him only having 2 cards in hand. He's going to have to maybe just push that hand advantage on Achilles or try to kill off Pat to knock Achilles' hand down to nothing and get some damage in.
Yeah, I actually think it's all damage needs to be on Achilles now.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Chad here. Looks like just a little bit of connection issues, but he'll get back in shortly, I'm sure. Now, Wukong is down to 4 health, and both Battle Hardens are still remaining in the deck, and with no cancels, they're guaranteed to work. So he could, all he needs to do is recycle the Spear Throw twice with those 2 Battle Hardens, pull them off on
And
Wukong,
trade
and
it.
it's game over.
And pray that Phoenix Form isn't drawn.
Yes. Chad's really going to need to defend this clone, probably spawn another, and ideally get the Phoenix form on his next maneuver.
Okay, so we do see the Golden Chainmail coming out to block the second attack from the test for weakness, so really wanted to keep that clone alive, like you said, John, so just keeping him in there. Hopefully he can let off a couple attacks next turn with that clone.
Yeah, oftentimes people save those ultimate defenses for Wukong himself, but in a situation like this where your health is so dangerously low, you really can't afford to be just letting them die off easily.
Chat has to be careful because Wukong is within under Achilles' helm boostable range.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Yeah, hopefully I'll slide this clone in front here.
Yeah, he has to be
Or he's-
very careful with his positioning.
Or let's just move Wukong because it's vulnerable to a 6 movement maneuver from either side.
So he will jump Wukong behind that clone there.
Yep.
So taking a double maneuver there, hopefully he'll be able to draw into that Phoenix form sometime soon is what he's hoping for.
Now 8 cards left in both decks.
I wonder if it's even just too late for the Phoenix to make enough of an impact.
Hmm.
We haven't seen any transformations come out, have we, really?
Not at all. He since he made the
Oh,
clone there, I think
wow.
he drew the Phoenix.
He's got to have it, yeah.
Yep.
There we go. So yeah, bottom third of his deck. Unfortunate, but it wasn't the last card in his deck, so...
Yeah, he really needed it right here. Because now he's free to make an attack with that clone. Achilles having 1 feint remaining. If he has it, he probably throws it. Nope. It's going to be the Battle Hardened, which is the perfect defense for Jingubang.
He does reclaim 1 copy of the Spear Throw, so loading up on some more scheme damage for Achilles.
Okay, Skirmish fully blocking tricked you. I think we're gonna
Boost
see the
to
spear.
spear.
Yep.
Spear the monkey.
Yeah, gotta keep him low.
Now Chad really needs those 72 transformations.
I mean,
Is
definitely-
Josh holding 1 more? Is there 1 feint left in Achilles' deck?
Yes.
I believe so.
Is there
Okay.
1 more skirmish as well, or
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, one skirmish, 1 feint left.
What card got fiery eyes earlier?
Battle Frenzy?
Battle Frenzy.
So we know that's at the
Battle.
bottom of the deck.
Okay.
That's another 2 direct damage.
Here we go. Great interaction for Chad. That's what he needed. Simply a 72 getting back the Phoenix into the Achilles heel, wasting that big 4-value defense. Heal is actually incredibly good in this matchup because the only thing that will hit over the heal is the Ox form, but having the ability to boost, it makes it pretty easy to fully negate the Ox form and deny that action gain for the opponent.
Right.
If there's a skirmish, is there one skirmish left? I know I just asked that.
Yeah, I believe so.
Or is there two? I was going to say this has got to be a skirmish here.
Right.
Surprising to see Achilles back off, though, and not actually move
I think
in.
only 2 cards left. 2 cards left, so I guess he was needed to load up a bit more.
It's starting to turn around a little bit because Achilles is nearing fatigue. But so is Wukong, but these Phoenix forms are really going to help with passes.
Needs to make
And
sure he can get one of these clones in position to attack with the 72 for next turn. 'Cause he's maneuvering and probably going to Phoenix here.
he's
Like to
leaving,
keep it so he doesn't have to boost with any of his cards to get in position.
Yeah, I was going to say he is leaving Wukong open to a boosted maneuver, but maybe he just doesn't care because of the hand disparity.
Okay. So we'll do that, and then I will pop another.
So we are going to see the other Phoenix here. 3 more healing. Slowly evening up the health. Because he can still get 2 more Phoenixes, which puts him up to 12 effectively.
Yeah, one problem with Patroclus not dying early is that it can be difficult for Achilles to deal enough damage
Right.
without the +2. Which is
Yeah.
why I'm actually a proponent of Patroclus dying, or at least about when you have at least 20 cards left in your deck, if possible.
Have we seen any of the helms come out yet?
No.
I don't
We know
think
we have
so,
one.
no.
Still saving for the Oxform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to
I
use them
mean,
to boost maneuvers or boost your defense, I think.
Achilles does have access to the infinite battle hardened, but with the direction the game's going with Phoenix form, Achilles is critically low on offensive options right now.
Yeah. And there's just not really enough time, I don't think, to be able to take advantage of that battle-hardened loop, right? You want to do that when you can get a lot of attacks in, but at this point in the game, getting so close to fatigue and running out of resources, there's not that many attacks you're going to be able to make.
Yeah, Wukong also just an insane fatigue fighter for many reasons. All the regenerative skills that he has, but also the 72 transformations bringing the scheme back into his hand and essentially allowing a pass while healing just does insane wonders for the fatigue game.
He is great leading up to fatigue, but you got to remember too, if it actually makes it to fatigue for Wukong, it's a big problem for him because he can no
Right.
longer use his clones.
Yeah, he effectively becomes a low health fighter with no abilities.
So here we need to
Yep.
see if he's going to feint. Yeah, the 72. Yeah, good move by Chad, not allowing the 72 to get feinted. So ensuring that he'll be able to get that Phoenix form back 2 more times if he desires.
Yep. Achilles running dangerously low on resources in general because although it might not, his ability isn't going to be as impactful, but the 2 random discards being knocked out of his hand if he draws his last 2 cards, that's literally all the remaining resources in his deck, and those 2 random discards could just tear it apart and give him not nearly enough damage output if Wukong is able to sustain.
Yeah, if the battle harden gets hit, I think that's it.
I actually think there's no way out for Achilles at this point. He can't do enough damage.
72 into the battle hardened. Very good call there. So he is going to begin recycling the battle hardens until he deems it necessary to pull that scheme back.
That Phoenix recycling yet again.
Wukong's still sitting on one of each of his defensive options as well.
Yeah, if he's able to get his other 72 off and recycle that Phoenix form before he reaches exhaustion to ensure the additional 6 healing, I don't know how Achilles is gonna be able to deal lethal damage here.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough cards left to do damage. That's the problem. Yeah,
Do you
that's the
think
real
there's a
problem.
point here in which you can try and kill off Patroclus, or it's too risky at this point in the game losing 2 cards? I mean, I don't think he's gonna have enough gas left either way.
Yeah, I don't think there's need to even do that.
We're going to see the Phoenix yet again. That's Phoenix number 3 for max value so far.
Yep. 9 healing. What a recovery.
So he's he's effectively right now starting at 17 plus 9, 26 health fighter. Could go up to 29 if we see that recycled one more time.
My word.
Yeah, I think Achilles needed a +2 bonus damage earlier.
Yeah, people like to talk about the health pool of Achilles and Arthur, these big, beefy fighters, but Wukong is just in a league of his own in terms of overall potential healing and health.
He really is. And not only the health, but think of all the attacks that the clones have taken undefended that is excess damage just wasted.
Yeah.
And look at the deck counts here. Without Patroclus even dying off, we're looking at 1 for Achilles and 4 still for Wukong. Those passes
just
from the
the
Phoenix.
constant
they've been adding
recycling
up.
of the Phoenix.
Adding up a lot. And all the 2-for-1s that Wukong can do throughout the course of the game really puts him in a good position in terms of deck counts and overall resources here in the late game. We're looking at 8 cards remaining overall for Chad, whereas only 6 cards available for Achilles, 2 of which will get knocked out of his hand once the ability kicks in. Great Sly Monkey defense there, keeping that clone alive against the Battle Hardened.
Yeah, great usage of that card there. Not many other uses except to block the battle cycle hardling at this point in the game.
Yep. Often very risky to use to defend a clone with because it's simply a blank 2 since it doesn't trigger the effect. But it is the perfect card here for that situation.
Yeah, there's no way because when exhaustion kills Patroclus, Joshua still has to discard 2 cards.
True.
Yeah, it's brutal.
So I know you're supposed to keep Patroclus alive, but I think, especially in this matchup, but I think Joshua did it a bit too much for this game.
Yeah, you often want to use Patroclus to kind of bully Wukong and hit him with those cards like the Battle Frenzy and even the Day of Your Doom and just keep threatening Wukong. So he doesn't want to defend with low value cards because if it's Day of Your Doom, it could be a 5 value attack. And even if you use one of his ultimate defenses like the Chainmail or the Bewilderment, the Battle Frenzy can still deal 2. So it's a big mind game that Patroclus puts on the Wukong player. Joshua drawing his last card here. And you cannot avoid Achilles' discard ability in Fatigue because Patroclus will die off with a couple of maneuvers. So his 6-card hand is going to be knocked down to at least 4. So he really only has 4 more cards to play.
And the dangerous thing here too is every card that he's playing at this point now is just making it more likely that he's going to lose the Battle Hardened to the random discard.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Josh's opener was, almost impeccable. He played it about as well as he could. And now you're finally seeing Wukong in the position to do what we had discussed earlier, where he's blocking both entrances on the bridge. He has one on the other side, It took a while for him to get to this state, but once he kind of reaches this point where he sets up the net, I don't know what you can do as Achilles.
No, I think it was the critical mistake for Joshua was in the mid game. Yeah, I think that was when Patroclus needed to die.
Yeah, he had him camped out in the gray bottom left corner for a while. You'd like to see him move him in there and kill him off, you think, a little bit earlier on?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Yeah, because he had such a good opener, but then he kind of just ran out of steam because he had to take a bunch of double maneuver turns. He didn't have a lot of cards in hand, and then Wukong
Right.
was able to just sit back and build up this clone wall and this hand advantage, eventually leading to the Phoenix form cycling because Achilles had to back off on the pressure since he just ran out of steam with his hand count.
So here's the real question, John. Joshua loses this one, Achilles stays in his pool. Chad loses Wukong, Joshua gets map pick. Is Joshua going to throw this game now so that he controls the next round and gets a win with Mary?
Nah.
Well, I don't know at this point if he even has the choice,
Yeah.
right, of throwing the game. It's almost it's
I'm
probably
saying towards the mid game, could he have made that call?
Oh.
That it was a better idea for him to lose this with Achilles to take Wukong out of the pool.
I don't think so, just because I think the 2-0, the pressure that puts on Chad, I think
Yeah.
is greater than the benefits that he would gain from getting Wukong out early. It is always interesting to consider things like that, though, because you never know what's going on in the players' minds. And as we saw, like yesterday in Joshua's semifinal, he chose an unfavorable map to essentially throw game one with Mary into Wukong on Sherwood because he knew that once Wukong got that win, he was against Baked Goods, and now Baked Goods could no longer choose Sherwood the rest of the match. So he knew he was going to lose the matchup most likely anyways, so he picked a map just to pretty much get an additional map ban, which is a very high-level move.
Yeah, that's some high-level tournament play that you're only going to see from experienced players such as people like Josh or yourself who've participated in multiple of these events.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this competitive play, even outside of the game itself, the pick ban phase and all of that.
Chad does have perfect knowledge now, so just mathing out all the possible decisions that he has to make, making sure he just closes this game out.
Yeah,
think
there's
that-
no feints. If he's got the 72, he's got to throw it here, right?
Might as well.
I would think so, yeah. You want to get the full value out of that last Phoenix if that's the form you're going to opt to recover. That way you just ensure the additional 3 heal.
I'll take it.
Taking it undefended.
Wow, it looks like he doesn't have the 72. I'd imagine if he had it, he played it 100% right
Right.
there.
Must be buried. Because you're going to assume that's battle hardened for that Achilles is throwing out, keeping the cycle going.
Yep.
So I'll go ahead and
I don't know that it matters. I think Chad simply... Well, he didn't spawn a clone, surprisingly enough, actually, because... well, I guess Wukong does have Bewilderment left. And both Battle Frenzies have been thrown out, so Bewilderment will guarantee to save himself damage.
Nice. Bringing Patroclus down to 2 health, so guaranteeing Patroclus' deaths as soon as fatigue gets triggered.
Now, what do you think about taking back a Feint with that Battle Hardened and hoping it doesn't get hit out of the hand so that Feint becomes a 4 damage attack over Bewilderment here?
Viable choice. It's risky ultimately, but it would be an interesting choice to see it play out.
I feel like it's the risk he would need to take here to win what looks like an unwinnable game. We're going to see Pat die off to fatigue, and so that is going to kick in the 2 random discards. Card number 4 is one of the many helms sitting there in his hand. Ah, and the battle hardened.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's game.
Yeah, that's probably going to seal it for sure. No option to bring back the spear throw. Can't continue cycling both of those attacks.
Yeah, Wukong definitely has the defenses to eat a 3-5 combo.
Wukong's going into fatigue himself, though. He has the 72. That's going to be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, he just brings the clone
you know
in
what?
here.
There's no clones, really. I think at this point, he probably just takes back an Ox for him.
Yeah, no point to recall the Phoenix form at this stage in the game.
Unless he wants a blank pass, but I really don't think. I mean, it could be worth it, but
I mean, ultimately, he only has to defend against one attack action.
yeah.
Oxford. Yep.
Oof.
2 boosted by 4 up to 6. Gonna look at 1 damage from the Ox.
Yeah. So maneuver and attack.
Yeah, he just
Right.
defends here with the Bewilderment or the 72. He knows what attack this is. I don't remember what the last card is available. Test for weakness. So it'll be the perfect defense because Achilles will draw 2 cards here, and then Wukong simply takes the Phoenix. He could maneuver away, and that's it. Oh, Achilles even taking the damage there with the 5 value. Relentless Assault over the Chainmail. Keep in mind that Test for Weakness gets both parts of the attack buffed up by 2 with Achilles' ability, so it's a 3/5. And the Ox will seal the game right there. Wow, so let's listen into the players and see what they have to say about this
That
one.
Phoenix form, it was hard to stop.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have gone a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, right there, I was pretty worried for a good portion of that early game. And
Josh
I
played the
was, yeah, I was
opener
pretty worried. And
spectacularly. It was just that
then,
one
I got
decision
my
in the
Phoenix
in the
form, I would
early
say, at
early
just the
mid
right
game
time.
when he kept Patroclus in the blue gray zone in the bottom left area for quite some time. Maybe like Sojo was alluding to, just pulling him out earlier and just accepting the fact that you need to get that extra buffed attack in there to finish off lethal damage.
Yeah.
If I could have buried your battle hardened, that would
Yeah,
help.
Yeah, he
but
never
it was
got that
pretty
fiery
buried
eyes.
already.
It was,
think.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, then obviously hitting that at the end there really helped me out.
Yeah, because recycling spear throw just gets cancelled out by Phoenix form, so I need about 8 damage from both these recycled and 2 damage from this and some other hits.
It's some change, yeah. Just most of the other hits, from my experience, has come from just clone assassination.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, how much of a break do we?
All right, so that was a pretty explosive start from Joshua, but he unfortunately wasn't able to keep up the pressure, and he did burn out in the end, and Wukong got the win. So it is quite a Wukong favored matchup, not by a ton, but I would say he has the advantage, and it showed right there. When you get the Phoenix form early enough, you know, it just makes a huge difference in the game. So we are going to see the match count going to 1-1. Or game count, I should say, for the match. And so it's still anybody's win here. But Joshua does get the advantage. He gets to counterpick Chad. So Chad gets to choose. He cannot pick Wukong anymore. He also cannot pick Achilles. So he's forced into either Yananga or Mary. After he picks one of those two, Joshua can choose to keep Achilles or choose the other remaining fighter. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do, but still anybody's game. And we are going to let the players take a quick break for a snack, and we're going to go ahead and swap out some commentators. So before we sign off, Sojourne, I know it's bedtime for you, so you want to make any comments or anything before we switch off here?
I think it's anyone's game, and you can definitely see Chad rise up to the challenge. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to wake up later and find out the results. So definitely gonna be, yeah, the games coming up definitely gonna be pretty interesting. So those watching, stick around. Yeah.
Definitely,
All right.
definitely. All right,
I would say,
Sojourn.
but I would say good afternoon to you guys. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah. That's right.
Bye.
That's right.
Take
And
care.
then, Ethan, how about you? Any last words before we swap out commentators?
Yeah, just great games. Thanks for having me on. Very tight matches so far. I mean, you could go back and watch both of those to study just these matchups in depth a little bit more. But yeah, Honestly, just hoping for some more good matches, seeing some unique map choices or something come out, or some little gimmicks to make, the slightest advantage or win in an upset is going to determine the rest of the series here. So yeah, just excited to watch it all play out.
Definitely. Yeah, hope to see you there in the chat, cheering on these amazing players. And thanks, Sojourne and Ethan, both for commentating with us here. It's been a pleasure, and hope to have you guys back for the next one. And Gary, you're going to stick around with me commentating through the whole thing. We're in it for the long haul, so
I'm so hungry, Tom.
Yeah, get your snack. Get your snack.
Hungry
And-
for some more Unmatched. That's what he's hungry for.
That's right. That's right. As we all should be. So everybody watching, thank you for checking it out. Stick around. It's just going to be a short break, and then we will be back for the rest of the grand finals between Joshua Tan and Chadicular. So stick around.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Battle of Legends Volume 2 Release Rumble Grand Finals today. We have already had 2 of the 5 games played, if you guys didn't catch that earlier, between Wandering Caretaker or Joshua Tan and Chadicular. And so they are currently sitting at 1 game win apiece, and so it's best of 5, so the first person to get 3 wins will be the winner of the whole tournament. So it's going to be some exciting games coming up, and I just want to welcome, we did a commentator switch here. So Taylor, as you guys might have seen from yesterday, how you doing today, Taylor?
Oh, I'm doing great. I got so much sleep knowing that I didn't have to wake up and play today, which kind of a bummer, but I'm glad to be back on the commentary team. Should be a lot of fun.
Awesome, thanks for joining us. And then Connor, we got a new face on here. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining us. And Gary, welcome back yet again. We're in the long haul here. So thank you. Thank you all for joining me on commentary. Couldn't do it without you. And just a quick rundown of the tournament format that we're doing here. We started off the event with 32 players. We split them up into 8 pools of 4. And then we had pools play over the weekend 2 weeks ago. 3 games on Saturday, 3 games on Sunday. And players got a variety of matchup experience throughout this new set. And the top 2 players from each pool moved on to the elimination bracket, which led us up to this point here, the grand finals with Chad versus Joshua. Both fantastic players who have really shown their expertise with these new fighters and their vast matchup knowledge involved. And for anybody who doesn't know, the Battle of Legends Volume 2 set is available right now on the Restoration Games website, so make sure you pick up your copy or buy one as a gift for Christmas for somebody else. And the new fighters are really neat with some cool new mechanics in there, as you'll see throughout the coming games. Now, during the break, before the break, I should say, we did see 1 game win apiece, and so Joshua has gotten his win with Yanenga, whereas Chad has gotten his win with Wukong. So what we're doing here is all 4 fighters are available at the start, and you cannot replay a fighter you've won with. So both of those 2 fighters are off the table for each respective player. Now, Joshua had played Achilles in the last game into Wukong and lost. So that means Chad here has the opportunity to pick either Yanenga or Bloody Mary. He cannot choose Achilles because, of course, there's no mirror matches in Unmatched. So with his choice of Yanenga or Bloody Mary, after he chooses, Joshua, being the loser of the previous game, gets to pick whether or not he wants to keep Achilles or switch off onto one of the other fighters. So if, for example, Chad picks Yananga, Joshua can go ahead and swap into Mary if he would like, seeing as that's quite a favorable matchup, I think, for Mary, and probably the best opportunity you're going to get to snag a win with her. So he could also choose to keep Achilles and fight Achilles into Yananga, which I think is pretty Achilles favored too. So it's going to be interesting. But I guess, Connor, what do you think we're expecting to see with the next matchup?
I'm definitely expecting to see him trying to go for a Mary into Yananga, just because that seems like Mary's one opportunity to try scoring a win. Wukong can just completely block her out, and Achilles can just take the damage. So definitely looking to see that Mary into Yananga.
Definitely. I would agree with that. Taylor, do you have any differing thoughts, or are you thinking the same thing here?
I think Chad's kind of in a tough spot because if he picks Bloody Mary, Josh obviously has already won with Yananga, so he can't pick her, and Bloody Mary kind of has a tough time against the rest of the cast. But if Chad chooses to go with Yananga instead, Josh can actually pick Bloody Mary and try to get a win with that favorable matchup for Mary. So I think whatever Chad chooses, Josh, with his ability to counter pick, I think will get a favorable matchup either way.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think you're right. Chad might be in a tough spot for the whole rest of this match with Yananga off the table, to try and scoop up a Bloody Mary win if he ends up getting forced into Bloody Mary for the final game or two. So we're going to have to find out what happens, but it looks like Chad is going to go with Yananga, as we expected. I think picking Bloody Mary is just not very safe in this situation. And Joshua is going to stick with Achilles. So he's not going to try to take this opportunity to scoop up a win with Bloody Mary. He may be thinking that since he got the first game win of the match, he is in a way dictating the pace of this match. And maybe he wants to just get a win with all three fighters except Mary. So we'll see how that plays out. And I'm sure they're doing their map pick as well, because Joshua is going to get the map and position pick. So with that in mind, Gary, what do you think Joshua's looking to choose here as far as the map with Achilles into Yananga?
Achilles into Yananga I'm not as familiar with. Ultimately, Yananga's going to position herself so that Achilles can't take that first turn boosted action into her. She's going to put an archer out in front, whatever map she sets out on, so that you can't get Patroclus right up in her face first turn, because I think that's something that Achilles is going to want to do.
Definitely. So maybe a tighter map might benefit Achilles, especially if it comes down to exhaustion and, Achilles being able to reach Yananga every turn. So maybe something like Kiorat. I believe the map bans from earlier were Sherwood Forest and Yukon. So neither of those maps can be chosen. And also, since Joshua won Game 1 on the Hanging Gardens, he cannot choose that as well, which I think Hanging Gardens is a pretty good map. It's pretty tight as well, so maybe Hiorat or Raptor Paddock come to mind, being pretty close quarters maps that Achilles might be able to run over Yananga and not let her just play that long fatigue game. So we'll have to see here. It looks like we do have the map pick in, but before we go over that, let's do a quick video on how to play Unmatched for anybody just tuning in who might not be very familiar with how the game works. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, There are no equals. And there you have it, folks. That's Unmatched for you. It's really a wonderful game. Easy to jump in, but very hard to master. So what you're going to see here with these players, they are playing at an incredibly high skill level, making very, very minute decisions every single turn that have a huge impact in the outcome of the game, because one little mistake can cost you the entire thing. So let's go ahead and jump into the deck reviews. We are going to start off with Achilles here. So I know we saw Achilles in the last game, but for anybody just now jumping in, we'll go over it pretty quickly. So his sidekick Patroclus is a crucial aspect of his gameplay, and he's a 6 health sidekick that when he dies, Achilles will discard 2 random cards from his hand, which is a big detriment, but it also is going to give him +2 attack value on all of his attacks for the rest of the game. And in addition to that, every time he wins a combat, he's going to draw a card, and that's on offense or defense. And so he does tend to burn out of his deck incredibly quickly after that point, but it makes him a huge powerhouse in the meantime. So it puts him on a clock, but he really can dish out that damage pretty well. And so looking at his cards, you're going to want Patroclus to die off, and Under Achilles' Helm is one of the best cards, because it says immediately if Patroclus is not defeated, Achilles can swap spaces with him, and Patroclus is the new defender. So any attack that was going to hit Achilles can bring Patroclus in instead to have him take the damage, and that helps kill him off when the opponent is avoiding a card such as Battle Frenzy, the next card we see, because after combat with Battle Frenzy, both fighters are going to take 2 damage, and it's a Patroclus-specific card. So it helps him kill himself off proactively and also dealing the opponent some damage. So very good card there. And then Brothers in Arms is quite a versatile card, being a 4-value attack that after combat gains Achilles in action if Patroclus is not defeated. But if Pat is defeated, of course that 4 bumps to a 6, and he also will likely get a card draw from winning the combat, seeing as a 6-value attack is incredibly high. With the Spear Throw, you have a scheme that will simply deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter in Achilles' zone. There's 2 copies of this in the deck, but it's his only scheme and his only pass. And when I mention pass, I just mean a scheme that doesn't draw a card or gain an action, because it prolongs your deck count from burning out and reaching exhaustion. And then Battle Hardened can actually recycle the Spear Throw, seeing as Battle Hardened's after combat effect allows Achilles to choose a card in your discard pile and return it to your hand. So any card at all, as long as that effect is not canceled. And Yanenga has no cancels, so it's incredibly powerful in the matchup. And what you can do with Battle Hardened is loop it, because then, since it can't be canceled, you can use the second copy of Battle Hardened to recycle and get the first copy back over and over to kill off things like her archers for free. You can also use Battle Hardened to get back the Spear Throws, so that's extra passes, extra auto damage. Incredibly powerful ability on that card. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at Yanenga, who we saw from the first game. But Connor, why don't you go ahead and run us over Yanenga?
Alrighty, so Yanenga's ability is that she can distribute damage taken to any archer's inner zone. And with 2 archers both having 2 health, that means she could have up to 19 health if she chose to tank forwards, or alternatively utilize her archers as actual fighters and have them absorb more damage than just the 2 that they could be for her. Some of her key cards include Rain of Arrows, one of the new double attacks. Rain of Arrows is pretty cool because even if the opponent blocks something like a regroup, unlike Bloody Mary's 3 into the 0 or Sun Wukong's 0 into the 4, it's 2 3s. So even if one gets stopped or one gets foiled in some way, the other one is going to come in for a lot of damage. And it also, even in the case where the opponent blocks, can burn through 2 of the opponent's cards. Bringing into the next key card would be Surprise Volley, which reads immediately. You may return a defeated archer to a space in the opposing fighter zone. If you do, that archer is now the attacker. If you don't, gain an action. A very useful, versatile card. It could be utilized for a combo, trying to burn somebody out of defenses. Especially Achilles, who burns through his deck really quickly, as mentioned. If Yanenga can land a huge combo, that could be very easily the game. Or alternatively, grabbing that archer could mean extra health or an extra body on the board to block Achilles' rampage. Master of the Hunt, very powerful card, giving a straight up 2 actions, which means Yanenga can essentially play a 3-action turn. And with so many bodies on the board and so many huge cards that can turn into combos or cards that can be double attacks, Master of the Hunt pretty much is a card that can set up for an extremely devastating turn. One with the land is 2 spaces movement, 1 health to each fighter, and a card. So essentially a maneuver with 1 healing to each of her characters, including Yanenga, which up front may appear to be a bit weak, just a maneuver with a singular heal. But with all archers fielded and with archers weakened, this could be a setup for 3 total health gain, which if the archers are being utilized as health bank, Yanenga can be gaining huge amounts of health. And finally is Stallion Charge. Stallion Charge probably won't be the most crucial card against Achilles. It's more valuable against characters with tons of like minions like Sun Wukong that only have 1 health. Although Stallion Charge reads that Yanenga gets to move up to 5 spaces through hostiles and does 1 damage to each hostile move through this way, meaning that this could be used as an escape if Achilles is trying to close the gap or pin Yanenga in with Patroclus, or on the alternative, if Yanenga is trying to fire off a shot and escape.
All right, very well said. And one card I do want to show here is Jaws of the Beast, seeing as I do think in this particular matchup it's a very important one. So the thing with Jaws of the Beast, it's a 3-value versatile, so offense or defense. But during combat, for each zone the opposing fighter is in, you're going to increase the value of this card by +1. And this is essentially a default 4-value defense, but it could go up to a 5 or a 6 if the opponent is attacking from a dual color or tricolor space. And the reason that's so impactful is because, as we mentioned with Achilles, the attack value can get up to 6, and that's just massive damage, huge hits. And so Jaws of the Beast being able to defend for 5 or 6 potentially will mitigate a lot of Achilles' damage if she needs it for when he goes on his rampage. So with all that said, let's go ahead and check out the map they're going to be playing on. It will be Raptor Paddock. So Taylor, I know you're no stranger to Raptor Paddock. You want to run us through this one?
Yeah, so I think this is a really interesting map for this matchup because if you look at the board, there aren't that many spots with multiple zones. There's only 2 spaces. There's one on the left side and one on the right side that have 3 zones in them. So I think Yanenga will see a lot less utility out of Jaws of the Beast than perhaps she would like. The other thing is, Yanenga being a ranged fighter, she kind of has an innate advantage over Achilles, who can only attack adjacent spaces because he's melee. So something that I think Achilles will be trying to utilize is those zones on the edge of the board. So on the left side, there's that pale whitish zone, and on the right side, the green and yellow zones that kind of are hard to get to if Yanenga is pretty far away. And Achilles will probably be looking to make Yanenga boost in to have to attack if she's not positioned correctly. So I think Yanenga will probably try to stay around the center of the board to have herself positioned a little bit closer in case Achilles tries to play keep away, if you will.
Yeah, great points all around. I do think this is a good map for Achilles. It does just not really let Yanenga run very much, but on the flip side, Yanenga does have some opportunity to go for some big combo turns, and it's really just going to depend on when Patroclus dies off, as is the tradition with any matchup for Achilles. And I think that is going to be what Chad is looking for his win condition, is just a well-timed kill on Pat to knock the 2 cards out of Achilles' hand and go for some big damage on Achilles. So,
and one more thing we should mention about this map, it actually has a special feature on it. It has one-way paths. If you're looking at the actual paddock on the map, you can see some orange arrows. Those work like normal black lines. They connect 2 spaces. They're adjacent, except fighters moving or maneuvering can only move in the direction that the arrow is pointing. So they cannot jump out of the paddock except for that brown to blue spot in the bottom right. So it can kind of be tricky if you're jumping in the paddock maybe to make an attack, because you can find yourself trapped very quickly.
Definitely, and Yanenga does have a little bit of movement capability to push the opponent into the pit, and that I wonder if that will come into play here in this match, but we'll find out. It looks like the players are set up in Vorpal, so we'll jump on over there and we'll begin the game.
Yeah, we're ready, and all the best. Game 3.
The one thing that I think is interesting about this matchup was it was the deciding matchup for both semifinal matches. In my match against Joshua, he beat me as Achilles, and Chad won as Achilles against Unmatched yesterday. So I think Josh is probably a little bit more comfortable playing the Achilles side of this matchup, seeing as how both of these players won as Achilles. But we'll see if Chad can pull out something here with Yanenga.
That is an interesting point you bring up, that this was, the deciding matchup here. But in this best of 5, it's not going to be deciding, but it could set the tone for the last couple games. So Chad is going to choose to mulligan. Being player 2, it's not very surprising. I think he might just be looking for better defenses. And Joshua might be happy with what he's got. Maybe some Patroclus cards to pull off early on. I think in this matchup, Patroclus dying off early and on Achilles' terms is pretty beneficial.
Taylor, looking at this matchup and how it played out the last 2 times in Achilles' favor, what do you think is Yanenga's biggest weakness against Achilles?
Something I like to point out is she has a lot of blocks, a lot of versatile cards to use, except none of them are particularly high value. Point Blank is a 2. Cards like Stallion Charge and Shield Formation block 3 damage, and she has cards like Skirmish and Jaws of the Beast that can be up to 4. But really, if Achilles is enraged after Pat dies and is swinging for 5 and 6 damage, Yanenga is going to take some damage regardless of what she plays on defense, and I think that's just really bad for her because she'll die off pretty quickly.
So we see Yanenga right off the bat positioning her archers as far back as possible so that they don't get easily killed off by Patroclus, seeing as the Battle Frenzy that we saw from Patroclus is 2 auto damage regardless of what happens, since Yanenga doesn't have any cancels. So anytime Pat attacks an archer, you gotta be thinking that it could be that card, and even defending at all could be very risky. And if you don't defend, it's easy kills for Joshua to be able to pick those archers off. So I think keeping them back, keeping Yanenga up front is going to be very beneficial for Chad.
And I think Chad's archer positioning there is really interesting because I'm pretty sure that's the same place that Unmatched placed his archers at the start of the game yesterday. And I think in that match, Chad boosted in and attacked one of them, turn 1.
What I like about that positioning in that zone is that it does counter Achilles' spear throw, so he can't just pick off those archers since that entire mini zone is being taken up.
Yep, that's true. He's not able to get into that white zone. But he is going to boost in with Day of Your Doom and make an attack on an archer, which goes undefended, but it is only a test for weakness. So now Chad has full knowledge and the ability to defend this archer if he pleases against that relentless assault value of 3.
Although I think the only card that could keep it alive would be a Skirmish or a Momentous Shift, because Divide and Conquer can't be a 4 since the archer is in Yanenga's zone, and Pin the Prey obviously only being a 1 value block here would not save the archer.
Right. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see a Pin the Prey come out. No, it looks like he's just going to let it die off, which you got to be pretty happy about if you're Chad, because Test for Weakness normally goes 2 for 1. And in this case, you didn't even spend a card, and all you lost was an archer, so not too bad. You see Chad with a huge hand here. He's got to unload some of these cards. But he does have to be careful of under Achilles' helm, which Rain of Arrows is a great safeguard against the helm because it would deal 1 damage over the helm and then 3 additional damage to Patroclus, but it doesn't kill him off completely. But it ends up being the Achilles heel, so that second attack will go through and deal 3 damage undefended, it looks like, to Joshua. He's just going to take it. Now, I don't know how I feel about that decision, but being 18 health, I think Achilles can afford to take a couple of hits like that. So it's not the worst thing.
Yeah, something that Ethan or Freak always likes pointing out is Achilles with 18 health. You can use your health as a resource sometimes and keep block cards in your hand if you know you're only taking 2 or 3 damage, and you can afford to take the undefended double attack safely because, of course, you know what's coming at you after the initial attack goes through.
Yeah, it's worth noting that double attacks on the surface appear extremely powerful, but when you compare them to existing cards in older sets like Ambush, Ambush is causing extra damage and a random discard, whereas a bonus attack is causing extra damage or a discard of the opponent's choice.
You mean the bonus attacks are the discard of the opponent's choice?
Mm-hmm.
Right, whereas ambush is random. Yep.
Exactly. An ambush, you're getting that random discard and additional damage potential out of it, but the opponent's either going to not defend and take the damage, in which case you don't functionally get a discard effect, or the opponent is going to discard a card and it's going to mitigate the damage that you would have dealt.
Right. So not quite as good as ambush. Ambush is one of the most powerful cards in the game for sure, in my opinion at least.
Definitely.
So we see very early on, though, Yanenga with no archers. Ooh, with the surprise volley, can choose to either gain the action or bring back the archer. Funny that if there was another fighter in this white-gray space, you wouldn't even be able to bring back an archer because there would be no zone, no space in the opposing fighter's zone. So with both of these effects being immediately, it's an interesting interaction. The Helm has to go first, deciding whether or not to swap the fighters, and then the surprise volley will go, choosing the action gain or the archer resurrection. So it looks like Achilles is not going to swap. One damage isn't really too impactful either way on Achilles or Patroclus, so Achilles going to take the one, and Yanenga going to bring back the archer. Well, okay, I guess they are swapping. Here we're going to see an attack from Achilles. Got to think it's on the archer, which is going to be the wily fighting, killing off the archer undefended, and also dealing a damage to Yanenga, so a pretty good attack there.
Yeah, something you pointed out, John, when talking about the key cards is that Yanenga doesn't have any feints, so Achilles can position himself to be able to trigger the wily fighting, knowing that the effect will always happen.
That's right. Barring any movement effects, of course, but the archers, the only movement effect would be a skirmish, and that's a pretty big card to be thrown out, so...
Now, the exact interaction didn't happen there, but something worth noting in this is if we see that interaction again of Achilles skirmish into Yanenga's stallion charge, if Achilles is on the defense, he could actually push Yanenga into the paddock, putting her in a position where she cannot charge back out and deal the damage to him.
Yeah, that's an excellent point on this map in particular. Players playing at a pretty rapid pace in this one. Much different from the long drawn-out game 1 that we saw.
John, do you think that's maybe because both players, having played this matchup a couple of times at least, kind of know what to expect, and they know their game plans and what they have to do in order to win?
I think that definitely could be part of it. I also wonder if Joshua wants, it's late for him. I wonder if he just wants to be like, all right, let's get this over with, see what happens.
What time is it for him? 3 in the morning?
I believe so.
this is his normal playing hours. He'll be fine.
That's right. So we see another test for weakness going into a Jaws and then a Stallion for the second part there. Yananga going to claim that what should be, I would say, a high ground space up on the tower. Ooh, and here we're going to see a combo turn. Yananga could attack Patroclus or Achilles. Do you think there's any world where Yananga goes for Pat here and then tries to hit Achilles undefended, or do you just go right for Achilles? What do you think, Gary?
I don't know. I could see her maybe doing it. Is she really at that point in her deck where she wants to burn Pat out?
Probably not. So yeah, it is going to be Achilles, but of course the Helm can let them swap. Just want to make sure.
Looks like Joshua.
Oh, go ahead, Connor. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, it looks like Joshua is really utilizing Under Achilles' Helm to stop all that damage rather than killing off Pat for the angry mode.
Yeah, definitely looking to get Patroclus killed off, but luckily for Chad, he's going for the combo turn, yet he still has both fighters available as attack targets because they swap, but they're not out of that tri-zone space that Yananga is in, so very good opportunity here for Chad if he wants to keep pushing this aggression, but it looks like he's contemplating whether or not he wants the action or the archer.
And another thing to add about that point you made, Connor, about Josh actually using Helms on defense, is that Under Achilles' Helm has a 4-value boost. That's the largest boost he has in the deck. So every time he uses that on defense, that's one less boosted maneuver of a 6 that he won't get later in the game.
Now we see here, it looks like Chad took the action gained from the first volley. He plays another surprise volley, this time into a skirmish. So the skirmish is going to lose the combat, or I mean win the combat and get to move one of the fighters. But if Chad wants to gain the action, he would still be able to maneuver and attack Achilles once again. But it looks like he's going for the archer instead. And now, if he goes with the archer, the skirmish will actually only be able to move Achilles or the archer. So if he had put the archer down in this blue space, he would have been able to prevent... wait, was Achilles next to the double orange arrow space? Was
Yes.
he in that space?
Yeah, Achilles had more than
Okay.
one route out of that zone.
Okay. I thought we might have actually seen a situation where the archer being the attacker mattered and kept Achilles in attack range, but he was able to get over to that green space, so Chad's going to have to take a maneuver, ending his combo turn. Didn't really get as much out of that as I'm sure he would have liked. Wow, did we just see another attack, though, on Patroclus?
Yes.
Oh, he pulled a spear throw out.
Holy cow. Those were some good discards, actually. You don't necessarily want to discard a Pat card off of the ability when you kill him because it's dead anyways, but still getting to negate, looks like both copies of that card throughout this game is going to be helpful, and one of the spear throws as well.
And we're also down to one helm now, aren't we? And Achilles is now enraged, so if Yananga can play the long game here, she probably has a decent shot.
I do agree.
Although-
My only concern is that there's not much archer revive available, right? That's all 3 surprise volleys gone, and Achilles being enraged, he's probably going to have the cards in hand to be able to discard for the shield formation.
Yeah, and she's already burned, what, 2 Jaws of the Beast? So that's removing significant defenses from her.
I think a risky play by Chad, but let's see if it works out. We're going to see Achilles playing a little bit defensively here, trying to just regain a little bit of cards in hand so he can safely start his rampage.
And that's really good positioning by Josh, using one of the zones on the edges of the map. You can see that yellow zone only has 4 spaces in it, which means that Yananga is going to have to move all the way over to the right side of the board if she wanted to actually hit Achilles.
Both players looking like they have the same mindset here, just backing off to the opposite ends of the map.
Now, I get him going for putting Yanenga as far from Achilles as possible, but I don't necessarily agree with his positioning, just because he seems to be continuing to separate Yanenga from her archers, which is going to disable her ability. There we go.
Yep.
Seems like he heard you, Gary, and corrected his mistake.
Yeah.
Wow, we see a test for weakness used here, going after the archer instead of Yanenga. He could have discarded a 2 boost value to hit Yanenga herself, but doesn't want to give him the opportunity to split the damage and then pull off that extra healing. Ooh, a Brothers in Arms even. That's a big card to throw out on an archer that's likely to go undefended.
At the same time, he could just be taking the opportunity to guarantee some damage on it, because would you really throw a momentous shift to defend that archer?
Yeah, likely not. I mean, Chad still does have quite a hand advantage at this point. I would expect to see him go on the offensive. At least because Achilles, at this point, he either chooses to win the combat and draw a card, burning him out in the deck count, or he takes damage by losing the combat. So either way, it's almost a win-win for Chad every time he's able to successfully make an attack.
Yeah, I think this would probably be a good opportunity for him to start throwing those rain of arrows if he has them.
Yep.
Or even a momentous shift at this point.
Wow. That's a big win there. Chad throws a point blank that wouldn't trigger anyways and gets a feint there. So I think that was pretty good. It was, yeah, that was good play.
Yeah, I guess Joshua was probably either expecting the double attack there, or maybe a shift.
Now Achilles won that combat, so he did draw a card. That's likely Chad's goal here, is play small attacks, because in the end, 2 damage from every maneuver is going to be more damage than simply maybe 1 damage over a defense played.
Right. Now here's an interesting factor in this matchup. Both players now just dropped their skirmishes, but of course now that Achilles is enraged, his skirmish is effectively a 6. So Yanenga cannot win that even on defense now.
I was going to add that, speaking from personal experience, defending with a point blank after Achilles gets the +2 combat damage really hurts Yanenga, especially if Achilles throws out a 6 value attack, because taking 4 damage and only dealing 2 back, you're going to die pretty quickly if you try doing that, which I've experienced myself, and it kind of hurts.
Both players backing off to the opposite ends of the map yet again. Joshua in a position where he does have to boost with at least a test for weakness, it looks like. Unfortunately, he probably doesn't have it, and so he's just forced into a double maneuver turn, which is not ideal when you're enraged Achilles.
No. Yanenga is in that position already, though, where she's at Achilles' mercy as far as getting her archers back, because she's down to just the shield formations, isn't she?
Yep.
So we're seeing that scenario again now, where her longevity is being determined by the opponent, and Achilles has already managed to pump his hand size back up.
So I think Chad recognizes that he's likely not to get any archers back this whole game, so he's going to just simply take the 1 heal with 1 with the land and get his maneuver. Instead of actually doing a maneuver, might as well take the healing while you can get it. Better than nothing.
Yeah. 1 with the land's an interesting card, because it still is half a pass, so if you find yourself in that spot where you're halfway towards another tick on your exhaustion timer, it can even you out.
Again, discarding that archer card, the pin the prey, for the end of turn. seeing as he was over the hand limit of 7. Of course, you have to discard if you end your turn with more than 7, discard down to 7. And we see the archer card because, again, he knows he's not getting those archers back this game. I would be shocked to see Achilles make another double. Okay. So there we see the spear throw. I was going to say I'd be shocked to see another double maneuver turn. He really can't afford to be doing that at this point in the game, so low on the deck. Spear throw being a pass, though, as well as the 2 damage, is quite impactful here. And I believe we have both copies of Battle Hardened still remaining. Is that right?
Yeah.
So we can still see 2 more spear throws used. And there is the Battle Hardened. Perfect defense against a Rain of Arrows because it's only 1 simple damage, which is better than drawing a card. And then you can... He now, if he has another copy of Battle Hardened, he can play that against the second part, the volley. Which I'd say with 6 cards left in deck, it's pretty likely he does have that second copy.
I think he was actually just looking through the discard pile for it and was kind of surprised that it wasn't there.
Yeah, he did grab the spear, though.
Mm-hmm.
So either he has a second one, he plays it here. Up. A Helm is another good defense here. But that's a card he's not going to have to boost.
Yeah, so he's out of 4s now for his boosts.
Is he
How
out of
many-
3s as well?
He has 1 test for weakness left, doesn't he? And then that's it.
Yes. That could pose some problems for him coming up soon here.
So, Connor, do you think Chad's win condition here revolves around just exhausting Achilles, or is there still hope for another combo turn coming up?
I think Chad definitely at some point will need to get at least 1 more hit in. They have equal health, and although Achilles will fatigue faster, Achilles will probably do more damage than fatigue would to both of them. So I definitely think once Inanga can get a little bit of damage sneaked in, she can definitely pull back and let the game draw out.
Important to note, though, that Yanenga does not have any passes in her deck, whereas Achilles, we saw he has the spear that he picked up off the Battle Hardened, and 1 more Battle Hardened in the deck that cannot be canceled means another potential spear. So that's 2 passes for Achilles and 0 for Yanenga.
Theoretically, she has 1 pass between both, 1 with the land, since it'll heal 2 health over both of them.
Sure. Yeah, if he spends that card instead of a maneuver, that will help.
Mhm.
Now, did we just see a double maneuver from Joshua?
And so the sorting begins.
Good opportunity to double check my counts. So all 3 tests for weakness are out, all 3 skirmishes are out.
Wow, only 1 more Brothers in Arms means only 1 last 6. So Achilles is looking pretty limited in his damage output here.
Yeah.
And being on the back foot in terms of exhaustion is not looking too good for him at this point.
We haven't seen any Hermes played yet, have we?
No.
I don't think we have.
I think that might help Josh position maybe away from Yanenga if he can use the movement to get out of her zone later in the game.
I would like to see Hermes used as an attack because it will still be a 5, which is close to a 6, of course. Likely to deal some damage to Yanenga and then be able to back off at the same time, back to take center stage once again.
What's Yanenga's discard looking like right now? Do we have a view on that?
Ooh, unsorted.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was huge. We see a shift over a Battle Hardened.
Oof.
Yeah. So Connor, was that maybe the sneaky damage that Chad needed to pull off there?
That definitely might have been the little tap that Chad needed. Just now he can kind of retreat back and let Achilles fatigue.
I would agree with that. And we saw Joshua taking back the Battle Hardened actually because it is a good source of defense value that lets him lose the combat most likely, but not by much. So when a bonus attack like the Rain of Arrows is played, he's got that Battle Hardened in his pocket to use.
So that's Josh's last 6, correct?
Yes. And I believe Chad's last Jaws,
That was the last Jaws.
only for a 4 value, but still pretty good. So it's going to block 2, it's going to take 2 damage from that. But Achilles also draws, putting him at 2 cards in deck to Yanenga's 8. So incredibly large deck disparity. I think we are going to see Chad just maybe probably make an attack to either deal damage or cause Achilles to draw, and he's going to be going into exhaustion on the next turn.
I honestly think a Stallion charge would be a good option for him right here. Just kind of barrel through him and then take the maneuver and get out the other side after.
Yep. I would agree with that 100%. And it also safeguards against something like Hermes because the Stallion gets to go after the defenders. Hermes would go.
Of course, with Hermes, Achilles could always take the real scummy route and back himself into the paddock.
Ooh, so something interesting to think about. We haven't seen Chad play any of his shield formations, if I remember correctly. Do you think maybe he starts playing those after Josh's deck runs out and those discards start hurting a little bit more?
I think that's viable, yeah. Because Josh will be holding 1 Patroclus card at the end of this, and everything else he really doesn't want to waste. At the same time, though, Josh could try to bait those with feints.
Well, doesn't shield formation actually have an immediately effect?
You're right.
So
it
wouldn't
does.
that still
No way to
trigger
avoid
over
it.
an offensive feint?
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
Okay, a boost with Achilles heel.
I got to expect a Hermes attack here from Achilles. It'd be the perfect opportunity.
I mean, he could just lean on that Battle Hardened, though. There's that interaction we were talking about.
Although it's flipped around this time because Achilles is attacking, so Yanenga actually has to go first, and the Hermes can follow or take at least, like I said, center of the map to be able to reach Yanenga on his next turn. So with Stallion, Yanenga being able to move through Achilles to get at least 1 auto damage there. Yanenga taking center stage, and looks like Joshua choosing not to move with Hermes, or he will move up there. I think ending adjacent to Yanenga might be a mistake here because point blank is still a thing, and you don't want to be taking 4 damage. I really don't. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
see any win
this
condition
point-
for Joshua, though, at this point. I think
Yeah.
he's just too far down.
Yanenga can just run away for the rest of the game and win off fatigue.
Yeah. I think that's right. Especially still having 1 more copy of One with the Land to bump up at least 1 health. And only 1 more Hermes, I think, is the biggest attack Joshua has left available. We've seen all the skirmishes, all the brothers in arms. Has he used that spear throw, though?
It's still in hand, I think.
Okay, so he does have the spear in hand, and he has the Battle Hardened that can get another spear, which is both a pass and damage, but it might be a little too late. Both players having a similar train of thought here, wanting to be adjacent. But Achilles is going to win the combat to take 2 damage in fatigue. 2 damage from the point blank. Only 1 damage to Yanenga. I think Chad just, if that was his first action, he maneuvers away here, and he's got checkmate.
He's playing. Interesting.
Okay,
There we
one with
go.
land, and
So
that is
there-
going to bump up over the even health threshold for fatigue. But
Yep.
Not
So
that it's really
Yanenga
gonna
was
matter.
able to accomplish a singular pass across the whole game.
Achilles will maneuver, boost, throw out his last final spear, and Yanenga will close this one out with... not that one, not yet. Well, actually, yeah, because Achilles won the combat, so he'll take the 2 in fatigue.
Okay.
So that'll do it. Wow.
A real blitzkrieg game, that one.
Oh, yeah. Let's listen in and see what the players have to say about that one.
Alright, here's a double attack. An archer card.
Yeah, I think I just didn't get the attacks, and losing the spear throw was bad. You played this really well. You made me run. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah. And yeah, once you lose your helms and your double attacks, then I'm good being more than 4 spaces away from you.
Yeah.
And so I just run to one side of the map.
Yeah.
You come up, you have to attack me, and then I run to the other side of the map, and same thing.
I think I burned through a lot of my big cards earlier, and that definitely came back to bite me. Harden didn't come out early enough, so yeah, that's part of it. The feints didn't matter. You got a lot of your good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, we see a bit of an upset, I would say, in that game. Joshua had the map and position choice and also the matchup, counter pick. And Chad's still able to turn things around and get the win with Yanenga over Achilles, which is the first time I believe we've seen that this weekend at least, throughout the semifinals and now the grand finals here. So a big, big win for Chad. He's got to be feeling really good about that one.
Yeah.
So any surprise, like Taylor, what do you think the map play? How do you think the map played into that win for Yanenga? It looks like it almost helped out Yanenga more than Achilles.
I think the biggest part of that was what I mentioned earlier about Achilles actually playing those helms, because right at the end there, Chad, when we listened to him and Josh talk after the match, he mentioned how at a certain point in the game, he just needed to run away, and that was his win condition. And I think Achilles getting rid of those high boost values early kind of made that choice very obvious to Chad, that Achilles' mobility would be an issue later down the line, and he could just ping-pong back and forth across the edges of the map and draw out the game to fatigue.
That's right. And not only did he use those early and then not have them for boosts later on, but I think every helm went into only a 3-value attack, right? So only 1 damage onto Patroclus isn't even significant. You'd want big hits to get him killed off early if that's your game plan. The 1 damage, though, is probably not what Joshua was looking for. You'd want to probably defend into like a momentous shift or a Jaws of the Beast, which Chad was careful not to throw out with Helm, as a potential defense on the other side. So very well played by Chad. Well played on both ends, but I am a little bit surprised to see the Yanenga come out the victor here, but it's definitely going to help set the tone for the rest of the match, because now Joshua is going to get counterpicked yet again, but Chad, he cannot choose Achilles. So we're going to see Chad forced into Bloody Mary for the next game. And with Bloody Mary on the table, then Joshua can either keep Achilles in play or he can swap over to Wukong. So Connor, what do you think we're going to see Joshua choose in this next matchup into Bloody Mary?
It definitely depends on how safe he's feeling. If he feels like he can walk away with the win with Achilles, he'll just stick with Achilles and save Wukong for when he really needs it. But if he's feeling like this could really be it for him, he's gonna switch to Wukong for that almost definite win against Mary.
Definitely, yeah. I think pushing it to a Game 5 is definitely what he's looking to do. But Gary, based on the way we mapped things out with this format, do you think keeping Achilles or Wukong is better in the long run?
In the long run, I think maybe sticking with Achilles on this match. So let's see what's going to happen here. So if he beats Mary with Achilles, Achilles goes out. and then he has to fight Wukong, or no, he would have to fight Chad's. He'd have to fight Chad's Mary with Wukong then.
which is very
I think-
beneficial.
Yeah, I think he probably stays with Achilles then and just has to pound through Mary. If he switches to Wukong now and gets the win out, then he's gonna have to fight Achilles with Mary himself, and that's not gonna be good.
So yeah, if he goes to Wukong, he gets the win over Chad's Mary. Now he wouldn't be able to pick Mary, right? Because Chad
Right.
had played Mary, so he is going to go into he's going to go into Wukong? No, he'd have to go to Achilles. And then
Yeah,
so
he'd have to
either
switch back to
way,
Achilles.
wow, either way, Chad is going to be stuck here. It looks like playing Mary into Achilles or Wukong.
Yeah.
That is going to be rough. And that's
Yeah,
just the
and-
way this format maps out. It's pretty interesting. Like, Joshua got the win in game 1, and I think that really set the tone because Yananga got out of, the pool of available fighters. So then Chad never gets the
Yeah.
opportunity for Mary to go into Yananga.
We also don't have the opportunity for Chad's Yananga into Wukong now either.
Chad's Yananga into Wukong. That's right, because he just got the win with Yananga. So I wonder
Exactly.
if he should have just gone with Bloody Mary in that game instead of Yananga and taken the loss, if that would have ended up better for him in the long run. But that's the thing with an experimental format like this. We don't really have experience. We don't know. And so unless you really map everything out ahead of time, it's tough to recognize those situations. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be tough, although I think Chad is, Mary still can get a win against any of the fighters in the box. It's just a lot more reliant on the card draw. But if things happen to go his way, as I mentioned before, it might be a 65-35% matchup win percentage, but 35% is about 1/3. So definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah. I think the most interesting thing with Mary is talking with the team when we were at PAX Unplugged. They said that Mary is a bad fighter if you only are able to accomplish her ability 3 times, because most opponents are banking those 3 feints for your third action turns. If you can make her ability happen 7-8 times, she is an incredibly overwhelming fighter.
7 or 8 times, that's a lot, though.
Ask Noah.
Yeah. Taylor, what do you think about that? You think Mary has a shot of getting 7 or 8 of the third actions off in a game?
Maybe, but against an opponent like Josh, I think he will
Yeah.
very much play around that and almost never let you get a natural 3-card hand start. So I don't think you could get like even 5 or 6 against Josh. I think maybe like 3 or 4 is what Chad is going to be optimistic about, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be tough. And before we find out the matchup and what they're going to play, let's check out that how to play video one more time just to brush anybody up who might be new checking out the tournament here. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. All right, so here we are getting ready for Game 4 of the Grand Finals between Wandering Caretaker and Chadicular. And we are actually going to see Mary versus Achilles. So, it's going to be a tough one, especially with Joshua getting the map and position pick here. Because with all that, it's already a tough matchup, I would say, for Mary into Achilles to begin with, but to also get that counter pick advantage, going to make it really tough. So I think we're going to see a Game 5 here, but we'll see if Chad can seal it with just this next game. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Bloody Mary deck, seeing as that's a new one for the Grand Finals here. So with Bloody Mary, her whole thing, as we were discussing earlier, is that if she starts her turn with 3 cards in hand, then she will gain a third action. And that's incredibly powerful because actions are everything in this game. It gives you movement, it gives you card draw, it gives you attacks. So having 50% more actions on a turn is incredibly strong. So she's going to want to trigger that ability as often as she can. And the big payoffs for the ability are cards such as Speak 3 times, where we see during combat, if it's your third action this turn, the value becomes a 7 instead. So it bumps from 3 to 7, incredibly powerful. And then Ghostly Touch, which reads during combat you can boost the attack, or after combat, if it's your third action, recover 3 health, which is the more impactful part of the effect. Oftentimes, being only a 1 base value, boosting it won't deal much damage, but it can still come up in certain niche case situations. And the after combat of 3 healing is massive, so with 2 copies of each of these in the deck, you're looking at 4 copies of cards that are really, really beneficial being used as the third action. But of course, with Achilles having feints and the ability to cancel, he's going to probably save the feints for the third action attacks in order to make sure that Bloody Mary cannot pull these off easily. And then Closer Than She Appears as a scheme that will let her get the third action attacks off outside of her natural ability, because you're going to move 1 space, which isn't much, but it can help close the gap if they're standing just outside your maneuver range. You're going to draw a card as you would with a maneuver, and you're going to gain an action, so that will trigger the third action attacks. Then we're going to see Broken Glass, which is an incredibly powerful card, a versatile 3 that can bump its value up or down 1, and if it matches after combat, you're going to deal 2 damage to the opposing fighter and draw a card. So it helps manage your hand count to trigger your ability more often, and also dealing auto damage, so it's incredibly powerful and has a lot of different uses in different scenarios. With Jump Scare, it's a 3 value versatile that you almost always want to use as offensive card, because if Bloody Mary shares no zones with the space she started in, the card's value is a 6 instead. So bumping from a 3 to a 6 is similar to a momentous shift, but it bumps up even higher. So it's incredibly powerful and very threatening, and what you're going to want to see Bloody Mary do is threaten the Jump Scare on as many attacks as possible, even if she's not using the card. So she's going to want to try to start in a space and move into a different zone before making an attack in order to threaten the opponent with a potential jump scare that they have to consider. So she's a very aggressive fighter. She's a solo fighter with no sidekicks, so that can definitely be a hindrance at times, but with move 3 versus Achilles move 2, she has a little bit of movement advantage there. So it's definitely not an unwinnable matchup, but it's just the fact that Achilles has so much health and he has a full set of 3 feints. It makes it a little bit difficult for Bloody Mary to get through all that health. So let's move on and check out Achilles one more time. I know we just saw him in the previous game, but Connor, you want to go ahead and quickly run us through Achilles one more time?
Sure. So Achilles' whole thing is that when Pat goes down, he enters angry mode, where he gets extra damage, +2 to be exact, to all of his attacks, and he gets a card whenever he wins a combat. So it's a very popular tactic for an Achilles player to want to kill off Pat to get that maximized damage and constant card draw. One of his primary cards, Under Achilles' Helm, also allows him to prevent all damage if he's facing a big swing, especially against someone like Bloody Mary, who has potential 7 swing. He could use that to not use a feint, but to fully counter that 7 swing, get rid of Pat, and also set up for those big attacks. Battle Frenzy, being another huge card to do damage to Pat, also does damage to the opposing fighter, and Bloody Mary, being a character with only 2 feints, feels like at some point Battle Frenzy could come through if Achilles can get rid of enough of those feints. Brothers in Arms can be for action gaining if either Achilles or Pat is looking for a combo, or when Pat's down, it's just a straight up 6 swing. Spear Throw is a pass that does 2 damage to someone in the zone. Just very useful. The 2 damage could just kill somebody off if they're running away at 2. And Battle Hardened can cycle through the discard pile if you want something back from the discard pile, or it can just cycle between itself since there are 2 copies.
All right, well said. And the map it looks like they're going to be playing on will be Hierot.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
Now, Taylor, what do you think about the Hierot pick here? Because Joshua is the one who picked it, who will be Achilles, and famously, Hierot is a good map for Bloody Mary.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting choice of Josh because just looking at this map, it's really small. Bloody Mary being an aggressive fighter, she wants to attack a lot, basically every turn if she can. So Achilles being only moved 2 and Bloody Mary being moved 3, I think works a lot in Bloody Mary's favor, especially for triggering jump scare because just looking at the map between the dark blue on the right side and the orange and red and yellow in the middle, and then some of the lighter blues on the left side, in my experience, it is very easy for Bloody Mary to be able to trigger jump scare. So I would definitely expect Chad to fake or at least try to fake out Josh with potential jump scares almost as often as possible. And another thing interesting about this map is it has a special mechanic. So you can see on the left side of the building and the top and the bottom, there are openings or doorways where doors can be placed. And how doors work is at any point during a fighter's maneuver, if they are adjacent to one of those doorways, they can close the door for free. And that basically blocks off the black lines connecting those spaces that the door overlaps with and makes them no longer adjacent while the door is closed. This is very interesting for this matchup because spaces that normally are in the same zone, like on that left-hand side by the second player starting position, there are 3 yellow spaces right there. But if the door is closed, those spaces are no longer in the same zone. So that actually hinders Achilles' spear throw because he'll have to open the doors, maybe if he wants to be in the same zone as Bloody Mary to play that card. And that also helps Bloody Mary because if I am getting this rule correctly, Bloody Mary starting with the door closed on one side and then opening it and going through it and attacking with jump scare would still trigger the jump scare, I believe. Is that right, John?
If she closes the door behind her, then yes, because the closing of the door will cut off the zones and make them separate.
Okay. And speaking of closing doors is free, but opening them actually costs a point of movement from your maneuver. So Bloody Mary being moved 3, I think will have an advantage here because she can still move 2 spaces after she opens a door, whereas Achilles being moved 2, if he opens a door, that'll be 1 point of movement and he'll only have 1 left. So overall, I think this is a really interesting choice by Josh, kind of giving Chad's hero in Bloody Mary an advantage with this map pick. We'll have to see how it plays out because Josh must know something that we don't.
So, Gary, do you think that this might be another situation where Joshua is choosing... Well, I was going to say if this might be a situation where Josh is choosing it just to essentially ban it out of the way, but that can't be the case because if Chad wins, it's the end of the match. It's game over. So there is none of that. I guess you think this maybe indicates Joshua's overall game plan going into the matchup, though? Maybe this is indicating that he wants Patroclus to die off quickly and just to stay in close quarters with Mary and just beat her down with overpowered attacks.
Yeah, I think the fact that he chose a small map after Raptor Paddock probably means that he wants it to be a slugfest. It's going to be easier for him to guarantee those spear throws. We'll probably see him hold on to his higher boost value cards for this. But at the same time, if he's going to play a short game against Mary, there's the possibility there that he's going to have better control because he's going to be baiting Mary into using those doors for jump scares, which is going to make it more obvious when she's going to be using them.
Yep, good points. So it looks like the players are set up in Vorpal. So let's head on over and check out Game 4.
Finals and at least three.
Yes.
So Connor, who do you think's gonna win this one? Are we gonna see Chad wow us all and close it out in Game 4, or do you think we're gonna see a Game 5?
Ready.
You know, I think that if Achilles really can get Pat killed very early on and can just hammer down on Bloody Mary, I don't think a Bloody Mary can recover from that just because of Achilles' feints. Joshua can just stop all the healing, and with even the 7 swings against an 18 health character, the 7 swings kind of lose value into skirmishes and other defenses just with so much health.
Sure.
But on the other hand, if Chad can kind of
I think
avoid
Morgan
Pat
Mary is
or only
a lot.
feint into when Pat attacks, he might be able to kind of flip this and take advantage of the map.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It's gonna be interesting, but we do see Chad going with a mulligan, and being player 2, that's really not very surprising. Probably looking for some better defenses, maybe one of those feints that you had just mentioned, Connor, because what he can do is start Pat in one of the orange spaces above or below Achilles and take a single maneuver with Pat and be in range to attack Mary turn 1. So maybe he is looking for a feint in his opening hand. I mean, we are going to see Pat attacking Mary turn 1 with one of those cards that would have been very nice to feint, actually. But Chad just throwing out an evade, gonna keep the hand counts even.
So Connor, I think you just brought up how Bloody Mary maybe doesn't have the best defenses to deal with mad Achilles. So do you think it's in Josh's best interest to try to kill off Pat as fast as possible?
I definitely think it's situational if he's looking to play more defensively and kind of draw some things out, or if he's looking just to hammer in immediately.
Based off of the first turn, it's looking like Josh is going to go with the aggressive game plan, try to get Pat killed off ASAP, and just hammer down on Bloody Mary until she's dead.
One thing worth
Though is Bloody
about the
Mary
lineup-
even living, technically? Can you die if you're not even living?
I don't know. He could be defeated.
Definitely. But we're going to see a boost with one of those good Pat cards, so maybe I spoke too soon.
Joshua really likes boosting with that card.
Yeah, that is not the first time we've seen him do that. I personally really like the Day of Your Doom, especially against Bloody Mary, because if she plays one of her best value blocks, being the mirror image, which copies the value of the opponent's card, Day of Your Doom can bump itself up over the mirror image to hit for 5 value over a 3 value. But if he's got both the Battle Frenzies and the Day of Your Doom, I would take the Battle Frenzy as well. So great start for Joshua. Ooh, but this is a key card. So what we just saw played was Stolen Memories by Bloody Mary. So you look at your opponent's hand, you choose a card, then it's up to your opponent whether or not they discard it or take its boost value in damage. And when you see a card like Under Achilles' Helm being a 4 boost value, that's just a little too much damage for Achilles to justify taking from a single scheme. So it's almost always going to get discarded. So Chad being able to do that as action 1 and see that Joshua, I believe, did he only have the Achilles heel left as defense?
Yeah, just an Achilles heel.
So
His other 2 cards are Brothers in Arms.
Okay, so if he goes for an attack on Achilles, he can hit with a Broken Glass, which will be guaranteed to trigger and still deal the 2 damage and get himself another card drawn.
I just want to acknowledge that Josh has a pretty crazy opening couple draws. In his first 7 cards, he drew 4 cards that help kill Pat, which is just as Achilles, you'd love to see that in your opening hand almost every game, because it would just give you so much flexibility in actually deciding if you wanted to kill Pat or not.
Definitely very fortunate for Joshua. And we see Mary play the closer than she appears. Going to go for that third action attack while she knows it can't get fainted. There's only the
very good
heal.
option.
And if he plays the heal and it's a speak 3, it's going to give Mary another action.
Ooh.
That was huge. So with the Bloody Requiem, it's going to hit for no damage into the heal, but the Bloody Reprise, the second part of this card, will copy the 4 value of the heal and hit again undefended 4. That was definitely a great turn by Chad.
I definitely expected a speak 3 times there to hit over the heal to give Chad an extra action, but I think that double attack also was a great play there by Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might not have had the speak 3, but still a great play nonetheless.
It guarantees him a breather turn too, because there's no way Joshua is going to throw an attack into him right now, because it's going to start him with 3 cards.
Right. Though we do know he has the 2 brothers in arms, right? So he could go for action gain and go for multiple attacks, but if Chad has a feint, then that's pretty dangerous for Joshua with no defense in hand, so not surprised to see him just back off here. Put Pat right up front in the way.
Now, one interesting thing with this matchup that we really haven't seen in the other maps than Fighters, it's not going to go that way this game, it looks like, because Pat's going down fast. But this is a situation where if you played to keep Pat healthy, you could potentially pin Mary along the sides of the building.
Right. And Mary doesn't have a lot of movement capabilities. She has a few copies of the Trick of the Light that we saw played earlier, which just puts her in an empty space adjacent to the opponent. And she's got 2 copies of the Infinity Mirror, which is essentially a non-situational leap away, being able to move either fighter in the combat up to 4 spaces. So very powerful card, but only 2 copies of that in the deck.
I will add that Infinity Mirror is also very strong on this map because it's very small, so 4 spaces can just make you fly around the map.
Yep.
Yeah. Also worth noting that before Achilles is enraged, Infinity Mirror is a really risky proposition if it comes to Achilles attacking with Test for Weakness, because she could pull him in on the defense and set him up to get double or even triple attacked.
So we do see a boosted maneuver by Chad going all the way the long way around to open the door, setting up a jump scare, but Joshua did draw one of the feints. So only 1 damage from the jump scare. That could have been a huge swing turn for Chad. Great defense with the mirror image there, though. Fully blocking the brothers in arms. Oh, and then we see an undefended brothers in arms. That second one coming out.
You think Josh goes for another attack here, or do you think he's going to back off, Gary?
I think he goes for it. No.
Gary, of course you would say that. You're quite an aggressive player yourself.
I am. I have 1 card in hand. I attack. I'll worry about the rest later. What card did Mary dump to boost her maneuver earlier?
It was a Trick of the Light.
Okay.
I like Joshua not attacking because it puts Chad to start at 2 cards, which is much worse than 1, because if he started at 1 card, he could just double maneuver up to 3, and then that's a threat. But in this case, it's a little awkward because he double maneuvers up to 4. It's not nearly as threatening.
True.
It provides him basically an inherent deterrent from Joshua going to attack him. But with not very many cards in hand, I don't see Joshua going to attack anyways.
So, do you guys think that Achilles is going to be looking to use Battle Hardened for extra feints against Mary's third actions, or is he just going to look for the spear throws to close the game out?
I think with the health disparity, unless she lands some ghostly touches soon, we could see spear throws being the choice.
I would agree with that at this point. He just needs to simply deny Mary from pulling off any big turns, and the feints are going to help with that. Well, I mean, actually, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because the feints will help deny any kind of reversal from Bloody Mary, but the spear throws could close it out as well.
I think Josh is probably going to want to use a little bit of both strategies.
Yeah.
He's probably going to want to feint the heals, and then when he knows Bloody Mary can't heal anymore, he'll probably look to cycle some spear throws. But it all depends on when he draws his feints and spear throws and battle hardens, of course.
Wow, very surprised to see a feint thrown out
Ooh.
from an Achilles attack. Not even Patroclus.
Alright, so I will start with an attack.
Although I guess there's only one Pat-specific attack left in the deck, so maybe Chad isn't really going to hang on to his feints for that.
I would love to see an Infinity Mirror swing Mary around and hit Achilles with a jump scare here.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. He's got the position.
It is going into a battle harden, so Joshua gets his choice of card back. I like the Brothers in Arms pick because with Chad potentially going for another attack here, putting himself down to 3, that Brothers in Arms will definitely help mess up the hand count. He is swinging around to that orange space.
And the question here is it the jump scare, or is he faking it for another bloody Requiem, hoping that Joshua defends with like a 4?
Yeah, it could be either one, or it could even be... oh, wow, he's just going.
Oh, there we go.
He's just going for it. I was going to say a Broken Glass, though, Gary. I think a Broken Glass attack here would be good as well. Because if it's into a Helm, you won't kill off Patroclus, but if it's anything else, other than a feint, of course, you should be able to match the value and still deal damage.
Damn.
Yeah, the second feint, not what Chad wants to see for that ghostly
There goes that
touch.
healing.
So that effectively limits Chad's maximum health now to 10 if he can get the other ghostly touch off.
Oof.
Wow, Chad taking it undefended, and it's not the Brothers in Arms. It is the Battle Hardened going to cycle back into the other copy. I think that was a risky play, but it could work out because now Joshua's got to be a little bit worried about Chad defending with a Broken Glass or an evade. Connor, what do you think about this positioning here from Achilles? Putting Patroclus actually behind Achilles, do you think that signals that he has a helm?
Oh, 100%. I don't think he would put himself in this circumstance if he didn't have a helm.
Let's see.
So I think Mary has to attack with... Oh, interesting.
Well, the Battle Hardened is the perfect defense. You can just take the 1 from the original Bloody Requiem and then play the Battle Hardened again for the 2.
Yeah.
And then still take whatever you want or the Battle Hardened back. Oh, I like this play a lot. He's actually going to use the Helm not to deal damage to Pat, but to prevent Achilles from getting hit by the 3rd action that Chad has coming up. So that is a very, very interesting play there. Chad still has one more.
Regardless, Chad has to do the ghostly touch here if he has it.
Oh, 100%. If he has ghostly touch, you throw it, I think. Wow, out of the mirror even. Oh, you know what? If this kills off Pat, it could be huge impact. Now, being the 3rd action, out of the mirror actually does have a benefit as well, which doesn't normally work out. But it will draw Chad a card, which is really good here because it puts him at a higher hand count and still at 3 cards, which is pretty threatening. But that's only going to do the 1 damage to Pat, so it will not kill him off. Battle Hardened proving to be quite a useful card in the situation for Joshua. And we know his hand is Battle Hardened and Brothers in Arms.
Okay, I was just about to ask, do we know the other card in his hand? Is that still the Brother in Arms? But yeah.
Yep. Chad's got to defend with something like an Evade, I would think.
Battle Hardened is also you can't cycle it as infinitely as you can against Yananga and Wukong because they don't have any feints. So you could do it forever against them. But Bloody Mary has 2 feints, and I think this is the second feint that Chad is playing. So I think that will stop the Battle Hardened loop.
That was huge, and now we know that Achilles, he has Brothers in Arms in hand, but no defense. So he's going to take a maneuver here. Now this game did appear to be off to a really rough start for Chad, but it's slowly starting to look like it's turning around because we haven't seen any broken glass, and that's some big damage output. And Pat has still not died off. There's still some healing available, as well as both Speak 3 times from Chad. So he's doing really well here, and I've spoken with him a good amount personally, and I know he's a big fan of Bloody Mary. So maybe he's more comfortable here than we might think.
One thing I want to point out about Pat still being alive is that after both Battle Hardens have been discarded, I don't think we've seen a spear throw from Josh yet. So if Achilles loses any spear throws to the random discards from Pat dying, I think that will also be huge for Chad and give him a lot more chances to be able to win this match.
Definitely. Now, Gary, we saw Chad double maneuver to 4 cards. Are you surprised at all that he didn't actually choose to boost with one of those to threaten the 3-card turn?
No, I think what he's looking to do right now is, since he's at the life deficit, he's probably looking to build a small hand so that he can organically have Achilles attack him down into a 3-card hand.
Sure. But at any moment, basically, Chad can almost choose when he wants to kill off Pat. And doing it on one of his 3rd action turns could be crucial, because even if he has a feint, he probably doesn't want to use it to defend with Pat because he could die anyways over the feint. And if he doesn't use it from Pat, it could get knocked out of the hand due to Achilles' ability. So I think if I'm Chad, I'm looking to get a natural 3-action turn, maneuver up to Pat, kill Pat, and then hope to still go and attack Achilles in the same turn. Whether it be through a movement effect with like Infinity Mirror, or if they're both adjacent. Very hard to set up.
You think this is going to be the last Pat attack here?
Well, there it is. You called it. It's going to be 1 damage, but the Infinity Mirror is going to move Bloody Mary potentially up to 4 spaces. We are going to get the 2 random discards, so there goes a Brothers in Arms. Wow, both Brothers in Arms. Those are gone. But we still have all 3 Skirmish, is that right? Looks
Yeah,
like
I don't think we've seen the Skirmish yet.
Skirmish is going to hurt. With Bloody Mary only at 4, she really has to make something happen immediately in the next couple turns, or else she's just going to die off.
And Josh choosing to kill off Pat there on his turn, do you think he did that because the cards he was holding in his hand he didn't think he needed?
I really don't know. I'm honestly surprised he chose to kill off Pat there.
The broken glass.
So my thought here, I guess, is that Joshua knows his win condition is just simply double spear throw, or hit with a skirmish and then hit with another skirmish, or any combination of skirmish and spear throw on offense there is going to finish off Bloody Mary. So I think he wants to turbo through his deck and start getting that card draw and just dig and find those cards before Bloody Mary has any sort of chance to come back.
And the sorting begins.
You got to think he drew a skirmish here, right? He maneuvered, drew 1 single card, and is now making an attack. So it's got to be the skirmish to get him another card draw from winning the combat, and the movement effect to get out of Mary's immediate attack range.
Starts becoming a dangerous proposition for Mary now too, because she can't really afford to shut down these attacks with feint anymore. She's gonna get her teeth knocked in.
Yep. Okay, so a Hermes accomplishes a very similar thing here. Gonna deal 2 damage. Mary is in lethal range of a single spear throw, so Joshua just looking to find that as fast as possible. And that'll do it. So he actually didn't maneuver first. He won the combat from the broken glass and drew off his effect there, and then drew another. So the Wily Fighting being a 5 will hit over the 4 value broken glass for 1, and then the Wily Fighting after combat effect will finish off Bloody Mary. Wow, a quite abrupt finish there to what I thought was a very close game. So let's listen in what the players have to say.
Or what would you have just drawn?
What would I have drawn? Let's see. That.
Okay, so you still would have been able to.
Yeah, I
defend.
wouldn't have. So this, I knew this was a win though. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, had it not been a win, then I would have maneuvered away.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Well, good game.
Yeah. Game 5.
Yeah, I mean that went better than I thought it would.
Wow. That was a sudden ending. I really didn't expect it to end so abruptly, but we're going to see Game 5, Joshua getting that win, and we're going to be forced into, since Joshua can't choose Mary, he has to choose Wukong, and then Chad can actually, I thought he was going to be stuck with Mary, but he actually has the choice of Achilles here into Wukong. Is that right? Yeah. So interesting, but just circling back to this last game, I was really impressed with Chad's Mary play. I think he just took a little bit too much damage early on, but I thought he was going to turn things around, but he just didn't quite have enough sustain there.
Yeah, early on in that match, I actually went into the Twitch chat and bet some channel points on Chad to win that. I saw freaking Gary doing that earlier, so I decided to throw in some points and try to win big, but I lost. So I was really excited there. I love Bloody Mary too. You mentioned that Chad is a big fan of Bloody Mary. I think she's so interesting just from like a conceptual character point of view. But I do think Achilles is generally favored in that matchup just because of his large health pool, and he's the most feints in this set, so he's generally going to give Mary a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. That just is how it is when you're dealing with a fighter that has a full set of feints. And it works out to Mary's benefit in this box specifically that both Yananga and Wukong don't have any feints. So with that just said, and we know Joshua is forced into Wukong for Game 3, Connor, do you think Chad is going to go with Bloody Mary or Achilles?
I 100% think he's gonna go for Achilles because he wants to have a chance of winning. If he takes Mary into Wukong, it's just a loss.
You think so? Okay.
I think so, definitely, yeah.
Gary, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Mary's problematic, and it showed in that match. Whereas Achilles can build up momentum. When Mary starts losing momentum, it's hard for her to get it back. So dipping so low early into the game, she's not going to be like a fighter like Yananga where she can make a sudden comeback by getting back archers. She's not like Wukong where she's going to draw into a Phoenix form. She's only going to get weaker.
Sure. Now, Taylor, you being the Bloody Mary fan here, do you think there's a chance that we see Chad run it back with Mary into Wukong, seeing as he gets the map and position pick at all?
So, over my journey through this tournament, I have played the Wukong side of the Wukong-Mary matchup. I've played it 3 times, and all 3 times, at least from my perspective, as the Monkey King, it felt completely unwinnable for the Mary player. So as much as I would like to see Chad get a win with Mary here, I don't think that it's gonna happen. So I think his best bet is picking Achilles.
I think the only thing that can happen where Mary has a shot at that matchup is if Mary takes it back to Hanging Gardens, goes first, moves in, boosts, plays speak or closer than she appears, and lands the speak 3 times clean on the first hit of the game.
Clean
That's the
meaning
only
into
shot she had.
maybe one of his 2s or even a Wily fighting for 4 or 5 damage.
I think she needs to land the clean 8. No defense. I think she needs to not have Wukong distribute any of that damage out anywhere else. Because if Wukong effectively starts that game with 9 health, she has a chance.
Sure, I would say she has a good chance at that point, but that's very unlikely to happen. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Chad switch over to Achilles into Joshua's Wukong.
Yeah,
But
I think Mary just lacks the crowd control tools that she needs to effectively deal with him. And a Wukong player that's going to hang back and really rely on their clones is going to be more than she can comprehensively deal with across the entire game.
yeah, with only 2 copies of that Infinity Mirror that we saw, that's really her only way to get through the clone wall reliably. The Trick of the Light can sometimes do it, but often not good enough because Wukong will just send 1 clone out there to do the attacking, and Trick of the Light's not going to actually get behind the wall, whereas Infinity Mirror will, but there's only 2 copies, so not very reliable. No AoE damage. But Achilles here, he has the 3 copies of Skirmish, which can definitely help out in getting through the wall. He also has the Wily Fightings, and he's got Blessed by Hermes, so a lot more movement opportunities than Mary. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that matchup. But before we go ahead and reveal who Chad's going to pick, let's jump one more time into the How to Play video for anybody just tuning in to catch this last game of this epic match. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. All right, so that explained it one more time for any of you who might be dropping in and are new to this game, and it's really an incredible game. So if you're new, hopefully, you're going to enjoy what you see, and we are in some high-level play right here. It's going to be Game 5 of the best-of-5 grand finals between Wandering Caretaker and Chadicular. So this next game determines everything. It will crown the winner of the tournament, as well as who's going to receive the full set of foils for the new fighters, as well as a free copy of the set. So a lot on the line. And plus, of course, the title of the champion is probably worth more than any of the foils, right? So we are going to see Joshua was forced into Sun Wukong because he can't choose Mary, and Chad is going to go with Achilles. As we expected, he's not going to try to pull off some cheeky win with Bloody Mary. He's going to go with the more tested matchup, the more reliable one with Achilles. So let's go ahead and take a look at Sun Wukong's deck. And Taylor, I'll let you take it away with this one.
One thing I want to bring up before the cards is it's funny you say that the title of champion is worth more than the foils because you are the reigning champion, so you would know.
That's right.
So Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, it is said that he can transform into anything with a single strand of his own hair, including clones of himself. So his ability is at the start of his turn, he can deal himself 1 damage to generate a clone. And clones are 1 health sidekicks. He has a maximum of 3 of them at the board on the time. But if you look at all of his key cards and all of his cards, they all say any, which means he and his clones share the same card pool, and that effectively means his clones are copies of himself that are equally as powerful as him, except when the opponent kills them, nothing happens to Sun Wukong's hero. So in addition to the clones, Sun Wukong also has a bunch of forms. And the first form is Phoenix form. It is a scheme, and it says Sun Wukong recovers 1 health for each clone on the board. So obviously, if Sun Wukong can get all 3 of his clones out on the board and play this and recover 3 health, that is a lot of health to get back for 1 scheme. And you're going to look to see Josh try to get full use of this card and heal a lot to recover back the health that he loses from making the clones with his ability. The other form we have is Ox form. Now, it is a printed value 7 attack, which is just a ridiculously high number to be attacking with. And it says this card's effects cannot be canceled. And that is because during combat, if your opponent played a card, they may boost it. So effectively, Ox form presents your opponent with the ability to boost their defense card to make up for the fact that this is a printed value 7. And it says this card's effects cannot be canceled because if your opponent plays a feint, they still have the opportunity to boost it up. So in this matchup especially, Achilles has some high boost values with his double attack test for weakness and under Achilles' helm, which has a boost value of 4. So Sun Wukong might not see as much damage from this card as he would in other matchups, but it still is just, it plays such a key part in the mind games that Sun Wukong has. I'm going to use this phrase that Gary used earlier. Ox form is one side of a coin, and Ryu Jingubang is the other side of a coin because it is a 0 value attack. So obviously your opponent doesn't want to block, they don't want to play a block card for the Jingubang because it doesn't have a value, whereas they really want to block Ox form. So these 2 cards in particular are going to make up a lot of Sun Wukong's mind games because Ryu Jingubang, if your opponent plays a defense card against it, it triggers the bonus attack, which is the new mechanic in Battle of Legends Volume 2, which we've seen a lot over the weekend. And the bonus attack for Ryu Jingubang is Tricked You, which is a 4 value attack. So this card just punishes your opponent for blocking it because then they get attacked with a 4 value attack, which is pretty big. And 72 Transformations is a 2 value versatile that after combat can bring back one of Sun Wukong's forms. So Phoenix form and Ox form are 2 of the forms. There's a 3rd form that isn't on the screen right now called Tortoise form, and that is a block card. So 72 Transformations, there are 3 copies of this, which effectively gives Sun Wukong a lot of flexibility in the forms that he wants to take back. He can take back Phoenix form for a lot more healing. He can take back Ox form for much more damage. And there's Tortoise form on the screen now. It's a 5 value block card that says during combat your opponent may boost their attack. So again, you're making your opponent spend 2 cards to deal with one of your cards. So depending on what Sun Wukong needs, health, defense, or attacks, he can pick a form from his discard pile and bring it back into his hand. And there are 3 copies of 72 Transformations, as I've said. So he has a lot of flexibility in what he needs to bring back at any point during the game. And the last key card we're going to talk about is Bewilderment, which is one of Wukong's ultimate defense cards. He has 2 really good block cards that are just amazing at preventing damage. So Bewilderment says it's a 0 value block card, which it doesn't seem very good because you wouldn't block anything, but the effect says during combat you prevent all combat damage. So it doesn't matter how big of an attack Achilles throws at you, you still block all the damage. And then it has another bonus of after combat, you may place your fighter in any space. So you basically don't take any damage from the attack, and then you can teleport all the way across the board, which will be really good for Sun Wukong if he ever gets trapped on one side of the map. So that's it for Sun Wukong. He's got a lot of really interesting cards.
So adding on to the ultimate defense that you just mentioned with Bewilderment, Golden Chainmail, let's show that one as well. Because in this particular matchup, it might even be better than Bewilderment, seeing as Achilles likes to hit really hard after he is angry, right? So those 6 value attacks, Golden Chainmail can actually deflect the damage back onto Achilles, which can be very devastating in not only fully protecting Wukong, but also dealing some extra damage. So that can be incredibly powerful. And then Fiery Eyes, I just want to make sure we mention that as well, because in this matchup in particular, that battle-hardened loop that we've seen and talked about before for Achilles, Wukong doesn't have any feints to cancel that, but the Fiery Eyes can put that card back on the bottom of the deck. And so if the loop ever comes into play, Wukong can simply hold Fiery Eyes until that point, and then he's guaranteed to put that card on the bottom of the deck, essentially cutting off access to the loop until the very end of the game. So let's go ahead and jump over to the Achilles deck one more time. And Gary, I'll let you handle this one here.
Sure. So Achilles and his Psychic Patroclus are a double melee fighter team. Unique feature in that this is one of the only characters in the game that really wants to get their sidekick killed. Depending on the matchup, quicker or slower. When Patroclus does get killed, Achilles is going to enrage. You have to discard 2 cards at random, but then for the rest of the game, all of Achilles' attacks are at +2 value. So that means any attack that's a 4 is treated as a 6. Additionally, anytime Achilles wins a combat attacking or defending, he's going to automatically draw a card, which is going to help him with his aggression in the mid-game, but towards the late game, it's going to start bleeding him out rapidly as he approaches exhaustion damage. Furthering that, he only has 2 passes in his deck. Taking a look at Spear Throw, they are his only 2 schemes. It's just a standard 2 damage to an opposing fighter in his zone, so a very brief moment in time where he can act as though he's a ranged fighter. Again, that can be extended with Battle Hardened, but as we were discussing there with Wukong's deck, more often than not, Achilles likes to loop Battle Hardened into itself. Since after combat allows you to choose a card in your discard pile and return it to your hand, once Achilles is enraged, that becomes a reusable 4. But ultimately, if Wukong's going to try to bury it at the bottom of his deck, he's better off using it just to get back an extra Spear Throw for each of them, which basically gives him 8 guaranteed damage all game by using the Spear Throw, which can be a real benefit against Wukong if he's hiding behind a wall of clones. Looking at the top row of cards that he has there, under Achilles' Helm is one in a line of cards that helps you get Patroclus killed quickly. In this case, it's going to allow you to take an attack that was aimed at Achilles and switch Patroclus with him so that Patroclus takes the hit. And Patroclus would also be subject to any of the after combat effects that come with the opponent's attack. So in the case of something like Wily fighting from Wukong, you're going to be able to ping an extra damage onto Patroclus instead of Achilles. Dovetailing with that, Patroclus' Battle Frenzy is one of 2 cards in the deck that help you kill him very quickly on attacking. Both of his attack cards allow him to leverage about 5 total damage imposed on the opponent at the expense of dealing 2 damage to himself. Now he only has 6 health, so across all 4 of those cards he can deal 8 damage to himself, which is more than enough to kill him. And then finally, Brothers in Arms is one of the showcase cards in the deck, where either Achilles or Patroclus can use it, but it only has a beneficial effect before Patroclus dies, in that it gives you back an action as long as he hasn't been defeated. In the late game, though, it is effectively a blank 4, but we have to remember that since Achilles gets his +2, it's functionally an Excalibur from Arthur's deck. It's just a blank 6 that he can throw out there. Now, one thing worth noting with Achilles' deck is he does not have tremendously high boost values. So under Achilles' Helm is the highest boost value card in his deck at a 4. He does have a couple of 3s, but they're on cards that he really wants to be attacking with in the late game. So in the case of this, if Wukong is going to play a keep away game with him, there's every potential that Achilles needs to hold on to those helms until the late game so that he can boost himself across the battlefield and catch up to Wukong.
Yep, very well said. And a couple other cards I want to show here are going to be the Wily Fighting and Blessed by Hermes, because in this particular matchup, Achilles needs to be able to get through the clone wall. And if he can't get through, he's not going to win the matchup. But Wily Fighting and Blessed by Hermes are both going to help out a lot, because Wily Fighting's after combat effect is to deal 1 damage to each adjacent opposing fighter to your fighter. So if he is adjacent to a clone, he's going to guarantee that clone dies off. but he could also potentially kill multiple clones with the one card if they're grouped up. And then Blessed by Hermes, being able to move each fighter, both Achilles and Patroclus, up to 3 spaces and moving through opposing fighters is the key there, because it will let him set up to move through the clone wall if he uses this on defense, and then on the start of his turn, he would be able to maneuver up to Wukong himself and make an attack. So those 2 cards are definitely going to help out a lot in Achilles' ability to get through the clones and deal damage to Wukong to win the game. So with all of that discussed, we will reveal the map that Chad had the choice here. So he is going to opt to go with Soho.
Oh, interesting.
Now, yeah, I think this is a very interesting pick. We've seen this same map played in other games with this same matchup throughout this weekend. And I think Wukong ended up winning the one we saw, but Connor, do you want to talk a little bit about the, the implications of this map?
I definitely think it's an interesting map choice for Achilles into Wukong. Soho has a lot of positions where it's kind of just tunnels, like you've one ways across the board. So this definitely could go either way, where Achilles could use Pat to redirect somebody, forcing a boost, or Wukong using his clones to redirect Achilles or Pat, forcing the boost. Now the fighter's ranged, so I don't think the limit of tri-circles is going to really come into play unless Achilles' game plan is to really spam spear throws.
Yeah, and I would expect that to be Achilles' game plan, actually, with the spear throws. I think that's really the only way he's going to, A, deal the damage to Wukong himself in a situation where there are many clones on the board, and B, have enough sustain and, because of the ability of spear throw being a pass, to prevent himself from reaching fatigue too early. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I do think it's Wukong favored, but it can definitely go either way. And Chad gets to choose the starting position. So we will go ahead and jump on into Vorpal and check out the final game of the Release Rumble Grand Finals.
And one thing I think that's really interesting about this map choice by Chad was he played this matchup on the same side. He was Achilles in the semifinal match versus Unmatched. And he actually ended up losing that matchup on this map. So maybe he thinks he can do something different here and pull off the win against Wukong. But yeah, definitely an interesting map choice by Chad.
It is interesting, too, that you mentioned that he had done the same matchup from the other side.
No, he was on the same side.
Oh, he was Achilles as well. Okay, so maybe
Yeah.
he just, he has some experience. He's went through this once before, and maybe he has a game plan going into this. Because I think better to choose a map that you've already tried out and may have learned a thing or two during your game than to try to take a shot in the dark, right, and pick a completely new map.
I would definitely agree with that, yeah.
But I'm very surprised to see Chad choosing to go second.
You could technically go ahead and place Pat
Because as we've talked about before, Wukong going first or second makes a big difference. Essentially, the amount of clones he gets to start the game with.
You think maybe he's factoring fatigue into this game plan and maybe hoping that by forcing Wukong to go first, he's drawing first and maybe will empty his deck faster? What do you think about that, Gary?
Get some sleep soon.
Yeah. Maneuver.
I think Gary's away right now, but I personally, in response to that question, I would say that Chad is probably definitely playing towards fatigue here, because if he's going second, he's drawing second as well. And with neither of these fighters really having draw power, at least for Achilles, he doesn't have it as long as Pat is alive. I wonder if he's planning to keep Pat alive the whole entire game, play very defensively with Pat, and simply kill off clones, because if he can constantly attack clones and not Wukong himself, then Phoenix Form really doesn't provide any healing, right? Because Sly Monkey won't trigger to spawn free clones. And as long as you can manage the clone count, Phoenix Form won't be healing, and so maybe he is looking to play a really, really long game and just leverage those spear throws and fatigue.
Yeah, to answer you, Taylor, it's a bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off for him.
That's for you, Mike.
Interesting to see Wukong positioning himself in front of the clone here. I guess Josh is trying to keep as many clones alive as possible and not be stuck as just his hero at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, he might be actively working against exactly what you guys were just discussing, where he's fearing the fact that Achilles might push the game on a timer if he plays a little bit too recklessly with the clones.
And it's funny that immediately after we discussed that, it looks like Joshua's setting up to counter that type of gameplay, and Chad immediately then switches, saying, well, okay, if you're going to try and counter, I'm going to go back to the original strat of hitting Wukong right off the bat. So just
So
a
in
really
that case,
funny...
is it a reverse bait?
just a really funny start to the game here, and I think it shows the adaptability of both of these players really well.
I would also say there's two layers.
Fantastic combat
Ooh.
here. Sorry to cut you off, Gary, but
Oh, go for it.
we got the 7 value Battle Frenzy hitting for 2 damage combat-wise over the Tortoise, and then the 2 after combat. So a big, big win in combat there for Chad.
Nice.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah, those are the kind of swings you need against Wukong in these matchups.
Well, let's have
Definitely.
that, right?
Okay, so here's the Sly Monkey. Joshua's got his full clone wall online, turn 2, but Patroclus does get to get away with the skirmish safely.
He could also move Wukong and maybe
So
mess
I
up his
guess-
plans
I
for
guess
Sly
that's
Monkey.
it.
That's a great point because the skirmish will trigger first since it's on defense.
So is this your first action?
Yes.
Alright, I'll go there.
I would actually
But
like
no,
to
he's
see
just
him
gonna resort
move
to moving
Wukong
back.
because what if Joshua takes an aggressive route and puts Wukong 1 space forward to the tri-zone? I would have actually liked to see that by Joshua if he would have went to the tri-zone space and then hit Patroclus again, seeing as
Yeah.
he has the hand advantage.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
That is
If
an
you-
early stabilization.
Yeah, if you're Chad, you're probably
There we have it.
not enjoying seeing Phoenix form show up in the first 7 cards.
True, but he did get a good chunk of damage early on,
Okay,
which, you know, it was mitigated a bit. But he could revert to his original game
We'll
plan
start
maybe
with
and just start killing clones now.
spear throw.
Nice.
Oh, we are going to see just a spear throw for 2 damage onto Wukong himself.
And then I will maneuver.
Honestly, a little surprised to see a spear throw instead of a double maneuver. He must have some defenses in hand and not feel too pressured.
Okay. I'll maneuver.
Maybe he's just going to go the Josh route of just not blocking anything at the beginning of the game.
Again, I don't hate that. I like to see it from Achilles, especially being so beefy like he is.
Okay.
We are going to see the Wily fighting, blocking a 72, so that's a clone down, but another early cycling of the Phoenix form.
Okay. So
So Connor, looking at Josh's discard pile, we saw that he has a Tortoise form and a Phoenix form available. Do you think there's any scenario in which Josh takes the Tortoise over the Phoenix form here?
No, there's just no scenario where that happens. As long as he keeps his gap, he's just gonna want to keep going for Phoenix form. I would say if they were adjacent, maybe he could stop more damage by blocking it with the Tortoise form.
go there.
But just based off where he is with all the clones around, it would just makes perfect sense to go for Phoenix form.
Alright, I'll go back.
I'll make a clone.
Taylor, when you pose a question, you know, you're supposed to not give away the answer by your laughter.
I think there are situations where you want to take back Tortoise form, just
Just not
I know,
this one.
yeah, Connor, I think I've had a conversation with him about this set. I think you would call yourself a Wukong main, wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah, so I wanted to hear his opinion, you know?
Sure.
Mhm.
Maybe he has some insights
I will
that
start off
us
by attacking
Wukong casuals wouldn't be aware of.
So we saw a
Yes,
feint on the
Taylor.
infinite strikes
Healing
there.
is good.
Ooh, a good attack here.
Ooh.
Onto the clone from Patroclus, the test for weakness into a bewilderment. So a pretty big waste of a bewilderment, and Joshua going to have to consider whether or not it's worth defending the clone. He lets it go, so wow.
So that was my first action.
That's a
combat
huge
win.
waste of
And my
bewilderment.
second action, go ahead and give me a maneuver.
So there's
Makes me
what?
kind of curious to what he thought it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead and go
Maybe he figured it was like a battle hardened or something? I don't know.
there. Okay.
Now, we know he has the Phoenix in hand, right? He's down to 10 health. If he uses that Phoenix and uses 2 other 72s on the Phoenix, that's 9 health of healing, right? Which puts Wukong at 19 effectively, but Achilles still has 18. So I really still believe in Chad and his chances here being so healthy and having a lot of big combat wins.
That's true, but the other thing we have to take into consideration too is that all day today, Achilles' biggest problem has been burning himself out. And the fact that he's been using that Phoenix form, it's a pass in and of itself, but with 3 clones on the board, it's what? It's 2.5 passes each time it's played with 3 clones. That's really significant. If he's able to pull that off 4 times this game, that's effectively extending his deck life by 8, no, 10, because to the half plays.
That was here, so
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
there.
But every attack you make is also essentially another pass.
Mhm.
Wow, another 72 already. Getting that Phoenix. Brothers in Arms will gain Achilles in action.
So I'll go ahead.
Clone can't spawn here because there's no open space adjacent to Wukong. That's one of the downsides of actually sandwiching Wukong between the clones, is you're not able to spawn more in the case that one of them dies off. So it does slow down the Phoenix form. He can't use it this turn necessarily unless he wants to get 2 health instead of 3. And then if he doesn't use it this turn and Chad goes on the offensive and tries to kill another clone, it might be a little bit more difficult for Joshua to, you know, build back up to that 3 clone count in order to get max healing.
I will say,
He is just going to take it for 2.
yeah, I was going to say Josh sandwiching himself, leaving no space for a new clone to show up at the start of his turn, might be playing around something like Blessed by Hermes, which would allow one of Chad's fighters to move through opposing fighters, and he could pierce the clone wall if he left a space like he is right now. But yeah, Josh probably didn't want to sandwich himself in that particular moment so that he could play Phoenix form for a full 3 instead of the 2 that we saw him play it as.
He essentially just missed out on a free clone generation.
You think Josh should have waited to play that, John? Or do you think it's fine that he played it for 2 now?
I think that if he's playing it now, it might indicate that he has the last 72. And if that's the case, I think it's fine to play now. But otherwise, I really think he should have waited.
But bearing that in mind, John, do you think that Achilles, when he goes to attack here, should go for the feint?
That's tough because... Oh, I don't know. There's so many defenses that could be played.
Well, honestly though, an offensive feint into Wukong. Tortoise form, your attack was a waste no matter what. Golden chainmail, you don't want to hit high anyway. You feint bewilderment, that's a win.
Yes.
And you feint 72 and that's a win. So you don't care if it's Wily fighting or Sly Monkey, but
Yeah, it would be a not bad to feint, you know, a Wily as well. The Sly Monkey defense, I guess, would be the punish for attacking with the feint. We're going to see a boost, though, with the other Battle Frenzy. I think Chad's giving up on the opportunity of Pat ever getting in on Wukong, but there's the 72 like we thought. And Gary, you're, good call. If he would have attacked with the feint, it would have been a big win there. But the thing is, in this situation, and Chad recognizes it, that's why he's okay ditching the Battle Frenzy, because he doesn't want to kill off Pat. He's playing a really long game, even with the Phoenix forms, because all of the 72 transformations are gone. And so, with only 2 Ox forms in the deck, Joshua's damage potential is really limited. But the problem is, if you look at the deck counts, it's already, becoming a gap between the two, with Wukong at 16 and Achilles at 14. So
Achilles does have one more pass in there, though.
That's true, and he can use the Battle Harden, remember, to cycle into additional passes with the spear throws, and those are going to be very powerful.
Josh has healed for 8 so far with his Phoenixes, correct?
Yes. Excellent Battle Harden here. Sadly, he doesn't have the second copy, but he can get the spear, and then he can defend with something else in his hand if he has maybe a skirmish to fully block. Yep, we do see the skirmish to block the Tricked You, value of 4. And Pat will get to have his skirmish movement.
Crazy to think about how Josh would be at 5 right now if it wasn't for all that healing.
Definitely. And now
He'd be
down
at
to
3
3
right now. Yeah.
All right. Now, do you think Chad boosts here and then takes a maneuver, or does he just maybe? It's hard to say. I think he just lets it go and takes a maneuver.
Ooh.
Wow, boosting with a helm. He really wanted that clone dead. Wukong is sandwiched yet again, so we know the Phoenix form is in hand.
Yeah, interesting choice by Chad there with only two cards in his hand, and he used one of them to boost. But he does gain the action from the handshake card because Pat is still alive, so he can maneuver back up to 2 cards.
The handshake. That is one
handshake.
manly handshake right there. Joshua really needs to start going on the offensive and using some of those attacks like the Jingle Bongs and the Taunting Laughters. I think this turn he needs to maneuver and boost, press that hand advantage. But it looked like he simply did a double maneuver, which is going to give Chad some breathing room. I think Joshua, if I'm Joshua right now, I think his win condition is simply to drag the game out to exhaustion and outvalue Achilles in resources, because as long as he can hold on to 1 Ox form until the very, very end, once all other cards have been played, then there's nothing that Chad can do about it. He's going to take that big hit as the finishing blow.
And going off of that, John, I know you've played against Josh a lot. I haven't played as much as you, but I know that Josh really likes to wait until things are certain, and he loves saving his big attacks for the end of the game. I remember watching your guys' final last time, the Dracula Invisible Man match, where he held on to that beast form until he knew that it would end the game.
Yep, he definitely likes to hold on to things. He's a very, very safe player, doesn't like to take big risks.
Except for not blocking against Wukong, of course, and taking an 8 damage Ox form.
It took a lot of convincing to get him to play that way. We are going to see him being aggressive here, though, boosting with that Taunting Laughter, which I like, going for an attack.
Yeah, this game is very reminiscent of the game I was talking about earlier from the Chad and Unmatched semifinal, where we saw Unmatched boosting a lot of his maneuvers with those monkey attacks to get hits on Achilles. Because Chad is playing like very similar to how he was in that game, where he's hanging around the top of the map and making Wukong come to him. I really like that from Chad here.
Yep. And Hermes an excellent defense there, getting away from the adjacency requirement of the Wily fighting, so avoiding all damage there. Now, if he wants to boost, he can take a risk and go after Wukong himself, but you got to think he's got 3 of those ultimate defenses left, so likely to play one. If he boosts, I want to see him throw out a test for weakness into Wukong here. But the punish for test for weakness is defending with a Sly Monkey, getting a free clone generation.
Maybe he attacks with an offensive feint like Gary mentioned earlier.
That's possible if he's drawn one.
How many feints has he played so far?
1? Did he?
Just one, yes. We haven't seen any Fiery Eyes from Joshua, so if Chad has the Battle Hardened, I wonder if he just is saving it. He doesn't want to give it away. But as soon as Joshua sees that being played, I'm sure he's going to have a Fiery Eyes to throw out and put that at the bottom of the deck.
If Chad's expecting that to happen, though, he could be intentionally holding the Battle Hardened right now, not wanting to call it out, so he can rely on it later, because the further into the game it gets, the less valuable that maneuver is with Fiery Eyes.
Yep. Ooh, he does go for the offensive feint. Sadly, he just hits into a Wily fighting, which is not the best. He does save himself 1 point of auto damage, but I'm sure he was looking to hit probably a bewilderment there, ideally.
You think Josh is maybe throwing out an Ox now that he sees that Chad only has 2 cards?
I would have expected it.
It's
but
not an Ox.
Yeah, no, I would have expected the Ox there, though.
So do you think Chad not blocking there, does that mean he doesn't have any defenses, or do you think he's just playing fast and loose with the Wukong attack baits? What do you think about that, Connor?
Yeah. I mean, it could be either way. With 18 health, he could even take the Ox form and still be doing decent. Obviously worked out for him there, so it really could be either way.
All right. Good job on Joshua not defending that there, because the Wily fighting would have killed off the clone regardless, unless it was specifically the bewilderment. Now we got to see the Ox. Oh, maybe it's the infinite strikes into the Ox. He's really just pushing. Wow. If he doesn't attack here, I got to assume he doesn't have it.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him attack Achilles there, because with Chad only having 1 card, like, that's just such a great time to play Ox, because even if Chad defends, he can't boost with anything, because that's the last card in his hand played to block.
Yep. That 100% has to tell us that he doesn't have an Ox form in hand.
They're just glued to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah. He still has the Phoenix in hand, so he's got 1 more pass and potential 3 heal. Chad playing very aggressively and risky with the low hand count, continuously going in for these attacks. It has helped him out with the deck count a little bit.
Maybe he still has the Bloody Mary mindset. Playing with a low hand count. Although he won't get 3 actions at the start of his next turn. Unfortunately, he probably would like to, but
Actually, more actions means more cards drawn at this point. He might not want that. Joshua just going to throw out the Fiery Eyes, see what he's got. 2 tests for weakness and a Blessed by Hermes. Yeah, I think Hermes is a good pick.
yeah, so looking back, if Blessed by Hermes was the last card in Chad's hand, at Josh's last turn. That Ox form would have dealt 4 damage to him, which Josh probably would have been happy with. So yeah, he definitely probably didn't have one in his hand at that point.
Yeah, I think if you ever have an opportunity to attack with an Ox form into a 1-card hand, you always just do it. Now, is there one natural spear throw left?
I think so. Yeah, the one in the discard pile he's used twice with the help of Battle Hardened.
That's right. Okay, so 1 battle hardened and 1 actual spear throw left could mean 4 auto damage and 2 passes. And with Wukong at only 9, while soon to be 12 health on this turn, most likely. He is behind, but not behind by much. Finally going in for an attack on Pat, it looks like. Wow, another good feint into the infinite strikes.
Is that his 3rd played feint, I believe?
Yeah, it is.
All 3 feints. None of them into the Ox, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, but unfortunately one of them wasn't used on a 72.
That is true, but I'm still... I don't know, it's so hard to tell. It could be anyone's game. It's not looking too terrible for Chad. But he is starting to run dangerously low in the deck.
And I believe he only has 1 helm and 1 double attack left. So in the future, I think boosting his defense against an Ox might prove to be a little bit difficult for him based on the cards he has left.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know he does have the 1 test for weakness, which is a boost value of 3. But I bet he would also like to use that as an attack. The scary thing is it looks very much in Chad's favor, but it could turn very, very quickly with any wrong move. Oh no, there's the Ox. 7 damage undefended. That might seal the deal.
Almost like you predicted that happening.
The other test. Killing off the clone.
Josh still is holding on to that Phoenix form, right? He hasn't played it?
Right. We might see him just use it here for 2. Boosting with another Sly Monkey. Just putting that pressure on Chad, making him use his resources, which he's running very low on. Not only is it wasting Chad's resources, but it's also giving him even more advantage in the deck counts, with every attack essentially being a pass. another win there for Joshua, dealing the 1 damage with the after combat effect of the Wily through the Achilles heel.
Josh still has both golden chainmails and a bewilderment left, I believe, right?
Correct.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how Chad is going to find enough damage to close this game out.
I would agree. That spear throw helps. That helps. But there's still the Phoenix form.
And Chad still has one more battle hardened left, so right? Is that right, Gary?
Yeah, he has 1.
So he could recycle that other spear throw for 2 more damage, but
I think if Joshua continues to put pressure on him, he needs to defend with that battle hardened and try to boost it against an Ox form with the last helm.
Yeah. But the problem is he only has 4 cards remaining overall, and with 2 cards left in deck, he's going to run into exhaustion very quickly, and then Patroclus is going to die off and knock those 2 cards out of Chad's hand, which could be the resources he needs to close out this game.
I feel like he's left Patroclus dangerously open there.
That is true, because if he were to defend Pat, he'd be down to 2 cards. And we're going to see the Fiery Eyes. Heal, Helm, and the Battle Hardened we saw is going to get put back to the bottom of the deck. So the last 2
and
cards
Hermes was
are
the card
Hermes.
previously on the bottom.
Yep.
Correct.
So he's got Hermes in hand now, Battle Hardened at the bottom. But playing that Fiery Eyes means Wukong now has to play the Phoenix. Yep, just 7. I think it's just going to come down to an Ox form as the final blow from Joshua.
Yeah, because Achilles does not have enough damage to get through this.
Right? It's obviously going to be a battle-hardened attack here. Nothing else makes any sense. He's not going to use Hermes. He could use Hermes, actually, just to force a maneuver out of Joshua, but a maneuver and a boost at that, but I don't think that's valuable enough.
No. I think he just has to keep cycling the battle hardened here. There's no other way.
Yeah, we are going to see the chainmail on defense. Perfectly fine. Joshua's still got another one of that and bewilderment, so Chad gets the battle hardened back. Battle hardened into the Jingu Bong can recycle itself and then play itself again for 2, which is what he's
probably
going to
recycle it and just play the heal.
Well, it's against Pat, so you can't use the Achilles heel.
Oh, right,
Since
yeah.
that's Achilles specific. So he is going to just take back the Battle Hardened, use it again to take 2 damage there. And this is probably the Ox. The Taunting Laughter, interesting. So he can keep Pat alive at 1, but then Pat dies off to a maneuver. If he keeps Pat alive, he can do an attack with the Battle Hardened.
It looks like he's not
Just gonna
keeping
let
Pat
him
alive.
go. There goes Hermes. That's the last attack from Achilles, so he is just going to burn himself out. He's going to take 2 maneuvers. Joshua will take 2 maneuvers, and Achilles is going to take 2 more maneuvers to end the game. Wukong.
Well, that battle harden was on defense, right? So
Oh, that's
he
true. He
cycled
does
after.
get to cycle, so I still don't think that's enough.
No.
especially with the Great Wall of Wukong in mid-season form. There's just no way for Achilles to deal any damage to him besides maybe Spear Throw with that
Yep.
Battle Harden, but
Going through the formalities here. Got to make it look as close as possible on the paper, right?
it's all about health differential. all about health
So
differential.
that's 2 damage taken from Chad because of the ability from Achilles drawing him a card. So now Wukong double maneuvers away, and that'll be the game.
I mean, technically, he could just throw the Ox
He
at
is
him,
going to
too.
throw the Ox. He's going to throw the Ox. He's going to
Yeah.
do a flashy ending. I bet. With Wukong himself. Ah, he just drew the Ox. That was it.
Yep.
Wow, and Joshua is the champion for the release rumble. Let's go ahead and listen into the players.
I had this quite a long time, and what was my last card?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't looking at doing that. I just fatigued because I knew that once you got your wall up, I couldn't.
It's pretty much the same as game 2, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it is obviously. I just think that with different luck, that matchup would be so much different. The odds of you getting all 72 transformations so early.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
ridiculous.
Because if I had a feint, I had one feint that I felt I had to use to save Pat, which was good on your part for pressing the aggression. But otherwise, I would have used this
Fainted, to get the
as an attack.
clone.
I was planning on doing that because I thought you probably would defend with it, and you did.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was really hoping to do that and just stop one of your healings from going off. And then obviously taking the Phoenix or the Ox form really hurt me. I was in a pretty I was pretty happy with where I was until that happened. Because I was
55 more, no 7 more, which
7
would
more
be at
health.
5. That would be fighting chances.
Yeah, I think I had a shot there because I keep losing combat, I think, and discarding this.
So you would win against clones, and I just keep depleting 1 health for clones, so you lose 2.
Well, I don't think
it's
I
your
would
issue.
lose because you had
If Pat was
taunting.
dead.
You had taunting, and you had
I
and you
mean,
had
once
this.
Pat died, that was the issue.
Yeah, for sure. But I still, I think if I hadn't taken that 7, I think I would have been in fighting chance, just because I think I would have been able to then I would have made it fatigue for you, and you would have started taking damage, and then I think I would have been able to get a spear throw in there, potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think it's hard to say. If you go first, you fatigue faster, but you might catch me on the wrong foot.
Yeah. I mean, who knows, right?
It's really hard to say.
It is, but my goal there was just to, because I knew that I wasn't going to fatigue. Unluckily, I fainted your 72 or your gain actions, and all 3 of my gain actions I used. So obviously that discrepancy really changed it. So maybe I saved my gain actions. Not necessarily.
If you hadn't, I mean, I was attacking Pat, so I would have attacked him again.
Yeah, so
I'm just burning your cards.
I agree.
It's hard.
But yeah, I mean, that's a hard matchup. I knew it was difficult going into it.
I think it didn't help that I played the other end of it just game 2. I mean, it feels like forever ago now, but just having that in mind, I know what you made work, and I kind of knew with similar cards I can just do a similar thing.
Yeah, and that said, when you ran up here and you boosted with a Jingo Bong to attack Pat, I was this close to taking the Jingo Bong. Like, this close.
What are the odds of me having 2?
Yeah, if I did, it would have been in a much different place too, because
for me it was between the taunting and Jingo Bong, and it's kind of 50-50. Which is better.
Yeah,
like
I
if
really
you defend.
Oh, sorry, you go.
No, if you defend, you probably have to discard. keep Pat alive.
Yeah.
But if it's a feint, I guess it's 1 damage.
Yeah. Well, anyway, well, great games. Good. Congratulations on
push me to
your
the
tournament
end.
win. It's gotta
Thanks.
feel good.
I'm not sure if people can hear us.
All right, and we have our champion, Joshua Tan, Wandering Caretaker. He is going to be the champion of the Battle of Legends Volume 2 release Rumble. So that was a well-deserved win for him. And Gary, do you have any comments on that last game that we just saw?
I mean, overall, I think it was pretty well played on both sides. It went about how I figured it was gonna go when Wukong got that much healing that early.
I would definitely agree. And, you know, Taylor, I always play the what's the chances game. You know, what's the chances he has another 72, right? And he ended up having all 3 of the 72s in what, the first maybe 12 cards of the deck?
Yeah, I think it was 12 or 13 cards. He had all of them and the
and
Phoenix
the Phoenix.
form.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, as small as the odds can be, sometimes it happens. So you can never count anything out in this game. And that's part of the reason why it's so fun, because every game is totally different. And there's so much room for fun matchups and different, you know, discoveries that you can make with different characters and different ways to play these characters that there's really so much depth to this game, even though it is quite simple to get into. So that was just an awesome game. So we will be getting the players on for commentary in just a bit, but Connor, how do you think that that outcome turned out? Was that what we expected, do you think?
I mean, I personally kind of thought Wukong had it in the bag when he got all those clones up and just fully surrounded himself. I definitely think Achilles may have had openings, but just playing as Wukong as any melee character is definitely extremely difficult. But both players did really well.
Yeah, I would second that. I think one of the only few melee characters that can really deal with it is probably somebody like Buffy, because her ability lets her move through the clones, you know. But unfortunately, with Achilles and Mary in this set, it can be very difficult, which is why I think Yanenga has probably got the best shot into Wukong. But Chad got his Yanenga off the table after he got that win into Achilles. So I really just wonder how this match would have turned out if Chad had gone a different route, maybe for his second fighter pick. But there's so many different variables, right? You just can't tell. And especially with an untested format like this, who knows what would have happened. So either way, well played on both sides. In all of the games, of course, going to a Game 5 is always awesome for the viewers because it's more content to watch. And it just shows that both players really had a good grasp on the set and the fighters involved. And they both played really well to push each other to the limits and in the Game 5 there. So thanks everybody for watching in the stream. We are going to get them on for an interview very shortly, so don't go anywhere, but we will be right back with the players. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we have Chadicular in for an interview. So, Chad, first of all, congrats on making the finals. That is an incredible feat, especially for your first tournament entry. So, big win there. Good stuff. And unfortunately, you weren't able to take the overall tournament championship victory, but you did push it to a Game 5. So, very well done. How are you feeling now?
Oh, I'm ecstatic. This is probably one of the best days ever, just for the tournament and such. Obviously, I really wanted to win, but my goal was just to make it a Game 5. You know, even if I didn't win, I wanted to make sure, or at least feel like I played well, and make it push to a Game 5. So that was good. And then, there were the Game 1. I had the one thought of if I attacked Yanenga with an Infinite Strikes and then a clone or an Archer with a Taunting Laughter, and I'm wondering how different it would have been if I switched those two around and forced Yanenga to discard a card from Taunting Laughter. So that's one thing, and then obviously right there at the end, the Rui Jingo Bong for Pat that I really thought about taking, and I had to defend it with, or I defended it with a battle hardened, and then I wanted to defend with a skirmish as well. So that, and then obviously the Ox form at the end. But other than just a few things of that, I'm pretty happy with how I played. I don't feel like there was a game where it was like, oh, I could have won if I just played it correctly and I didn't see it or something. I don't think that was there. So I'm happy.
Yeah, good. I think you should be happy. Your play was incredible. You had solid strategies going into each matchup, which really just shows your mastery of the set in general. You know, you've learned a lot, I'm sure, throughout all the pool play and the elimination bracket. So it really, really shows. And so you should be very happy with your play. And even the fact that you're considering these tiny little micro decisions that would have, you know, it could have changed the game, definitely. But the fact that you're even thinking about those just shows, like, how good of a player you are and how much of a tournament mindset you have. So you're definitely going to be someone to look out for in the next major, 100%.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. So one big question I have for you, though, that I want to hear your thoughts on are, A, did you prepare for this specific format? I know it's a new experimental format. And B, I mean, just how were you feeling going into this format, never having done it before?
Yeah, so I had never played any games with this format. Actually, last night, my wife and I got off. I was obviously ecstatic from getting into the finals. So she was like, all right, we can get whatever you want. We've eaten out a lot this month, but we'll get whatever you want. So I was like, all right, let's grab some Chick-fil-A. So we went and grabbed some Chick-fil-A. And I shared with her the format for this finals, and just shared, like, I haven't done much thinking on this, so I need some help. And she thought about it for a while, and she's like, well, you want to start with Achilles. And I was like, what? And she was like, well, you want to start with Achilles. And I was like, okay, explain that to me. And we walked through all the different scenarios, and so then I was like, yeah, I want to start with Achilles. So that was basically the only practice I had for that. And then going into this, I was really hoping that Josh would pick Wukong against my Achilles for game one, or anyone else. I really just didn't want him to pick Achilles as well, because we had done the math and the matchups that ends up forcing. It really, I'm happy with, and when I get the map choice versus him and such, I'm pretty happy with that. And so that was my plan, and then he picked Achilles too.
Yeah.
So there we go. So I will say, I was a little scared with this format, because it does give a lot of control to the winner of a game. Even generally, map choice and obviously map choice, choosing your character second, starting position is really good benefits for the second player. But the first player getting to choose first, and then you having to avoid mirrors. If Joshua had actually, my fourth game, if he had switched to Sun Wukong first against my Bloody Mary, then he switches to Achilles, and then I have to stay Bloody Mary.
Right.
And so I wasn't expecting to play Achilles into Wukong for game 5. I was expecting to have to win with Yanenga into either Achilles or Wukong, which in the pool play, or not pool play, in like the top 16, top 8, top 4 is the one set of characters or pick bands that I wanted to make sure never happened.
Right. You're talking Bloody Mary, right? Bloody Mary into those two? Yeah.
Bloody Mary into those two specifically.
Right.
So I will say I was pretty worried there. So once it got to that point, I was kind of like, okay, well, if he switches to Wukong, I don't know if I have a shot here. So I was very happy that I still got to do the game 5 and with Achilles into Wukong, where I felt I had a bigger shot. So all things considered, it was a great format. There were a few things that I don't think I had thought all the way down when I picked Wukong and he picked Yanenga. I hadn't traced all the way down and figure out if I would get stuck in a situation that I don't want to.
Yeah, it's really hard to be able to tell when, it's a new format that we've never done. So to map it out, even to map it out as much as you did, you and your wife, that's pretty impressive. So a little bit of prep goes a long way, that's for sure. Just in any type of format like this where it's a best of, X amount of games, when you can map out how you think the pick and bans are going to go and what kind of matchups you're going to run into based on those pick bans, it can really give you a huge advantage in any kind of conquest or similar format, So yeah, well done. That's very
Thanks.
interesting to hear. At least you had somewhat of a strategy, and
Yeah. I would say like if say y'all do another release rumble at some point, I think it's a good format and I think it should work in most cases. Except this case is just weird because Mary has 2 bad matchups in this box specifically.
right.
So I really, if I want to win with Mary, I need Yanenga, and I wasn't able to take game 1 and keep Yanenga, as a fighter that I would have, that I could use against Mary. Or y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, that game 1 really set the tone for the rest of the match, and we were talking about that
Exactly.
in the commentary booth here. But
Yeah.
overall, great games, and I'm sure some of the other commentators have some questions for you. So, Taylor, do you have any specific questions or comments for Chad?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to say congratulations for getting it this far. Top
Thanks.
2 out of 32 players, really good, especially for your first tournament. So I know you had said you were just happy getting to a game 5, like you wanted to play the maximum amount of games and just have fun. But how did you feel going into that game? Because it was the same matchup you guys played in game 2, obviously, but you played the Wukong half, and you had actually won that game. So like, were you nervous at all? Were there any nerves about that, or did you kind of know what to expect since you played this matchup in your semifinal against Unmatched?
Yeah, so I will say, so in my semifinal against Unmatched, it was the final score was he had 1 health as Wukong. I had 0 health or -1, I guess. So one card or 1 maneuver or 1 pass, however you want to look at it. And in that one, there was just a feint that if I had switched what I feinted, I think I won. Because he didn't get the healing and he wouldn't have gotten the pass. And so for that one, I was very confident that there was a path for me to have won that one. I will say I was very nervous just because of me winning the first one. And I knew basically it was going to come down to when he got his 72 transformations and when I got my feint. I knew it was literally just going to be that, and if I can hit at least one of them with a feint, I'm in a really good spot. And I wasn't able to do that. He pressed the aggression on Pat when my only defense for Pat was a feint. And then I didn't draw another one in the time that he drew all 72 transformations in like the top 10, 15 cards.
Yeah, he drew all 3 of them and the Phoenix form in his first 12 or 13 cards.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's just like a ridiculous amount of luck to be able to draw all 4 of those.
Exactly. So, and when it looks like that, and that is what his draw was, at the end of the day, I'm kind of like, okay, I think I did really well. I think I had a shot at winning that matchup. It really was just going to come down to luck, and luck was on his side. I think I played it very well with the cards that I've been dealt. As I mentioned, I knew at some point he was going to attack Pat with a Jingo Bong, because Pat is so in that matchup. I want Pat alive, so it's usually safe to have the second attack go through. So I just was out mind game there, and Joshua played that well.
Yep, definitely. Sometimes the luck just isn't in your favor, but what are you gonna do? You still played well, so that's all right. Do the best you can.
Yeah.
How about you, Connor? Any comments or questions for Chad?
I have 2 questions that are both kind of meta. My 2 questions are, out of all of the Battle Legends 2 characters, which is your favorite? And then, out of all the Battle Legends 2 characters, which are you most proficient with?
Oh, excellent. Great question.
Yes.
So I will say my favorite fighter, in the Battle of Legends Volume 2, favorite fighters probably gotta be. That's a great question. I would say it was Bloody Mary before this weekend, but I've had a lot of fun with all these other fighters. I would say probably Achilles. Achilles is my favorite fighter. The one I'm most proficient with, I will actually say, is Wukong. I've played the most. I think I played the most Wukong because at least the first two of my conquest matches, I was leader and I took Wukong, and so I was able to play him a lot.
Yeah, great questions there. How about you,
Yeah.
Gary? Any comments or questions?
We talked about so much already.
I know. That's the
So-
detriment of going last in the ordering here.
That's fine. So on the opposite side of that, out of all the matchups in the box, which matchup do you dislike the most? Like, what side of which matchup do you dislike being on the most?
Which side of which matchup? So I actually, I know this is an unpopular opinion because the number of people I've talked to have said it's being on the Mary side of the Wukong Mary matchup. And I know that's the general one. I'm gonna turn the tables. I really hate. I would prefer to play Mary into Wukong than Mary into Achilles.
Hmm.
Because once Pat dies, I can figure out how I'm going to die. Like it's pretty easy for me to just count and say, okay, this is my death. This is how it's coming. I basically see how many sixes he has left, and then count my health away from there. So and basically, I only at that point, I have maybe 5 4s if I haven't played any of my cards, and I'm just taking damage all the time, and I have a hard time figuring out where to find where it's coming from. So I would say is the hardest matchup and I also think I have never won that matchup with on the Mary side, and I have won Mary into Wukong a number of times.
Wow, nice.
And that's obviously starting Hanging Gardens, getting the turn one jump scare and they Sly Monkey it.
Yeah.
Starting with that early 5 damage on him.
It's funny you say that because Gary had mentioned that he's like, okay, well, the only way that Chad ever goes Mary here into Wukong is if he goes Hanging Gardens and pulls off a turn 1 maneuver into Closer Than She Appears scheme into Speak 3 undefended for 8 full damage. He's like, then he might have a chance.
Yeah, there was actually a part of me. Since I thought I had a very good shot with Achilles into Wukong, since I did think I had that chance, I wanted to play Game 5 out. But if it was like it depending on if say that matchup I thought I would lose, or whatever, there was a part of me that really wanted to play Mary into Wukong and just just go Hanging Gardens and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I think you did have a good shot with Achilles there. You played a really, really tight game. Things just didn't work out with all those 72s and Phoenix form being so early. But one more question I do want to ask about that specific matchup was your reasoning behind choosing Soho. Now, was that just a comfort pick because you had played the exact same matchup on that same map in your semifinal, and you'd rather have played that than take some kind of shot in the dark with a different map?
Yeah, so great question. I was really struggling at figuring out where to go. So Soho, one, it was mainly the comfort pick because I knew exactly like the positions and the counts of the spaces away from different parts. On if you Wukong's on the roof, how far away is this space from this side of it? How far away is this space, et cetera, et cetera. Because I wanted to force him to boost with as many Sly Monkeys and Jingo Bongs as I could. For the viewers, those each have a boost value of 3. So I wanted to force those if I could. Um, so it was one, a comfort pick, and two, it's also even if he's hiding on the rooftops, it's pretty easy. It's actually extremely easy for me to still hit him with spear throw.
Yeah.
And so towards the end of the game, at least in my opinion, even after it goes to fatigue, if I have another battle hardened or another spear throw that I'm looking to finish the game off with, I didn't want Wukong to have somewhere that he could run away and basically block with some clones if he's still got one card left or so. That was my main thought process. So even on the roof, there's those green zones and those blue zones that I can still snipe him with. So that was my main thought. The other maps that I was considering, like Sunnydale or the Bronze. The Bronze was a little too close quarters for me, for my liking. But anyway, so yeah, that was my thought.
I do like the Soho pick, and that makes me remember I had one more question too about that matchup in particular. Your choice to go second. Can you walk us through that?
Okay, yeah. So I debated this a while. I really obviously would have loved to have seen my hand first before, but my plan was I wanted to basically put the pressure on him to have to come attack me. Um, and so basically, I wanted to get a lot of early damage on was my goal. And so you'd think that the right play then is to go ahead and go first.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew one that I wanted Soho, and so two, looking at the map, and I'm sure you might have gone over this in the thing. The starting spaces are pretty far apart from each other, and so I would have had to do a turn one boost and then attack into Wukong, and I'm not sure, and I didn't know what my hand was like, and I would have liked to have good defenses for Pat. And so I did all the math, and I basically said, okay, so if he double maneuvers and runs away, then I'll double maneuver and stay on the other side of the map and force him to overdraw.
Right.
And so he either boosts and then tries to hit me, and then I'm in a good spot, or he double maneuvers and discards, overdraws, and then I will do the same, and we'll actually do this back and forth for as long as we want, because I want it to go to fatigue.
Sure.
Because if it goes to fatigue, there's all of his clones that can't help him out for Phoenix form. So that was kind of my plan there. So then I was like, okay, but since Joshua is the player that he is, he'll take center stage instead.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll double maneuver most likely and take center stage. And so then I will be able to maneuver, probably not boost, and then attack him. And then now I've only drawn one card and he's drawn two. So then if he wants, he can attack me again and then maneuver, and we start this kind of cycle of who double maneuvers, who's attacking and then maneuvering, all that kind of stuff. So that was my plan, and it actually, as we saw, it worked out well, because I did start with a Pat card, which is one of the ones that I want, which is the 2 auto damage. And so I was able to put on quite a bit of early damage onto Wukong that actually really helped me out for most of the game.
Yeah, we were talking about that a lot. It was funny because we thought, okay, maybe he is going for a fatigue game plan since we chose second. But then Joshua was like, okay, if you're going to go for a defensive route, I'm going to take the aggressive stance and go right up front. And then you were immediately switched it around. You're like, well, if you're going to put yourself right in my face, I guess I'll go ahead and attack you. So it was just a lot of adaptability on both sides, and we thought that was really cool.
Yeah, it was fun, and I was ecstatic when I got I think he defended with a Sly Monkey, so the 3 early damage with a Pat card was great.
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. Very, very fun, entertaining game and match overall. So once again, congrats. And if nobody else has any questions, Chad, before we sign off and get Joshua in here, do you have any comments, anything to say to the stream?
Yeah, well, once again, shout outs to my wife, not only for coming up with a great strategy for the pick ban, but also for putting up with me, talking about Volume 2 for a couple of weeks now. And then again, I just want to thank everybody, all the commentators that participated. and then also John specifically, Joshua as well for being an excellent opponent, but also a tournament organizer, and Gary as well for putting this together. I had an absolute blast. Once again, first tournament. I'm pretty happy with how I did. I'll figure out what foil I'll pick, and I think I'll frame it in a little thing.
Nice.
So yeah, thank you once again, and I wanted to say thanks to Alan. I know he said that he would come on at some point,
He'll
but
get on here.
unfortunately, it wasn't during my interview. So yeah,
He can hear you. He can hear you, and he'll get on.
yeah. Well, thank you all again.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chad, for joining. It was a pleasure to have you, and I hope you come back for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a player or a commentator?
Both.
Or both.
Both.
At the same time?
That's right. Now,
All right.
here's what I was thinking.
Yeah, both at the same time. He can commentate his own game.
That's right.
All right, thanks a lot, Chad. Take care.
Bye.
All right, Joshua, welcome and congratulations on your big win. You are finally the tournament champion here for the Battle of Legends Volume 2 Release Rumble. So, huge congratulations. You played incredibly throughout the whole event, the pools, the elimination bracket, and the finals here. Made some excellent plays, even in the face of some tough matchups, and you ended up pulling out the win in the end. So, you got to be feeling great about that. What do you have to say? Oh, you might be muted, Joshua.
Yeah, right.
There you
I
go.
was muted. Thanks. I'm glad to be here. I just wanted the games to be close. It's more fun that way. It's not fun when someone just realizes it's a losing matchup and sits back. And I think we traded a lot of blows. Even the unfavored matchups, you go the distance, you make it close. Sometimes the cards might go your way. And yeah, I'm just glad all the games were fighting games. Most of them went near to exhaustion, and that's really not because you're playing evasive games. You're very, when you're playing at such a high level, you don't give up damage easily. You're gonna take little hits, and it's gonna take a lot longer to get those accumulated hits in, so it's gonna go all the way to the end.
Yeah, definitely. And you really did. Neither of you guys, gave up in any of the matchups, even the ones that were unfavored. I don't think we saw any game today that was completely one-sided, at least until probably more than halfway through the game at least. So, really good, entertaining matchups, and they're all very close. But one thing I do want to ask, that I asked Chad as well, is that obviously with this being an experimental format, A, did you do any prep work or planning for it? And B, how did you feel going into it?
I didn't until you mentioned it yesterday in the interview. And I sat down this evening and just did it by hand.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have that much time, so I worked out mostly what happens if I pick Achilles first. And it turns out Chad did the same
Yeah.
thing, so we both picked Achilles. And then I just picked Mary based on my gut because I picked Yananga based on my gut because you don't want Mary when you're a second player, and because the first game is a coin toss, you don't, even if you get the favorite Mary Yananga matchup, you might start on the back foot. So I figured either we block off, both pick Yananga, or I get Wukong, which I think is slightly Mary favored.
Yeah, that's a good thought there, because your game one win really set the tone for the rest of the match. When you got that win with Yananga and she's no longer on the table for you to pick, it leaves Chad with no favorable matchups for Bloody Mary. So I think they really did set the tone.
With 3 out of 4 needed, you could win without Mary at all. So it does have enough of an opening, and I think the game showed he didn't need Mary to win. It maybe just the order of play that mattered.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how this all plays out if we were to do it again. Not that we necessarily will, but just the different ways that the matchups can work out, I think, is really interesting. So it might be a format worth exploring more for other kind of events like this in the future. So let's pass it off to the other commentators. We'll start with you this time, Gary, since you went last. So do you have any questions or comments for Joshua here?
Would you say that you liked this final format more, or you liked the final format in Summer of Legends more?
They're different. This works with a small cast, and because we're restricted to Volume 2, it worked. I think the Summer of Legends was just an all-out who has the most breadth and experience, and they're testing different things. This is who has the most experience in about 6 matchups, 12 if you're including the opposite ends.
So no preference necessarily towards one or the other. You think it just is based on the type of format, the tournament format that we're running?
I mean, this whole tournament is to see who's most familiar with the Volume 2, and it's a new set, so just who can do the best, and there's a shorter runway. Everyone's, again, just getting their physical sets, and we've had some play online. I think for the release Rumble, it's what you want. And for Summer of Legends, that's, open fighters, everyone's had a lot of time to get used to them, and you just have more variety and choice and stuff.
Definitely. All right, Connor, how about you? Any questions or comments for Joshua?
I have a question with a follow-up question. So my initial question is, who is your favorite character in the Battle Legends 2?
I think favorite to play ends up being Mary. I have a soft spot for the weaker fighters, the tougher fighters, and objectively she's not going to be the most useful fighter, but I think there's more return for your effort, because someone like Wukong might not need as much skill or experience to master. And Mary, if you can pull off a surprise win, that can be the turning point. And I think everyone that got to the semifinals, top 4, they all had to know how to win with Mary.
So for my follow-up question, so going into a game playing Mary, what kind of mind games do you have to play on an opponent as Mary, and what kind of mentality do you have to put the opponent in when you're playing Mary?
Mind games, you can consider baiting your third action depending on the matchup and how often you'll get that. Mentality, I think you just have to take the bigger picture. She's a swingy fighter. You're playing with a small hand. It's playing with fire because you have fewer options. You're going to draw some bad cards along the way, not the cards you want. And like yesterday, I think I did a triple maneuver in with my 3 actions, which is far from ideal. But you just have to play with what you get. And
it was ideal for me.
I mean, it's a matter of perspective. So you just have to say, I'm going to play to win, and it may lose and fail spectacularly, but you're maximizing your winning chances rather than dying a slow death and not really posing a threat.
Yeah, that's a great point right there. You got to just play to your outs, and a win is a win, right? And a loss is a loss. So if you're going to lose, does it really matter if you drug it out and had a slow, painful death, or if you just go out swinging and take a risk and it doesn't pay off? But sometimes those risks do pay off, so you got to, recognize when to take those and when not. And that's really shows a mark of a good player. And I think you definitely tend to lean towards the safer plays. You're not necessarily risky, but I think you take the risks when you know they're needed. So very good. And Taylor, I know you got some questions or comments for Joshua. What do you got?
Okay, so you're a tournament organizer, obviously, and Restoration Games was very kind to send you an early copy of Volume 2 for your efforts in Summer of Legends.
I think it was actually
the first one.
The first one. Okay, so even longer ago. And it has not showed up yet, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, so you're going to get another copy for winning this tournament. So I have 2 questions. which copy do you think is gonna show up first, and what are you gonna do with the extra copy that shows up later?
I'm gonna ask if they can change that 2 to a 1. I'll just see if that's possible, and
Oh, so you're gonna ask for a copy of Volume 1 instead?
if that's possible.
Oh, I'm sure it's
I have
possible.
no idea what it do
Yeah,
with
I'm
the
sure
second
they will.
volume.
So I guess based off
yeah.
that answer, do you not own any of the physical Unmatched sets?
I do have Cobble and Fog at the moment. I got that for my birthday, and yeah, the volume 2 is on the way. I haven't had the opportunity to play with people in person as much, just because gaming is down these days, and for some games, if you practice enough, people stop playing with you unless they're of a similar level. It's really hard to teach and then just play. Yeah, it's. I have other games that are easier to play with other people.
Sure. Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
I have one last follow-up question. It's funny that you mentioned birthdays because it's actually Gary's birthday today. So my last question is: Have you wished Gary a happy birthday yet?
I saw
Happy
that in
birthday, Gary.
chat. I haven't said it yet, but happy birthday. I saw
I
that in
don't
chat.
know why Taylor's
Happy
trying to
birthday,
convince
Gary.
people that it's
Happy
my
birthday.
birthday.
All right. Well, if there's no other questions from you guys, Joshua, any comments or things you want to throw out there for the stream?
Well, yeah, I mean, tournaments are just really fun. It's good to see new people, either people just totally new to online play, new to Unmatched in general, and also new faces who, people play the first tourney and then they slowly gain experience and then they make the top 8. And that's definitely happened with some of our players here, and it's really good to see that the level of play is being brought up in general, and the interest as well.
Yeah.
And I just hope it keeps continuing.
Yeah, I will echo that. It is great to see the growing scene here, and we saw a lot of new players in the top 8 for the Release Rumble, and I hope they all come back. And even the players who didn't top, I hope a lot of them have a thirst for victory and want to just improve their play and just keep being a part of the whole thing, because it's a ton of fun for everyone involved, even at all skill levels. It's not just for the elite players, it's for everybody who loves Unmatched, and I'm sure you'll have a great time if you just give it a shot. So anybody on the fence, definitely just jump in and give it a try and see what you think. But with that said, we will go ahead and get Alan in on here, and I want to let Taylor and Connor, I'll let you guys sign off here because we're going to bring Alan in, and then we'll just talk with the TOs for some closing statements. But anything, Taylor, that you want to say before you sign off?
Well, obviously, congratulations, Josh. I think that needs to be said over and over again. You are the champion, finally. I just want to thank all of you for having me on as a commentator. It was a lot of fun, and thank you, everyone, who participated in this tournament. I know I had so much fun in all the games I played and all my matches against all my opponents. So thank you, everyone, for the great tournament, and I hope you enjoyed watching if you're in the Twitch chat right now.
Definitely. And don't forget to, give a couple of words on your YouTube channel and all that good stuff.
Yeah, okay. So for anyone that doesn't know, I have a YouTube channel. It's just called Baked Goods. The profile picture is a cow with human teeth. And I make videos about Unmatched. I make strategy guides. I post gameplay videos. So if you're interested at all in the game or you liked what you saw here, just go check it out. Zero also has a similar YouTube channel. Can't forget to plug him too, so go check out his channel.
Look at that.
Connor pulled up my channel on the screen here.
Let's go.
And lastly, I'll say it again, happy birthday, Gary.
Gary, is it your birthday?
No, of course it's not my birthday. Why would you think it was actually my birthday?
Happy birthday, Gary. I haven't
What's
said
gonna
it
be
yet.
really funny is when it is my birthday and Taylor forgets to wish me happy birthday.
Yeah. All right. Well, how about you, Connor? Any last words for the stream before you sign off?
Congratulations, Mr. Wandering Caretaker. Thank you for helping me set up Vorpal board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, man. And yeah, congrats on your win. Thank you all for giving me the chance to commentate.
Yeah, Connor, you
Yeah,
did a
it's
great
good to
job.
see you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great. Always great to get new people in on the commentary team, and I think you did a great job. So happy to have
Thank
you
you.
here, and hoping you guys come back for more commentary in the next one. And I guess also I give you guys a chance. I know Taylor, you might have any words for Alan here. We got him on screen, so go ahead. Any
Now's your
comments
chance,
or-
finally.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you, Alan. Especially, this is my first time like seeing the behind the scenes of how this all works. And it's just so incredible what you do.
So
Really,
you
we can't
may
thank you
notice
enough.
there was a point that I had. I set up a camera that you guys could see that was like aimed in a way that you could actually see things, like the whole behind the scenes stuff, and I did it specifically for you. So
Thank you. Thank you for putting tortoise form on the screen when I was
Absolutely.
doing the Sun Wukong cards. That was awesome.
it makes me happy when stuff like that gets called on, and it's like, hey, can we get this on screen? And it's like, you bet your butt we can. Let me do it. So glad you appreciated it.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, guys. Well, Taylor and Connor, thanks so much again for joining us for commentary, and take care. Hope to see you again next time.
Thank you,
Yep.
man. Bye-bye.
No problem.
Bye.
I have to get some things changed over, so sorry.
All right, so Alan will get back on the screen in a second, but again, I just want to thank all the viewers for checking this out and watching the action. And the stream really would be nothing without the viewers and the players and the commentators and everybody involved. So thanks so much for being a part of this, all of you. And thanks to Restoration Games for sponsoring such an awesome tournament. Really thankful to be able to do something like this and put it out there for everyone to enjoy. So hope to keep doing more in the future. And thanks to Vorpal Board for being supportive of the tournament scene and everything we're doing, and having this great platform for us to be able to host the games for the final stream. It works out really well. It's a nice, sleek platform, and so I appreciate all their support. And thank you again to everybody who was playing in the event, because the more people we can have play, the more we're going to help grow the scene and keep continuing on these events. So without you guys, it wouldn't be anything. So make sure you guys check out the Battle of Legends Volume 2 set online on the Restoration Games website. It is for sale currently, so pick up your copy if you haven't already, and you can try out all these awesome new fighters for yourself between Sun Wukong and Achilles, and then Yanenga and Bloody Mary. They're just all very unique, very thematic. The art is incredible, as we saw with especially that foil card that Gary's got, that nice Fiery Eyes That See. And everything about it is just awesome, and Restoration puts out incredible games. So make sure you get the set for yourself. But before we close out everything, Gary, is there anything else you want to say to any of the viewers or anybody in the community?
Anyone who's on the fence about ordering from Restoration Online, they are doing $5 flat rate shipping right now. So I think we are past the point of no return for a Christmas delivery, but a just after Christmas delivery, it's still well worth it, especially if you're looking at getting multiple games from them. It is $5 no matter what you're ordering.
Definitely a good deal. And Joshua, anything you want to say else to the viewers, to anyone in the community?
I'm just really happy people saw some start a riot. Yeah, I was really uncertain when we proposed this, because live play group format, it was totally what we'd set up, and I think just the response shows that people are happy to play. And I mean, innovating, having different kinds of formats, different strengths, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. It's nice to switch up the format and try out different things and see what people enjoy. And overall, I think the live play was pretty successful, and obviously this finals weekend has been incredible as always. So it's always great to put on these shows. And of course, Alan, thank you so much, because none of this would be anything without you. So any words you want to say to any of the viewers or anybody out there?
Yeah, so I think what I was saying before, the stream couldn't hear me. So what a stream producer, right? But thank you for everyone that watches. Y'all are the ones that make this worth it for me. Every time someone in the chat, says something about some little thing that it's like, I probably spent, 15 hours on this stupid little thing that a lot of people might not notice, but there's one person that's like, wow, that's so great. That just makes it all worth it for me. So, all the kind words from everyone, I really appreciate it. It's cool to see support for something. Well, it kind of started off as pretty small, and then it's grown a lot. So it's cool to see support for that and everyone getting involved. And every time someone in chat says, "Shoot, I didn't know this is going on. I wish I could have done it," or like, "Oh, I wish I could have done commentary," stuff like that. You love to see it, and if that's you, join the Discord. Keep an eye out. Because stuff like that gets posted in there, and it could be you in grand finals or commentary for grand finals next time. So just thank y'all for all of your support, and for me and for the community. So
Yeah, and I think the whole community as well would throw out a big thanks to you, because I think people really enjoy these finals. The production quality is just top-notch. It really is professional production quality, and that just puts the whole tournament scene on another level. People are drawn in by the production, and it makes it seem more so like, even though we're small, it's like, wow, this is a real thing.
Right.
It's something that has potential. It can grow and become even bigger than it already is, and it has grown and hopefully continues to grow. And the production really helps out a lot. So the whole community, I'm sure, really appreciates it. And you do awesome work. So
yeah, and anytime, it's happened a couple times that people pop into chat and they'll be like, wow, this is better than like, Call of Duty production, or like, I'm not slamming other productions, because, they're a much larger scale. So there's so much that goes into it that people don't realize. But when there's comparisons like that get tossed around, warms my heart. Makes me feel like a real content producer. So I appreciate y'all.
yeah, and you should feel like that. You do excellent work. So we really appreciate it. But everybody, that is going to wrap it up for the Battle of Legends Volume 2 Release Rumble. So once again, congrats, Joshua, on your big win. You are the current champion. And we will sign off here. So anybody watching, hope you enjoyed it all. And look forward to the next tournament. So if you're not a part of the Restoration Games Discord, definitely go join that to become part of it. People are always hanging out in there, chatting about Unmatched, whether it be the custom deck community or the competitive players, or just people looking for games with others in the community for fun, or talking about, showing off their miniature painting jobs and everything Unmatched. It's all there. So make sure you join the Restoration Games Discord. You'll definitely not regret it. And hope to see all of you guys and more in the next tournament. So thanks everybody so much for watching, and we'll see you later.
All right, mics are clear. So I took it off. There's studio mode where you can select the next scene that you're going to go to, but I had turned that off while I was editing the stuff on the fly, like changing those cameras at the last minute. And then I forgot to turn it back on. So when I selected the next scene, it just went to it, but whatever. Oh, my mic is hot. Oops. Y'all get one last whoopsie. Thank you guys for watching.